Hello everyone and welcome. Today we are discussing Srimberzi, astrology, and how you put those two together to manifest more effectively. We'll be learning about what time energies are, what astrology is, what it is not, how to use Srimberzi in the periods of time that make it more effective, and how to use time energies to manifest more effectively, because when we do that, we tap into a period of time that accelerates our ability to perform a particular task or to manifest a particular idea, and that is the way we make our lives more efficient. It is one of Dr. Pillai's foundational teachings that he has been teaching for many, many years. I have here today Raja Mike Malloy, who has been an astrologer and student of Dr. Pillai's for how long now, Raja?
Oh, it's 17 years.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you and I came on around the same time. So we've been students for 17 years. And you've been studying astrology for how long?
I've actually started in my teens.
Oh,
so
wow.
It's been, yeah, so it's been, we're tapping in over 30 years. But I started with Western. But I would say my true initiation occurred in 2001 when Saturn kind of came to me. That's another story, but that's, yeah.
Okay, good. So Raja Mike Malloy is our guest, and the topics that we're going to be covering today, as I mentioned, Srimberzi and astrology, what astrology is, what it is not, how to manifest with Srimberzi, and then we're going to touch upon astrological coaching and astrological readings and why they're so important. So many people ask me on a regular basis, when should I do this or what should I do this? And I'm not an astrologer, but I always tell them to consult their astrologer. And if you don't have one, to find one. And we have several wonderful astrologers in the organization that we do highly recommend. And receiving a reading is a very powerful way to help you plan how to use your time now as well as into the future. So let's get started. So Raja, the first topic that we want to discuss is what is astrology, and these are your words, what astrology is and what it is not. So I know you have a little bit to tell us about that.
Well, thank you for having me on, Jay Rada. This is, I love talking about astrology. Anything astrology, I'm down for. But I guess first off, astrology is not superstition at all. It is real. It's not superficial Sunday column, though sometimes, strangely enough, when you read it, it's like spot on. So, and it's not really, even if you're studying astrology and you're learning it, it's not the endless amount of facts that you seem to have to learn to get a grasp on it. Astrology is the study of time, and it's not only, it's the study of time, and it's basically an ocean that connects you to the divine realms, which is timeless. So the reason astrology has time is it comes from a timeless dimension, and it can help you to connect with these divine beings, and that's its true strength. Your true strength comes from your inner life, and it empowers your inner life. It gives meaning to your inner life. And for me, it allows you to connect to your purpose in this life. Everybody here is here for a reason. And you don't find it looking outside. You find it by going inside, and it's confirmed. Astrology can help you. I wouldn't say astrology will tell you what that is, because we all continue to search, but it will give you clues. And when you connect to the divine beings, that's when things can happen in a blink. It's not hard for the divine beings to change your life. I've had it happen to me from impossible situations.
Yeah.
There's a blink and your life has changed.
Yeah.
So I like it when it's fast and easy. And so astrology helps to connect to that. And that's one of the, so astrology, as Jay Rada, you had that dream. You just were in the ocean of astrology, literally swimming in it. So it lasts forever. It's for learning astrology, it's, you never truly become a master, but it just keeps opening to you. And really, when it becomes alive and you start connecting to the planets, the big difference between Western and Vedic or Eastern is the planets are gods, and and when you can connect with them and they start to speak to you, and it's not speaking with words, but you start to feel their consciousness, that's when everything changes. So
that's a good segue into time shaktis. So I love that word, time shakti. Sometimes we say time energies because shakti is a power or energy. And so what is a time shakti? And what is a time shakti and how do we use them? We've been talking about this a lot with Dr. Pillai's teaching, the programs. So there's definitely some new folks around who want to hear.
Yeah. Okay. Time Shakti. Shakti actually means it's goddess, and each moment, and each day, each hour is ruled by a goddess, and the goddess is life. It brings life to this world. If you are low on goddess, you are low on life. And so the time Shaktis in Vedic, we have easy categories where there's 5 categories. You have the day, the hour, the moon phase, the birth star, and I'm forgetting one, but anyways, so each hour you can make a difference. It changes things. I'll give you an example. I was converting a garage into bedrooms, and this was and so you have to go and get the permits. So I went down to the county to get the permits. Now I knew Rahu Kalam was coming, and I wanted to be there. So I zipped down to the county, and I run into the counter to get my time. I'm about 5 minutes before Rahu starts. And I get to the counter. As I get there, I see a sign saying, "We moved next door." And I was like, "Oh, brother." So I was like, "Oh, well, anyways." So I went in to get the permit anyways. And the guy, the commission, the guy, looked at the permits. He goes, "No, this isn't allowed. No. Can't do it." And normally I'd be upset and argue and stuff. And I was just like, "It's Rahu Kalam. What can you do?"
Right.
So I left. And I came back the next day at the better hour, actually around the same time, but Rahu Kalam changes every day. That's why.
Right.
I went in. Yes. It was just like, oh. So I like, I mean, everybody, might prefer a challenge, but I like when things are easy and when things work out. So by being in flow with the time, you'll find things work.
Definitely. Yeah. And I've been noticing that more as well lately. Yeah.
And also, well, there's something there's something on AstroVed.com. You go there, they have the Pancham, and they explain the time. It's very nice. You see what planet is currently ruling this hour. I think we started in Mercury. I think it's now Moon Hora. I think we were going to start in so we're now in Moon. So this is a time we can connect. It's both were good time. That's why I was like, when you asked me, "Oh, should we switch to this time?" I looked at the Hora. Like, yeah, right. This will be good. Okay, and it's Bharani. Bharani is a very powerful nakshatra. Good time to start things. So it's good. So definitely tune in. And I had a dream the other day, and in the dream everything was being blocked that I was trying to do, and so it was one of those dreams where it's like, what? And so I was sort of lucid, sort of not. And then what happened is I heard my watch beep, and when I heard that, I just kind of woke up a little bit, and I said, "Oh, it's Mars Hora." It was Mars Hora, and so I was like, I've got to. So my big realization the other day was the planets affect you in the dream plane. So if you're having a bad dream, write down the time, then you'll know what planet is bringing in that, that kind of stuff. So you'll know what planet to pick. And I knew if I just chanted my Mars mantra, I could have adjusted the dream right then and there. So we don't get a break. The planets are on 24/7. That was my realization. I was getting ready for this call, so I was more in tune with the planet. So it is essential. I agree with you. The more you are aware of the hours and what planet is ruling the more you'll feel the energy of the planet, and you'll tune into it. I'll give you a warning. You will be blocked from doing that. You have to make an effort to stay tuned.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it. So So the other question was how to use them. So what we'll do is we'll shift right into Shreen Brzee and astrology and how to use that. So you wanted to talk specifically about the astrology of Shreen Brzee and how that helps our friends out there who have been immersed in Shreen Brzee now for some time, how to help them manifest more effectively, how to help them use Shreen Brzee to the maximum.
But how you manifest and with Shreen Brzee is it's really one is you connect at special times when Shreen Brzee is available. Mm-hmm. Kind of like if you're making a sales call, you want to go to a place when the person is there.
Right.
So you can fit. So that's the beauty of the Shreen Brzee. Even though you can do Shreen Brzee 24/7, and the more you do it, the more you connect. But there are power times when the abundance of Shreen Brzee is more available and easier to access. Yeah. So yes, we have to tune in. What we're doing is we're tuning in our consciousness. We have to raise our consciousness. But sometimes, you get in, sometimes you get in, when it's not there. Sometimes you go to a place and it's not there, but then the light kind of gets into the doorway is open, so the light comes into the hallway and you can access it. Mm-hmm. So we're going at that time and tuning in. And the beauty of Shreen Brzee is not only do you create it and it affects you in this day and age, in your lifetime right now, it also carries with you. So wherever you go, you will have Shreen Brzee with you. It becomes part of your consciousness. Yeah. It changes. It's kind of like you're in a room that's dark. That's most of our life. It's dark. We're kind of stumbling around. But if you turn on the light, are you different? No, you just have more light. You have more consciousness. So astrology is about creating more consciousness, and specifically the consciousness of abundance. It pushes out, poverty is dark. When you turn on the light, it goes away. Mm-hmm. So even though it might seem, and I know how it is, when it seems tangible and it has you by the throat, it seems like that is the reality of life. And you turn on the light and it's gone. So that's the beauty. So there are power times. There are nakshatras that are ruled by Venus, which is the overlord is Lakshmi. Mm-hmm. There are the hour, the day, Friday. And there are nakshatras. There are special nakshatras that are ruled by other planets, but our power nakshatra is connected to Lakshmi. Mm-hmm. And they are we call these the billionaire nakshatras. Mm-hmm. You'll just see any billionaire that you have, you always see they are connected to, there's just a handful of nakshatras. There's 27 nakshatras, birth stars, and there's a handful of them that give wealth, tremendous wealth. Not everybody who has, yeah.
Tell us, I love what you said, that astrology brings consciousness. That's so important for people to understand, because in the programs and throughout where I'm interfacing with folks doing this type of thing, and they continue to ask. One of the questions most recently was, when should I chant? And I always say all the time, just like you said, but that there are these power times. So we are going to learn what those power times are, folks, don't worry. And I love what you said, that astrology brings consciousness. And so that with that consciousness, we get to make choices that make the outcome of our actions more effective. So what are those power times that people need to be aware of, and how do we find them?
Well, the panchang is key. That's one. That's the, so then AstroVed, there is a panchang. That's the 5 qualities of the day. What you want to find is...
And folks, that's on AstroVed.com homepage. So if you go to the homepage, there's this little box that says panchang, and it means the 5 qualities.
And my other favorite tool is the Horror Watch. I have on my smartphone. So you just download this. So keeping track of the horrors is, it's kind of fun to be, like after a while, it's like you start to go, oh, what horror is this? And you can see if you can feel it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so, and then, but, so just for those who are, you just open up Horror Watch, make sure that your location is correct, and you'll see what hour is ruling. You go to the daily list and you can see when the planet will be ruling which particular hours. And you can also, they also tell you when there's Rahu column, which is the time you want to avoid starting something. And I've seen so many times I will start something. It's almost like Rahu wants you to start in that time period. So you'll start and you'll look and you go, oh, it's Rahu Kal. And then, I mean, for years I was like, nah, it doesn't really matter. And yet you'll see it just kind of fade away. It just doesn't hold.
Yeah.
So for Shrimbreezy, I would look for Venus hora. That's it. Well, Jupiter is also a good hora. There's, because Jupiter is the guru, but Jupiter and Shrimbreezy, they, Venus are a little incompatible, but not Lakshmi. So the higher beings are good. Right. And also, if you have a problematic planet in your chart, let's say Venus is debilitated or is afflicted, you can do Shrimbreezy to help fix it. It brings in the consciousness.
Right.
And
so it's like a remedy. So
it's a powerful remedy. Yeah. Right. Not only does it, what happens when a planet is afflicted in a chart, it doesn't mean that planet doesn't go away. It's there. It's going to be actually readily apparent to you. And so as you start to, so it actually wants your attention. You need to bring more of that consciousness into you. Right. And as you do that, it comes in. Very different.
So then for folks, so let's just run down the scenario here. So to back it up, so people are asking on chat. Okay. You get this information on AstroVed.com homepage, put in your location, and you'll be able to see the star of the day, the planet of the day, obviously every day.
Planet of the hour, yeah.
Which Friday is ruled by Venus, so we want to make sure that we tune in to Shrimbreezy on Fridays, and then every day there's a Venus hour several times a day. And check in on that. That can be found on AstroVed.com homepage and the Hora Watch. Please do yourself a favor, spend 99 cents and get the pro version, because the other one is horrible. Just it's very buggy. So just spend the buck and get the Hora Watch Pro, and it is awesome. I use it every single day. And this is how you very easily find your Venus hora. So folks, we've just so far only tapped on the day, which is Friday, and the hora, or the hour of Venus, and finding that every day. So Roger's going to tell us a little bit about some more time energies. So what else you got for us? So I know that you also mentioned the birth stars, moon phases. So,
so each day, so you can divide the month into two phases. The moon is either waxing or waning. So this is the kind of the big picture. So the waxing moon is when you want to start to bring, anything you want to build in your life that you want to stay, you want to do it during the waxing moon. So you start things during the waxing moon. If there are things that you need to release, do it during the waning moon. So growth is also part of letting go of things. So if you're having trouble letting go of something in your life, wait for the waning moon. And new moon is good time to drop things. And so then you're free to, you're free of that old kind of karma. It can be released. So and be aware of the nakshatras. Also be aware. So I'm very conscious of when the moon is in when I'm running what I call my 8th moon. So when the moon is in my 8th house, I know the 8th it's more of a contemplative time. It's an inner time. It's a very time of transformation. You can do some really deep meditations. So you'll find that there are different moon phases that will support you. Right. 8th is also a money time, as is the full moon. So there are special moons during the year. I mean, this is something like you go on. There is a 3rd moon that happens once a year. It's when the moon is exalted and the sun is exalted. That moon phase, it's Akshaya Tritiya, and it's a time where you start something on that, it just keeps going. It has this power of never ending. Right. So you'll find in India, everybody buys gold at that time because they want gold to keep flowing into their life. All the moon phases have special power. And as you tune into them, you start to know that, like, oh, you start something, and I'm sure you've had the experience, you look at something and then you'll see it was a good nakshatra for you and a good moon phase, and you're like, okay, this is good. And you'll see it just has a flow to it. Right. So it's, and now also you want to know where the planets are, what you're running. That's when it gets more into like time. There is the kind of the wall clock, which is the panchang, but time is personal. So you have to know what is working for you, and how what are the good nakshatras for you, what are the good planets for you.
Yeah, so definitely that's the kicker in all of this, is that we have these templated time energies that will work in general, but then every one of us has a different astrological blueprint, so then those affect us all uniquely, and that's what we'll learn more when we have an individual reading, and we get that's like the gold for you. But for right now, so far we know it's Venus, Horas, we know it's Fridays, we know it's full moons for the moon phase, also 11th moons, anything, mostly the waxing moon phases are better for prosperity, for abundance, for growth, and the phases inside of that, full moon, obviously that's the maximum, 11th moon, and then Babaji has mentioned the 5th moon. Do you have anything else to add to that in terms of key moon phases to look for abundance?
I always look at for Ganesha. So the 4th and the 14th moon is that was the 14th moon was a secret moon that Babaji recently revealed. And
so for removing obstacles in particular for wealth, and this is what our folks want to do, you want to tune into the 4th and the 14th moon phase. Yeah.
So that's and it's a big deal to remove obstacles that are blocking wealth. Yeah. And it's also, and astrology teaches you there's time to remove obstacles and there's times to be available for wealth and to let it flow into your life. So that's also the difference between there's the 13th moon, which is the Pradosha moon. So that's very important for removing obstacles that are blocking wealth. And then on that's more of a waxing moon, 13th moon. So it gets rid of the obstacles that block gifts that are coming to you. So there are those. And then on the other side is the other 13th moon is block wealth from leaving you. So there's different types of karma that are different, however they manifest in our life. So we want to, and each moon phase is also, as it goes on, each 13th moon, it happens twice a year, but it's always a different nakshatra. So really in a year,
you meant to say
twice a month, but it's different nakshatra, all 12 months. So there's never a repeating, just like there is never, the full moon is different every month. It shifts. So the last full moon was, what was that? Purvabhadra, I believe. I might be, or Uttarabhadra. And the next one will be in, no, it was Bharani, I believe. It was in Pisces, and the next one will be in Aries. So it shifts. So every month during the year, the full moon and the new moon shifts from sign to sign. So it's just becoming conscious of that. It's very, and there is a different quality to it.
So let's move on to the birth stars. So folks, it's a nakshatra or birth star, and it's the same thing, just different wording. And there are certain ones. People are asking in chat, what are the billionaire birth stars? So that's one question. And then what are the other ones that we should look out for that help with Shrimbrzi manifesting?
The billionaire birth stars, one is Bill Gates' birth star. That's Uttarabhadrapada up there in Pisces. It's a very powerful nakshatra. It gets to the depth. Another one is Vishaka. That's the one in Libra. So is Chitra, another one in Libra. Libra is considered the business person's sign. So when they talk about the scale, I used to think it was justice, and they would see even seven. No, it's commerce. It's like you're getting something going. So it is truly a business nakshatra in balance. Kritika, not Kritika, but not that it's. So those are three. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Uttarabhadrapada, Vishaka, and Chitra are billionaires.
And so what are the Shrimbrzi ones? Those are the billionaire
the big Shrimbrzi Lakshmi is Bharani, which is today. That's a very powerful nakshatra. It's a nakshatra that represents life and death. So it knows how to bring something from one. Brizi is actually manifesting from the unmanifest into the physical. So that's part of the mantra power. Is it's bringing in to this dimension, so you can manifest your desire.
Birthing. Dr.
So that's it's birthing.
That Brizi is a birth.
Birth. So you're taking something from the unmanifest dimension into this dimension, but also it is a death. So it's taking, you know, as something leaves one dimension and the other, where it leads, there's a death. So it's also, you can create the death of poverty in your life. So that's so you use these nakshatras, and there, along with that life and death, is intensity. It is not. You will read in the it's out there on in the websites. You'll read that Bharani is a balanced nakshatra, hot, cold. It's not. It's either very hot or very cold. There's no balance in Bharani. So it's very intense. But with that intensity, black, white, comes a clarity. So you don't, Bharani people do not exist in a gray zone. They are either, so their life is happening or it's not happening. So, yeah. The other one is, Venus is Purva Falguni. It is, and what happens with Lakshmi, it's not just about abundance. It's a very creative nakshatra. You'll see a lot of artists have Purva Falguni, because it's about creating. It's about bringing something into this dimension. And it doesn't come, it's not actually intellectual. It's a feeling, it's emotion. And that's why the artists are so emotional. They're bringing life into this dimension. It's not a thought. Yet it's very technical. And then also there's three, each planet rules 3 nakshatras, and the third one for Venus would be Purva, it's just Purva Ashada. That's in Sagittarius. And that's unbeatable. That is victory against incredible odds. So people who have Purva Ashada nakshatras have a power in them that they can't imagine. So you read about these people who have experiences in life that are like, oh man, forget it, I would be gone. But these are people, but when their backs get up against the wall, or even through the wall, they come back stronger than ever, because there is a will in them that just can't be defeated. So and that brings wealth, yeah. And so it's a great quality to to tap into. And on that birth star, you just tune into that birth star, that quality starts to come into you.
That's fantastic. Okay, great. So folks, you have some really good tools here on how to, kind of first layer mapping of which time Shaktis, time energies can help you manifest better, can help you tune into Shri Brizi better. And they're listing in the chat. Thank you so much, Vali, for doing that for us. And we'll send a recap out to everyone. So far we have Venus Fridays, Venus Horas throughout every day. We have the 3 different birth stars, and we have 3 different moon phases. And the last thing you want to touch upon is astrology manifesting in Shri Brizi. Is there anything else you'd like to reveal about that topic?
Well, the manifesting is personal. And what I'd say is, part of when you commit to what you want to manifest in your life, and for myself, I needed to commit to many things, because I would find something that I thought I wanted, and as I committed to it, I realized, oh, this isn't what I wanted to do. This isn't what I was really want. So that's okay. The manifestation can change. So, but as you manifest and as you tune in, you'll know you're tuning into Lakshmi, because Lakshmi brings focus, and not just focus. She brings in this that feeling of I must have it. And so there's a clarity that comes, there's a building that comes, and there's a pressure to bring it forward. It needs to happen. It's not a nice to have, it's a must to have. And so, and also the manifestation and should scare you a little bit, because you're increasing your consciousness. It's not a manifestation of, oh, I'd like this. It's like, you know, the knees should, you know, secretly be shaking. It's like, I don't know if I can do this.
Yeah.
But I gotta have it. And the only way you can bring something like that into this world is you have to tap into the divine.
Yeah.
So the you know, it doesn't matter. You know, for me, I don't know, this years ago when I bought a house, that was a manifestation that was, that definitely had me shaking. And yet when it was done, it changed me. So the manifestation process will change you. And so then you go into another level with it, and you keep growing with that, and you start, and a relationship develops with Lakshmi. And so it keeps growing. But I can tell you, and with the goddess and with the divine beings, there is no getting familiar with them, because they are a mysterious force, but they bring life into your life when they start communicating, and the reality is there. So as an astrologer, I'll just, this is a little bit of a diversion, which I know you love, is when you, yeah, but when you tune the inner dimension as an astrologer in the West, when I went, the disbelief in astrology is pervasive. And so the beauty of going to India was the belief in astrology is pervasive.
Yeah.
And so, but they're in touch with truth, because astrology is real. And that's something that I've come back with from India, is that reality is there. And it's more important is because it keeps giving, it keeps bringing new life into this life, into the material dimension. Whereas you can have everything you want, but if your inner life is out, then you're just, then it's dead. Yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's and let's see. Yeah. And that's, yeah, I think that's
I love that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Because this is helping a lot of the people who have been, you know, following along with the shrinking activities so far. And then we have a lot of people who have also joined the Wealth Rising program, and they are experiencing exactly what you said, which is the goddess is coming into their life and stuff is changing, like so quickly. Like, we just started this program technically on last Sunday. So it's been this is the 7th day today. And starting from day one, people have been posting on Facebook group, miracles that are happening to them, shifts that are occurring in their life automatically without them even trying. It's just this whirlwind of like, oh my God, I had no idea it would all happen so quickly. And that is the power of this being behind Dr. Pillai, his empowerment of Srimurti and Lakshmi descending into the lives of people. And it's just so incredible to watch, and love your explanation of helping, I think, everyone understand how this all comes together, that we do not get farther in our lives without divine intervention. And so coupling our practice with our awareness, removing the cobwebs and creating clarity and consciousness about astrology, about time energies, about when the best time is to do certain things, and then allowing that divine intervention into our lives to really accelerate things. And that's what's happening to these folks. And you know, to a lot of people that I know who've been around Dr. Pillai for many years, but it's so amazing to witness all of these beautiful things happening. So
it's actually reminded me of it's kind of like the importance of having your manifestation in your mind and in your heart. It's actually more important to have it in your heart.
Yeah.
As you create that. The story Baba gave a long time ago about the Jinjamani gem, it's the gem, the wish-fulfilling gem. So this king wanted this gem. So he went to his guru, and the guru said, okay, do this meditation. He said, it takes 100 lifetimes, but, you know, we'll empower you to, you know, so go do this. And so the guy sat down, and he had the mantra, and he started doing the chant, and this gem appeared before him, like day one. And he was like, well, this can't be true because it takes 100 years of meditation.
Right.
So he ignored it, and then he went on. And then the next time he saw his guru, the guru was really excited. He goes, so? He goes, what? He goes, the gem. He goes, well, it wasn't real. I knew it was a fake. He goes, you idiot. You just, I can't. So don't put a timeline on when the god, the goddesses, or the divine can bless you. It can be today.
Yeah.
It's a blink. It's not hard for them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And don't discount it when it does.
Yeah.
That's the other thing I keep saying in the program is like, every miracle counts, count every miracle. I'll say that every single day, because we start getting like, oh, like you said, the doubt is pervasive, you know, and it's like the inside of the faith is pervasive. It's a miracle. And I feel like that's the container that's being created in this program, which is incredible. And people are really stepping into it. And all the things that you said are also happening, like that fear, like, oh, like I'm going to have to manifest. Like what if this manifestation does come true? Then what does that mean about me, my identity? How does that explode my life? Like we need to be prepared for that to happen and open for that.
Well, I'll just say when your life explodes from a manifestation, it's a good thing. It'll explode in a good way.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So we're going to get into coaching real quick, but there are a lot of questions. So just to give everyone kind of like a update on what's up here. So we finished that educational portion.
Okay.
We're going to send out notes to everyone. This recording will be available to everyone. Wealth Rising is still open until 11 p.m. Pacific time tonight, and that's about 12 hours from now that you can still register. And the next meeting, the next teaching call is tomorrow morning in U.S. time. So, but after tonight, we're going to close the cart for 6 months, because we have a very specifically designed course that is going to be rolled out week by week in different teachings, so that you're able to absorb each of it more easily without being overwhelmed. And we're going to keep you on this ride for 6 months. So if you are anyone out there still on the fence, then you can still join for about 12 hours now. And Shakti put the link in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Cool. And now we're going to talk a little bit about astrological coaching and readings. I have to say that I'm a big fan of these. I've been getting them for years, ever since Dr. Pillai recommended it. Recently, I had a reading with Michael Raja here, and it was fabulous. It helped me to understand what is going on right now in my life. What is the dynamic that's going to help me? What is the dynamic that I need to understand can cause challenges for me to be aware of these things? And not only just this moment, but really for the next 6 months or a year, depending on, you know, the reading that you have with your astrologer. And I usually like to get a little preview of about at least 6 months, so that you know where you're going, and then you have another one in another 6 months. That's something I highly recommend we do. But let's hear from the expert himself on the benefits of astrological coaching.
Well, the astrological coaching makes the time Shaktis personal. You start to see like how it is, and in the reading, it's not you don't hear something like out of line. The planets are the planets are creating your life. There's nothing in your life that's not happening through the planets. So this is not something we're unfamiliar with. What you're unfamiliar with is the language of astrology. So my job is to make it meaningful, and so that you can start to recognize how a planet has been working in your life, and how to quickly bring a planet that is difficult into alignment, and find out which planets are ruling you the most, because it changes. There's an astrological clock, and one planet will own you for 20 years or 6, depending on the length of the planet. And that's the time. If you have an exalted planet, let's say an exalted sun, and it's running for 6 years, you got to hit the ground running.
Because that's not going to last. That's the thing that you helped me understand, is like, that's not going to last. Like, you want to get on that boat, you better get on it, like now. Because this little great thing you got going on is not going to be there forever.
And so the exciting, and I just want to say this Stream Breezy program that Babaji is doing it's re-inspired me. And that alone is a miracle. And
that's the goal.
That's it. It's it. And one of the things he said is he's done these programs for many years, and this one he is committed. He wants to see a 90% success rate. Yeah. And when I heard that, I said I want to create a coaching vehicle that allows you to be part of that 90%, because it matters. And the reason you use coaching is so that you can, you know, like all the professional sports, they all have a coach because they want to maximize their time. And they want, you know, they can say, okay, this is what's happening. There's to have another set of eyes to help you achieve your manifestation. I won't give you your manifestation, but I can help you hone it in. One of the things that I'm thinking of doing, I'll bounce this. This is a pop quiz, Jared, if you would think this would be helpful, but I used to do Shreem Breezy calls where we'd chant Shreem Breezy for 10,000 times.
Wow.
And that's an effort. It's a couple hours. And I can tell you, you get, after chanting Shreem Breezy 10,000 times, you'll actually hear Goddess Lakshmi chanting with you. And then you get to a place where you don't even know what you're saying, because it's like your mind starts to shut down.
Right.
You go into the dimension, you start to connect with Shreem Breezy, then she's with you.
Right. So
you do this during these power times, and it's just, you know, it just brings in this consciousness. So you do the.
So people are saying yes, they want that.
Okay, JR, set it up, and you can start doing that.
That's your idea.
No, it's So it is powerful. So that's something that I'll look at the time. I'll pick a power time, and we'll see about when to start that.
Great.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
That's
so
fantastic.
And so in the coaching, it's the same thing. It's what is it you want to manifest, and start to kind of just break it down. When do you want it to happen? You know, things like that. These are just kind of classic goal setting.
Yeah.
But you empower it with the goddess.
Yeah.
And so then and the goddess, why do you want to empower it with goddess? It's kind of like because it makes it manifest faster. It's kind of like you put water into the refrigerator and you have a party in 10 minutes and you're like, oh, I need ice now. And you know, you just put it on super freeze and it comes out. It's done. So the goddess can do that. She has the technology.
Right.
So you're just tuning into that.
Great. So I love what you said about helping people to align with how to help them manifest more quickly, and how to help them be that 90% of the success rate that Dr. Pillai has for all of us in this program. And is there any other key points you want to make about the coaching part, and then we're going to move on to some questions.
Okay. Well, part of the coaching is also identifying the obstacles. There are, you know, I mean, it's easy to see in a chart if like, oh, your ancestors, you need to take care of your ancestors. We all need to take care of our ancestors.
Right.
Some of us are more affected by our ancestors than others.
Right.
And so you can see if that's happening and if there's particular problems. And I mean, there are certain, you know, I can see a chart and it's like, oh, you need, you know, we need to bump this up to a higher level. There are certain programs that Baba has that are very powerful for clearing like really difficult karmas.
Right.
So that's kind of out of my pay range. So but if I see it and if I can assess that it will help, then I would recommend moving. Yeah. But there is so much that we can do.
Yeah.
And really, I like Carl Jung has a saying, and that is, that which remains unconscious becomes your fate. So the more conscious we become, the less we are driven by fate. In astrology, one thing astrology is not, it's not about being fated to experience something. It's about being conscious so that you can experience the life that your soul is here to experience. So we are here about getting rid of obstacles and also bringing in new life so that you live a vibrant life, an abundant life.
Yeah. Amen to that. Thank you so much. So we're going to take some questions now. So folks, now there's been a bunch of questions running through. Vali, you've been amazing at answering. So specific to this webinar, what are your questions? And while I'm waiting for those, Raja, and folks out there, for the coaching and the astrology reading, what you're getting is a personalized look at how you can do things at home, or and also know about like the inner workings of your destiny, right? Like how the planets are affecting you. Are your ancestors really heavy on you? Are there things you personally need to look out for? It's just so useful in working out the details of, it's unlike anything else. It's really, you can't really, if you try to have a goal that isn't aligned with your astrological chart, you're pretty much just hitting a wall. And this is what one of the great things I've learned from Dr. Bly is like, I want to go do that. Well, that's not in your chart. Like, why would you ever try to go do that? That's ridiculous. And he's told that to people. Like, someone's like, I want to be an actor. She's like, no, you're never going to be an actor. It's not in your chart, and it's never going to, so he's very straightforward.
Yes.
And in order to do something that isn't already aligned with the energies for you and aligned with your chart, you have to do a bunch of remedies. You have to do work. And so if you are really committed to that, sure, go for it. But then here's a bunch of stuff you need to do to make that happen.
Yeah, that's actually one of the keys.
Your thing that's already kind of in your flow that could manifest more quickly for you. So really priceless to know what that is, right?
Yeah,
okay.
That's one of the keys for astrology, is to align with your, and to bring forth what your purpose is. To
right.
Into that.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, we have some questions. Let's see if I can grab these. Are there specific types of goals to do during the Shrimberzi star and power times? Good question. Are there specific types of goals to do, I guess, or activities to do during Shrimberzi stars and power times? Raja?
I'm not, I don't necessarily understand what they mean by types of goals.
Type of goals, I would think maybe, Sweta, maybe that means more of activities.
But it's what I use the Shrimberzi for is when the Venus Hora comes in, I will chant Shrimberzi to bring that up. But also I hold what I want to manifest in my mind. And I usually keep the number of things that I want to manifest to like 1, maybe 2, just, because it's like get a real focus. Of course, there are certain things you may need that are kind of smaller, like, oh, I need this for today. But the big kind of life arch goal, I keep that to one thing. And then there might be smaller manifestations that I need to support that one big manifestation.
Right. So yeah, so basically, to answer that's perfect. And then also anything having to do with manifesting is really good to do during those power times, right? So anything having to do with the creative force, because Venus, and we're calling on Shrimberzi and Lakshmi to empower that. So that's during Venus horas or full moons, I take that opportunity to say, oh, okay, this is where I'm going to really put more concentration in on my goals, and keeping it to very specific and not so many, no more than 3, just because we get all.
Now I have for example, what I use, and this is just, it's a little easier because it's is when I'm working on a specific project, let's say for Venus or for the planets, I'll wait for that planet hora or for the nakshatra of that day to actually research or write up on that planet or nakshatra. Because then the energy is available and they can tune into that.
Great.
So I don't know if that relates to other people's projects, but it's that's how as you find out when there's a good planet or a bad planet for you, if you find a bad planet is running, you might want to wait until it shifts, because time. That's the other thing. Time changes. So yeah.
All right. Some more questions. So Wayne is asking, do we contact Bly Center for personal coaching? Yes. So we're actually still getting this all set up. We didn't even have it ready yet. So just contact office@blycenter.com with questions about that. And Raja will be set up soon as a coach, and a few other people will as well. So we'll have that available to you very soon. Everything's just like manifesting quickly. We can't keep it up. Another person's asking if we join Wealth Rising, when are there astrology readings? You're getting an astrology, if you join Wealth Rising, you get a 30-minute astrology reading. If you paid in full, it's at the beginning of your program. If you didn't, if you're paid monthly, then it comes around 3 months from now. And
an email will be going out with the thing so that you can sign up.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. How does Streamberg course work means does Dr. Pillai teach the course? Dr. Pillai records 3 teachings and meditations throughout the 6-month period. So every 2 months, you receive a new teaching and meditation from him. And if you're skeptical about recordings, oh my God, people are just like, the first time they were like off, like people are like, the first time I listened to this, my entire body was vibrating, and like the next day my sales went up. It was like, so it's not about, he's pushing his energy through this course in an intense way. So yeah, he's teaching the course. Myself and another and a couple other teachers are facilitating and keeping it going to help keep you inspired and drip feed some additional content for you throughout those 6 months. We have great astrologers who are working with us, like Bali, Raja, Lalita, Paru is another teacher, Sucharita. So wonderful group of support, and then Dr. Pillai is the mastermind. Okay, another question. Didn't understand how to manifest fast. Basically, how to manifest fast is to use the time Shaktis, to use the time energies to accelerate what it is that helps to be done during that period of time. So setting your goals, taking action, things of that nature. Right? If you have anything else to add, Raja.
Yeah, what I'd say when to manifest fast is when a divine being, a god or a goddess, responds to your request.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's happened to me, and it's so fast. It's actually, I was like the guy sitting there going, I don't believe it, because it was just instant. It was like from not having it in my life, it was there.
Yeah.
And it was like, and learning, so it's our lives are not difficult for them, but there is a part of surrendering and connecting and dropping the one thing I would say with manifestation and with the gods and goddesses, don't tell them how to do it. Just put in your request. Let them, they can do it. They can deliver it a lot faster than through like, oh, it has to be through this. I have to get my, they know very quick. Yeah.
I love that answer. How to manifest fast through divine beings, through the gods and goddesses. Yeah. And they know better than us.
And they also know if what
you missed the Venus Hora of the day. What's the next, is there another next best time? The
Venus Hora, as all Horas, they come 3 times a day because it's 24 hours, so they'll appear 3 times, maybe a little bit more because there's the tail end. But so you can wait, but the manifestation, probably the times you don't want to manifest, depends on your chart really. But Saturn is not like necessarily a great time for manifesting because it's slow, but Saturn is great for manifesting something that's going to last. So when you create something under Saturn, it lasts, and it has a foundation that goes for your whole life. So it's just, so those are the things. But if you're inspired to chant or whatever, go and chant. It's always a good time to connect with the gods and goddesses and to go inward.
Okay, good. Let's see, there's so many questions. I'm trying to scan real quick. Oh, there's not that many. Okay. Is there a particular way to ask? Like, for example, I want to manifest $8,500 in monthly income. Please deliver it to me. So is there a particular way to ask? I'll give you, you tell me what you think and I'll tell them what I think. Go ahead, Raja. Okay,
go ahead.
Oh, you want me to go first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so my technique is that I get specific, like, okay, and if it's a particular goal or project, I say I want to have this type of outcome, and I usually give it a date, like by this time, and that fulfills my logical like desire for knowing. But then I give it up to God and I say, but you know what's best for me, so please give me what I need and when, based on what you see.
Yeah. So it's in line with that. I agree with I think it's depending on your chart. So for me, I'm not manifested by a number. So I understand the need of 8,500 a month. That's what I want to do. But is your mind being driven by that? Because that's a need you have. But what I work on is the manifestation of the heart. I want to create this in my life, and then the revenue that needed to make that just kind of starts to come in. So it's like, so there's I'm aware of it, but it's not driving, because that doesn't kick my heart out. It just keeps me in my mind, and I'm stuck in my mind more than enough. So, and the mind is a minefield. It's full of fear, doubt, and so the more I can reduce that quality in my life, the better. And the more I can increase my heart, the more then I'm up out of bed in the morning and kind of making things happen. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, so that's great. So Charles, who asked this, tap into, what does it feel like for you to make $8,500 a month? What freedom would that afford you? What's that going to look like? How do you get to spend that with or how on your friends or family or charity, right? Like, what is it creating for you? Be in that moment now, create. And this is also what I do when I'm manifesting. It's like I create a bubble of this visualization of me inside of that occurrence, right? That situation has already happened, and I'm in it, and I'm living it, and I'm living it, and I'm living it, and I'm like, that's the meditation. And then when I've done that, like with, oh my God, like heart and soul, it has happened quickly. So
you're always manifesting. That's the other thing, is we're never not manifesting,
right? And
so if what's in your life you're not happy with, it's like, oh, I've got to be more conscious of what I'm holding in my mind for my life. That's been my big lesson. So yeah.
Okay, good. That's really exactly. Someone is asking, is it more efficient to do Tarpon on Saturday on Saturn Hora?
It's good to do Tarpanum. What you want to do is, the most powerful time is to do Tarpanum. There's 3 times a year, and that's during the they're slipping, but there's these new moons. There's 3 new moons where it's powerful, but it's good to do it every day during the day. Like how I do it is it's a routine that I do. So I do it right when I wake up, take my shower, then I do my Tarpanum. Boom, done. I don't have to think about it. But on the power times, new moons, you definitely want to do it. And then there are 3 new moons, which is Tayam, Namsia. All the other 2 we just did the
Masimaga.
Masimaga is a powerful one, and then also the Mahalaya.
Right.
And so these are power times. And then when you connect, and for those of you who are sensitive to your ancestors, and I know people who they feel the ancestors come into their body, it's critical for them to do it. So it's once again, it's personal.
Yeah, and thank you. And we will get in the course. We're going to get into specifically and more details about Tarpanam and ancestors and things like that too. So someone is asking about, can we give 2 examples, or can we give examples of what we have manifested? I can do whenever you're ready, Raja. And then I can
go ahead. Let's
Okay,
you go first.
A couple things. There's one of my favorite stories is manifesting the house that I bought many years ago, and I was studying with Dr. Pillai for a few years at that time. I think this was, well, maybe 5 years, something like that, or 6 years. But anyway, I knew I wanted to buy a house. I was really, really into it, and so. Well, I was commuting, and in my commute I would drive, and I would just think about this house, and I would think about what it felt like, and I think about what it looked like. It was my favorite thing to think about. And so not only during a meditation was I creating this visualization or like putting myself already in the scenario, but I was doing it at my spare time because it was just more fun than thinking about anything else. Like, why not think about this beautiful house I'm going to live in? And I imagined exactly what I wanted. I wanted it on water. I wanted trees. I wanted rocks. Like, so I knew like how I wanted to feel, and I knew the positioning. I knew I wanted to feel like just like freedom when I went there. And my boyfriend at the time he's very logical, and he was just like, there's no way you have enough money in the bank to afford the house that you want to buy. And I was like, no, but you don't understand magic and miracles. And he's like, okay, but I do know what your bank account looks like, and I do know it's nearly impossible for you to buy that house. And I was like, no, whatever. So I just stayed focused. I went with a realtor, looked at houses, and then this one, I didn't even go into the house. I just walked out into the dock because it was water, and I just fell in love, like with the emotion, the feeling of being there. And then I went and saw the house. I'm like, oh, it's okay. It's an okay house. It was right on this beautiful, large lake. It had trees, it had rocks, it had everything that I had imagined. And then I made a bid on it, which was $25,000 less than their asking price. They took it, which was pretty, that was pretty aggressive for an offer. They took the offer. Then I still didn't quite have enough for the down payment. My boyfriend was right. But I was just, I kept chanting and I kept visualizing, and I knew something would happen. And it had a bad septic. And instead of making them fix it, I asked for a concession, which means they had to then put $35,000, take $35,000 off of the price for the septic. But what happened was this really weird miracle I've never seen since then happen in real estate, which is the bank allowed me to still keep my loan at the original amount of the price agreement of the house. They just used that $35,000 as the down payment, like as cash. And then I only had to come to the table with about, I think maybe $10,000 or $15,000, I don't remember, at the closing. And I had that. So like miracle occurred, and came home with the key, and my boyfriend was like, all right, you did it, and it was Dr. Ply's, it was chanting. There were so many miracles inside of this purchase of this house, like even just getting the right loan interest rate. Like I was working with this loan officer, and he was like, I don't know, it's going to be whatever. I forget what it was. 4.5%. This is many years ago, so interest rates were different. 4.5%. I was like, no way, I'm not going to pay that. So then I just I literally was chanting, and then just imagining like 3.9 or 4. Like I was imagining that number. And then I called him back, and he was like, you're not going to believe this, but whatever, it's 3.9. And I was like, all right, cool. So like, I'll take it. And then years later, after so I get the house, and Dr. Ply, like the way he does, like immediately after I buy it, he's like, you should sell it. And I was like, are you kidding me? This is what I created. And then, so he already planted the seeds. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to sell this house at some point. And then lo and behold, I kind of got tired of being a homeowner. It's a lot of work. And a couple years later, I sold it, and it just so happened that was when the market spiked. I bought it when it was like normal, and then it spiked, and the house went up in value a lot, like 80%, 70%, something like that. And I sold it at that moment, and another huge miracle that it was sold. It sold quickly, easily, and for a lot more money than I paid for it. I mean, I put money into it too. I fixed it up a lot. And yeah, so that's like one of my favorite testimonials.
Oh, that's great. It has all the hallmarks. You were engaged.
Yeah.
You had numbers in mind,
Mm-hmm.
but you could feel when you see the easy things and impossible stuff happen, the divine is working with you.
Yeah.
So yeah, myself, I've actually, what recently happened is manifestation with astrology. I've just, I love astrology, and I want to bring it to people in a way that is meaningful, and in a way, and it's just been this year, something changed, and it's gone from, I've gone more and more from being a very intellectual astrologer, and it's more heart-based. Mm. So when I connect with people, I I feel somebody, I feel the planets coming through. And that's very fulfilling for me. Not only do the planets come through, I feel Babaji coming through. And I know he does that with all the astrologers. But I know I did more blocking because I was thinking too much. So somehow, you know, and this was somehow my mind got shut down, but that allows it to work better. So, so the manifestations can be materially in life, but, and it's not just with the readings. I find that that's actually carried through life. And that's, so for me, life is a lot more, it's like, oh, you know, connecting with people, seeing the divine in people. And then when I see someone, it's kind of a gift. I see the planets, and so I recognize that, and it's so it's easier to like, oh, you know, like let's, you know, there's so much people are, it's confounding how much power we have, and yet we just stop it with our minds. So so that's and in this Stream Breezy class that Babaji is offering, Dr. Pillai, it is such a gift. You are, there is so, this is pure, you know, platinum plasma. It is just overflowing with possibility when you tap into this, to not only change your outer circumstances, but it completely changes your inner circumstances.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Thank you for saying that. That's been happening a lot with the group and myself as well. So, so there's a few more questions, then we're going to wrap it up. And doing our best to stay pretty focused, but we're not doing a great job. Okay, so someone asks, is visualization necessary while chanting Shri Mursi? It's not necessary, as Dr. Pillai would say. You know, there's many different methods of chanting. You could be chanting, just getting the mantra into the mind is very important. But when you're doing your meditation, or like I did, like what I said, when I was driving or something to that effect, visualizing and chanting Shri Mursi is more effective. So Raja, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would say with your manifestation, the more you write it down, the more precise you get with it. Or as Babaji would say, you need to taste it, feel it, smell it. As more real it becomes, the faster it's going to come into reality. And the divine will come, the God or goddess, but there is a problem. When the God or goddess appears to you, your reaction is going to be awe. Just awe, and you will completely forget your manifestation. So it'll be gone. So what you need to do is have your little note so you can read it. I need this. So, because then it happens fast. And that's it.
Perfect. Thank you. Someone's asking, can bad karma be removed by chanting Shri Mursi? Yes, Dr. Pillai already said that. Let's see, anything else? Someone says, I have cried so much this week since joining the program. Such a cleansing. Yeah. Amen. I've experienced a lot of emotions, and it's been very exciting. Just the infusion of the goddess has been incredible. Incredible. Like, I've never felt so much in my whole life. So this is, and Raja, you said it, like this, Dr. Pillai has really put the platinum, you know, the platinum program out there, and for like not platinum prices, you know, like this is the best bargain ever. And I'm just so thrilled at, you know, the results. Don't
confuse the price with the quality.
Yeah, exactly. This is called a bargain. And so, like I said, folks, tonight we're going to be closing the cart because we do want to make sure everyone who's in it is for 6 months. And so after tonight, you'll have to wait for 6 months, and hopefully we'll have another course, but that's up to Dr. Pillai as well. Let's see. Any other questions? Love your examples. Thank you. When you are doing it, does bad things seem to happen, like loss of money? Okay, so someone's asking if If when chanting Shri Brzi, could something bad happen, like a loss of money?
The Shri Brzi is not causing the loss of money.
Right.
Loss of money was already happening. So what often happens is, and I've experienced it, is when we all feel when bad karma is coming. And some of us are more conscious. And so then you kind of, up the game of, you're trying to avoid it. So the Shri Brzi can minimize it. And sometimes it can completely cancel it. It depends on the karma. So there are some karmas that are really hard to get rid of. The more manifest a karma is in your life, the more difficult it is. So it's better to kind of like get ahead of the curve and move. As I like Dr. Pillai is like, once the bullet is fired, the only thing you can do is get out of the way. You don't have to move much. It can just be an inch, but you need to know the bullet's coming. So that's where you can look at the chart. You can see and you do it, and you see where the planets are. So Shri Brzi, though, will connect you to Goddess Lakshmi, and she not only brings the abundance of material wealth, but just beauty of all types and protection. So you're not in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And that sometimes the cleansing does happen, where this purging is occurring, and like you said, it was already going to happen, but it may happen a little faster because now you're accelerating your karma.
And there's also, every life is different, but not all money is the same. Maybe you got some money that has some horrendous karma attached to it, and it's a gift for it to go away from you. So that's also, life is it's not a simple bank balance. Yeah.
Someone's asking, how intertwined is karma and astrology? Very. The short answer.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good answer.
Everything?
Everything, yeah. They'll say, oh, Saturn's a karmic planet. All the planets are karmic. There is nothing that is not karma. We are karma. That's actually there's nothing that is not karma in our life. Yeah. But the goddess can bring new life and new to this karma. Yes, she can.
So someone's asking, what about the significance of Sun and Mercury horas? Do they play a part in wealth?
I would have to, I don't quite, Sun in Mercury hora?
No, Sun and, like Sun hora and Mercury hora. How do they play Oh,
well, it would depend on your chart. That's personal. All the planets, any one of the planets can bring tremendous wealth into there's not one planet that cannot. So they can all bring in tremendous wealth. Mercury is very powerful. Sun, of course, is very powerful for bringing in wealth. So depending on your chart, where is it in your chart? Is it able to bring in? Because the planets are the producers, and they produce what they are ruling over in your chart.
Right. Okay, it looks like we kind of covered all of our questions. Shri Brzi is removing all kinds of bad karma or just bad financial? All kinds.
All kinds, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it for now, folks. Thank you so much for attending. Someone's asking, would just the coaching work without the program?
It depends on the person, but I would recommend the program, because just coaching is it's just not the same. And honestly, I give readings to people who are not really following Babaji, and their charts are flat. It's very rare that that I come across like a this is not to, but it's just like, oh, you can feel the grace is not there. So why if this is something that's important to you, I'd say the program does not need the coaching. That's true, but coaching.
Well, it can. People in the program can do coaching because it's more personal.
It's more personal. It helps. I like to have coaching. I like I would say that, but the program is just it's just beyond words.
Someone says the program is life-changing. Do it. Yeah,
Good answer. Okay.
And also want folks to know, we've been talking about the time energies and touching upon remedies a little bit. There are remedies that are included in your program. So even at that low price, for 6 months, you get remedies. At the silver level, you're receiving the 2 karma busting, so that's 13th moon remedies done for you in India, as well as full moon fire labs. And then the gold, I don't remember everything that's in the gold, but it's that and some more. I think maybe we also have the ancestor offering for new moon.
Wow.
But yeah, it's
Okay.
you're getting a very well-rounded program. The content, the teachings from Dr. Ply alone are worth everything. And then you get the group engagement multi times per week. We have ongoing calls. There's weekly fire labs that are being streamed from the United States to people in the program only available there. Inspirational Monday calls, the teaching calls on Sundays. And then every week we're drip feeding some new content for you to absorb. And this week, tomorrow, we're going to go over karma. So one of the things we are going to talk about, the different types of karma, and astrological being one of them, and then what you do about it. So we go into a lot more detail and really help people hone in on seeing, or understanding Dr. Ply's teachings, as well as taking action on that.
And I'd say when you mentioned the types of karma, what astrology teaches is karma unfolds in our life at different times. So what we point out is the karma that you need to deal with right today is the karma that's unfolding today, and maybe tomorrow. But we don't have to worry about 10 years from now. So we only focus on the now, and we don't have to worry about the past. Mm-hmm. So it's just right now, and that makes a huge difference. Otherwise, it's overwhelming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Cool. I think that's it. Everyone's posting a few more questions. How do we do a personal chart reading? You can go to AstroVed and get a chart reading. We're also going to be putting up astrological coaching on Ply Center, and that'll be out this week, and I'll announce that, and we'll send an email for everyone to take advantage of that. And Raja will be, of course, one of our coaches. And thank you so much, Raja, for joining. Thank you, everyone.
This was fun.
We had almost 200 people on the beginning of the call. We're waning now because we've been doing this for a while. Yeah. But thanks to all those over 100 still with us. And thank you to Dr. Ply and Lakshmi and Shri Z for making this all possible, because we are really in this revolution. I call it my Shri Z revolution that is occurring, and Lakshmi, Dr. Ply, Vishwamitra are really making an impact on the planet, and all of you people who are participating, whether you're in the program or in the free groups, you're doing it, and that's amazing. And thank you, Raja, for giving us insight into the astrology and how we can use Shri Z even more effectively now with astrology.
Great. Okay, thank you, Jay Radha, for hosting. Doing a great job. Okay.
Thank you. All right, folks. We'll talk to you soon. Namaste.
Namaste.
Prosperity and poverty are not given to you by others. You give prosperity to yourself, you give poverty to yourself. It's unfortunate that most people give poverty to themselves. So what are you going to do? They have to understand that it is all in your mental makeup. It is all in your attitude. You should keep changing your attitudes. The easiest way to change your attitude on a daily basis is just to understand the daily flow of time on an hourly basis based on the horas. The horas are time slots occupied by the planets with their time and content frequencies. Go and download the app from AstroVed for Hora, and then check for yourself how your attitudes are governed by the time frequencies. You will see this knowledge quite enlightening and also be very practical. God bless.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this special live event with Dr. Pillai and guests. Today's show is the first event in our Collective Wisdom series, where Dr. Pillai will be joined by notable leaders who are teachers, doctors, business people, and researchers representing various wisdom traditions around the world. Our series today is Jewish and Yogic Power Sounds, a collaborative global online forum where Dr. Pillai will be talking about the exemplary nature of the Jewish people and their shared origin in the sacred sound tradition. And next we'll be exploring the Christian wisdom tradition. Now, our ultimate goal is to enliven the collective consciousness of the world so that we can work hand in hand in order to awaken the superintelligence of all and create a new world that Dr. Pillai refers to as heaven on earth. So now, back to the exemplary nature of the Jewish people. As we know, they excel in all realms: Hollywood, business, science, and politics. Just to share with you a few facts and statistics, even though the Jewish people comprise 2 to 3% of the American population, they comprise 50% of the top 200 intellectuals, 40% of Nobel laureates in science and economics, and almost 60% of the writers, producers, and directors in the top Hollywood, the top 50 Hollywood movies. So Dr. Pillai explains this extraordinary achievement with an innovative concept that he refers to as the wisdom gene. And the foundation of the wisdom gene is the knowledge and use of sacred sounds that were revealed in ancient times. So for this show today, Dr. Pillai will be joined by Shlomo Shoham, a retired judge who served as the first commissioner of Future Generations and authored the book Future Intelligence, a project in conjunction with the Israeli Parliament. We also have Eliana Gilad, an international speaker and vocal coach who has helped many to express their authentic voice and power through what she calls as wordless singing. And we also have Doron Lipstein, an entrepreneur who has brought universal meditation to over 1 million people in a very unique global online format. So to begin our first show, I'll invite Dr. Pillai, international speaker and global thought leader, to share with us an introductory glimpse into his overarching vision of how we can create a new world of peace, love, and prosperity for all through awakening the superintelligence of humanity, which is our birthright. Dr. Pillai, thank you so much for joining the show today, and can you share your inspiring vision with us?
Welcome to everyone on the show. First, I just want to emphasize what the show is about. And I'm going to continue to do this forever in my life, as I have mentioned in the last show. So the show is about wisdom. But although I know very well that there is a possibility for racial prejudice, but let me make that very clear to you. This has nothing to do with racialism. Although I talk about two communities predominantly, the Jewish community on the one hand and the yogic communities as represented by the Brahmins in India. The question that I have asked is, why are they excelling in every area of life? What's the reason behind it? It's certainly about genes, but I'm not a geneticist. Although I'm going to explain that to you in a scientific way of how the genes are different. And why are they different? And what can we do? Let me briefly tell you how all this got started in my life. And those of my students who have been watching this will know that for the past 8 to 10 months, I have been increasingly involved in trying to find a solution for the global problem of the 99% of the people. 99% of the people are poor. And this started with the famous movement called Occupy the Wall Street. They started out with the question, why are the 99% of the people are not able to control the Wall Street, and why only 1% of the people are able to control the Wall Street? And I addressed this issue in many, many video clips that I have done in the past. And I gave the solution. The solution is to make the 99% of the people the 1% people, meaning that the 99% people should come up in life and then become exemplary and must become intelligent. So it's a matter of raising your consciousness, raising your mental potential. Instead of bringing down the 1%, why don't we just go up and occupy the Wall Street by making the 99% of the people intelligent? That's why I started developing programs called the Millionaire Yoga, how everybody can become a millionaire. It's only a mindset. It's nothing just but a mindset. You have to change your mind from a poverty mind to a millionaire mind. And that led to another program called the Midbrain Miracle Method. Again, that is also geared to how to make the 99% people to create miracles in their lives. And the midbrain can do the miracles. You don't have to wait for time. You can do it now, provided if you can really live in the now. So the program is all about wisdom. It's not about religion or ethnicity or any racial group. It's all about how you can change your intelligence. How can you change your intelligence? By changing the sounds. It's as simple as that. When you change the sounds will go and create that intelligence. But not all the sounds. There are power sounds. That's why the program is called Jewish and Yogic Power Sounds. So we have to understand what the power sounds are. And the sounds will go and transform the genes. And we have enough research now showing that even a frog can become salamanders. provided if we can take the sounds that create the salamanders and impose it onto the frogs, frog embryos. So that is what we are going to do. We are going to identify those sounds, and those sounds will transform the genes, and once the genes are transformed, then you become intelligent. Then you develop super intelligence. So that is the methodology. I'll talk about it more down the road. Let me now mention something that will kind of be entertaining, but also be very enlightening. And what is this? There's a movie in India that came in the 2004. It's a full 2-hour movie, Abracadabra. Abracadabra. It's a 2-hour movie. And those are the people who are familiar with the Harry Potter will know. And also those who have been born and grew up in the West will know. This is the sound that the magicians use when they come and show a magic show. So for instance, they will say abracadabra, and then from out of the cap they will pull out a rabbit. And somehow it traveled to India too. In India, at least in northern India, they understand what it is, in the sense that, it's magic. Abracadabra means just a magical word, and beyond that they don't know anything about it. The magicians use it all the time, and children, when they play, they say abracadabra, and then they will create something magical. But it is a power sound. And where did it come from? From Hebrew. Not many people know, because the Jewish were creating in the beginning the prophets. The first patriarch, for instance, Abraham, when he wanted to create, he did abracadabra. What does that mean? I create as I speak. That's the meaning of this word. The word can go and create. I will come to that point momentarily. So then they knew the tradition. They knew the methodology of how you can create matter out of sound waves, so that you don't have to go and sweat, because that is a deterioration that we went through due to the fall. Due to the fall, that we lost the power of creating instantaneously, and we have the ability built in within ourselves. That's the program that I did called Midbrain Miracle Method. And in the Midbrain Miracle Method, you can go into the midbrain and then transcend time and space and use these sounds. So abracadabra is a Jewish power sound. Not many people know, and I did not know myself until I read a book. It's a very, very important book that I want all of you to read. This is a book I picked up when I was in Jerusalem, Sefer Yetzirah. The book is called Sefer Yetzirah. It is the book of creation. It's called by Arya Kaplan, is the author who translated it. He's a rabbi himself. And it's a very, very profound book. You cannot understand it in the first reading, you have to read it over and over and over again in order to understand it. It is from this book I found out this abracadabra was a sound with which they were able to create. And what is there in the sound? We will see it momentarily. And we will go to another tradition. The Roman kings used this abracadabra too. And the physicians whom they employed used this. There is an amulet they created with a inverted triangle with the abracadabra. And it can create magic. If you want instant creation, you can use this inverted triangle with the abracadabra written in a certain way. You know, if you look at it, you can see the genius in it. All the letters are arranged in a magical way. You can read it any way or in many different ways and get abracadabra. They used to create an amulet out of it and then wear it. This is in Rome. The Roman kings were using it. Who gave it to them? The physicians, to cure them of illnesses, and it was also used for other purposes. For magic, for instantaneous manifestation, this sound can do that. So this knowledge was available. This is somewhere around the 3rd century. Now, when I was reading this book, Sefer Yetzirah, which is the book of creation, the book says that initially Abraham, the first patriarch, created everything just by speaking. Just by speaking. Just say that and then it will be created. For instance, you say $1 billion, then the $1 billion will appear. And now it's very strange. In the Indian movie, somehow picked up all these elements. Now, in the Abracadabra movie, which is a 2-hour movie, there is a yogi who comes on. And this yogi says abracadabra. And he goes into a meditative state, and then he shows his hand, and then objects come out of his hand. Then he waves his hand, and then a mansion shows up. Everything is created by just by using the word abracadabra. That's how powerful is the sound. The whole movie is a 2-hour movie is about magic. But they did not understand the real meaning, the real significance of these sounds. It just became a meaningless word, although there is a meaning in Hebrew. Abracadabra, I create as I speak. That's the meaning, abracadabra. Now let me reflect on the Jewish origin or the Hebrew origin of this song. By about the 3rd century, there were 2 Jewish mystics. One is Rava, and there is another mystic who joined him. He's called Rav Zera. And they too were involved in creating everything through sounds. So they meditated together. What did they meditate on? They took this book, Sefer Yetzirah. The book has been available for them because this is the book which everyone must read. I will compare this book with the Indian texts, the yogic texts, that also say the same thing of how you can create with words. You don't have to go and do. You can get away, you can bypass doing. Action, you can bypass action. You can just say and manifest things. That's what the mantra is. You may have seen this movie Cinderella. In Cinderella movie, what she does is the fairy comes and then she says bibbidi boo, bibbidi doo, or she says something and then waves the wand. What happens? The pumpkin becomes the chariot. Okay, it's the bibbidi bibbidi boo. That's the. And where did this Cinderella story come from? From India. So it again reinforces that you can really say something and create. Now let me go a little further and explain this in an intellectual way, although it cannot be done totally in an intellectual way, because later on I will tell you how you have to get beyond the mind in order to manifest. That's what Safed Sira also says. It's not just about the mind. It's about something that transcends the mind, and you have to get to that place and use these sounds. Only then you can manifest. You can turn the sounds into objects only if you just get beyond the mind. Now, these two mystics, Reva, forgive me if I don't say the Jewish name correct, because I'm just getting into knowing Hebrew. I'm still in the learning process. So one is Reva, another is Rav, Zera. And these people got together and meditated on Sefer Yetzirah, because Sefer Yetzirah says that if you want to sacrifice an animal, you can create the animal and then sacrifice it. And the animal so created is called android, not the phone. Android or golem. These are, they are different from God's creation, but they could still create with this. And then they were both able to create a goat out of the sound and then sacrifice it to God. And by doing that, they lost their power, because then they went on meditation to pick up the more power. Now, how can this sound can create this animal? That is the secret. Now let's go and see the original version of the abracadabra as it is in Hebrew, as it is given in this book, introduction. It is Rabba Bara Gabra. Okay, I want you to look at the use of the sounds. Rabba is Rava, Ba and Va are interchangeable, and Bara and Gabra. They are using these sounds over and over and over again. And then look at the first word, Rabba, and it is reversed in the second word, Bara. The sound is reversed. And then the third word is again a gimal, which is the G sound is added to Bara. Okay, herein lies the secret of creation. If you can understand these sounds, it can create bones and flesh. And what you have to do is you have to know the secret. And if you know the secret, then you, by thinking, you can create. Because thinking itself is creation. How do you create? First you have to think. If you don't think, there is no creation. So creation takes place at the thought level first. Then it becomes a three-dimensional one. First it is unidimensional at the thought level. Then at a three-dimensional level it becomes matter. Thought becomes matter. That is the secret. Now you can purify yourself to come to a level. Then you won't see the difference between matter and energy. You will know how to convert energy into matter and matter into energy. That's what Einstein was doing on a physical level. But he did not himself even able to create just by thinking. He was working with only the physical matter, however small it is. But then it goes one step further. And there it uses only the mind energy or the soul energy. We can get to that level and understand how these sounds play out. Why are they using these sounds, and change the order of the sounds, and what do these sounds mean? And you will have to reflect on it forever and ever and ever. And for instance, I want you to look at a movie on Zohar, which is the Kabbalist text, where Shimon Bar Yochai, who is the founder of the Kabbalah tradition. He was persecuted by the Romans, and he was feeling so bad, and then he just went into a retreat. And in the retreat, he was just pouring his heart, mind, and soul into the Torah. And the Torah revealed itself to him. That's why the true meaning of Jewish mysticism is found in the Kabbalist tradition. It is not just the words. It is just the words becoming alive. And in order to make it alive, they have created a lot of practices. For instance, there are practices in the Jewish tradition, where they will move like this while they are reading. If you can move like this, you can activate the midbrain. You can activate the third eye. That is the reason why they move. And then there is a reason why this is where the superintelligence is. And this energy is going out all the time. So we have to block this energy from escaping from this top of the brain, because the top of the brain is even more powerful than the pineal gland, which is the third eye. So you have to somehow protect the energy from getting out of the system. That's why you have to put the Jewish people put this cap over this place so that this energy doesn't get out of the system. And then you go on moving this and go on reflecting on it. And when you begin to reflect on this over and over and over again, then you will understand the sound, what is Ba, what is Ra. All these things will be revealed to you. It will be a personal revelation. And during that revelation, you will understand the process. It is not going to just come by saying that the magician coming say abracadabra and then pull a monkey out of the hat or a rabbit out of the hat, you know. But somehow it captures the meaning. That's why I showed you all these things. And it has become part of the tradition in India. In India, they say it every day, in northern India particularly, kids say abracadabra. But these things, when they are understood in the proper context, then you can see the power of this. How you can create with these sounds whatever you want to create. Now, this is where I want the civilization, the human civilization, should move towards. Otherwise, we cannot find money for everybody through our economic system. It is only through empowering our mind, empowering our intelligence.
Thank you, Dr. Pillai. Did you have any more remarks? If not, we will go on to invite our guest to the show. Shlomo, are you there? Okay, I've just been told that we've had a technical problem in getting our guests onto the show, so we will invite them to future shows. So, Dr. Pillai, do you have any other summary teachings that you would like to share on the show today?
All right, I heard that the other guests from Israel are not able to join. Maybe they will be able to join in the future shows. So let me go and explain to you how sound becomes matter from the yogic tradition. The yogis do not want to manifest through action. They want to bypass action. And in this, both the Jewish tradition and the yogic tradition agree, the earliest tradition. But somehow the Jewish tradition discontinued it or forgot the tradition until the Kabbalah somewhat revived it. But then it's still being figured out by modern Kabbalists. But if you go to India, there are people who will perform these siddhis, these miracles. A number of them, they would be able to materialize things out of the thin air. Just think and manifest. Because the tradition is very much alive here in India. Although it was at one point alive during the biblical times, and you can bring down the walls of Jericho just by power sounds. Sounds could do anything. It's the same thing with the Indian tradition. They can send a missile just driven by sound waves. And this missile will go and destroy and come back to the person. They had known the sound technology intact and also the relationship between sound and matter. And I have been able to simplify the system. What I have done is to simplify the system. And in that system, I have come up with an equation. That equation is S equals I. Sound equals intelligence. There is no intelligence without sounds. Then we have to go deep and understand what the sound is. And what are those special sounds called power sounds. And how to use them. Okay. Now I have to go a little bit more now to explain to you another concept. I have done extensive research, and also I have a course a long time ago, about 3 or 4 years ago. I had 3-4 years ago, I taught a course called The Divine Mind. The divine mind can create by just thinking. This is what the yogis and the Jewish people have been able to inherit from their ancestors. Why are these Jewish people so exemplary? Just as Mohini just said, they have so many Nobel laureates, scientists, Hollywood writers. And why, they are so exemplary? Because they have inherited the genes, and the genes are still vibrating with those power sounds. So what does that mean? So they think, and then they are able to manifest. Although the training is not there, because there are so many secular Jews out there who are excelling. But then the genes carry those sounds, carries those the technology to create just by thinking, without creating problems, bypassing action, or compressing time, or compressing the duration taken for manifestation. It's all there in the genes. So my thinking is that we will identify, I have identified it, and developing programs. And I call this program as phonemic intelligence. This intelligence is located in the phonemes. Abracadabra represent some of the phonemes that can give you the highest intelligence possible. Now, you have to move from your rational mind to the midbrain, to be precise. The midbrain is the divine mind, or the divine brain. There is a difference between the human mind and the divine mind. The human mind will have difficulty in manifesting the sounds into object. The human mind has to become the divine mind. So what is the difference between the two? In the divine mind, the idea and the object are together. The idea is not separate from the object. To think is to also manifest. There is no time in between, because the divine mind does not differentiate between the idea and the object. For instance, if you think of Rolls-Royce. The Rolls-Royce as a word is different from the Rolls-Royce as the car. It is because of the problem with the human mind that dissects the material reality from the psychological reality. In Sanskrit, it's called Nama and Rupa. The yogis will say Nama means the name, Rupa means the form. The Nama, which is the name, the Rupa, which is the form, they are non-different. They are not different at all for God. That's why in the Bible, when God wants to create, what does He do? Let there be light. And the light came into being. What will the human mind ask? No, how are we going to create electricity? Is it thermoelectricity, or hydroelectricity, or nuclear power, or solar power? So we are going on complicating things. This is not the right way. We have to go back to the biblical time. We have to go back and identify ourselves with Abraham. And Abraham is the father of creation. And he created everything just by using these power sounds. And here in the Eastern tradition, in the yogic tradition, Abraham is called Brahma, Abraham. Bra itself is a sound that helps you to create. So when I teach the course, I will explain to you how the dynamics operates in it and what are the stages that differentiate the human mind and the divine mind, and how it is not able to see the nama and the rupa, which is the object and idea, as together, because the idea and the object collapse. They become one and the same. At a very deep level, when you move into, say, more precisely into the midbrain. The midbrain doesn't differentiate at all. So what is going to differentiate the idea and the object, the name and the form, is the human mind, particularly the cortex, the neocortex. The neocortex, developed at a later point in time. The original mind, the reptilian brain, what we call as the primitive brain, is a wrong thing to say it is a primitive brain. It is the psychic brain. It can think and manifest. We have to get to that level. And that brain is the one that produces the power sounds. So the power sounds become active only in the midbrain area. This is the course that I did called the Midbrain Miracle Method. Many people were able to do that. So what we are here doing is take humanity from a negative attitude which says, we cannot manifest. There are so many factors involved in it. And then create a negative reality. Everybody can and must be able to think and manifest, and for which they have to understand what those power sounds are, number one, and how those power sounds can be used, and where in the brain they have to use, at what time these sounds become powerful. What is the difference between the human mind and the divine mind? I will tell you, there are so many steps that you have to go through, and then through which you can take your mind from the human rationalistic dissected level to a level where it will not differentiate between the idea and the object. And how we fell from the highest level of being able to manifest right by just thinking a thought to the separated level of thought, action, manifestation. When you are in the human mind, this is the last point I would mention, and after that, at another time when I am with other people, I will explain to you the process. One step, I just want to mention it during this program. When we fell, the fall is also a biblical concept, which is also the concept within the yogic tradition. We fell from a higher intelligence to a lower human intelligence. When we live the divine mind, we see everything in terms of yourself. And this is expressed as, I am this. I am this means I am everything. This is the object, and I have become the object. Okay, this is called the Sadashiva stage. Sadashiva is in your evolutionary process when you move from your divine rationalistic mind to the divine mind. You go through a stage called the Sadashiva stage, and then after that you go to the divine mind. Even prior to the Sadashiva stage, there's another stage called the Ishvara stage. Aishvara stage. And that stage is this I am. So identification with the this more. This comes first. So this I am this. You can see the difference. When you really see it from the level of descent from all-knowing, all-powerful state to a object-oriented state, the fall starts with I am this. Then I am is pushed. This becomes more important. This I am. This is the representation of this objective world. So the objective world has become such a solid reality for us. And we don't see the connection between our consciousness and this material world. And once we are able to bridge these two and see them as one, then we have accomplished our goal. Then we have become full. And thus can happen through the use of the sounds, abracadabra. And those of you who want to know more about it, there's a lot of literature available. And then see how the sound, we see the ba and ra is repeated there in different orders. And you see the same technology used in the chanting of Namah Shivaya. Nang Namah Shivaya Mang Shivaya Shing Shivaya Namah Vang Vaya Namah Siyang Namah Shiva. These are arranging the sounds in different orders. And then I also showed you the abracadabra used by the Roman emperors. And it's really a sad thing that this abracadabra, which is a magical sound, the white magic, of course, from Hebrew, has moved to the Roman context, and then the Indian concept, and then recently to the Harry Potter thing, and then has been used in a very secular setting. But these sounds, when they are understood properly and used at different parts of the brain at different time frames, because time is very important, then you will be able to manifest everything. Why are we doing this? Because we want to empower our brain. We want and the 99% of the people to go and occupy Wall Street. That is the golden age. So my ultimate goal for doing this program is to empower everyone to have this divine mind, a brain that is capable of understanding oneness, the oneness of the object and the idea, and from that oneness, if you function, life becomes blissful. So next time, now we will have our guests to come and share with us more of the Jewish power sounds. We're sorry that we couldn't get you those guests, and I personally look forward to listen to them in the next hangout.
Thank you, Dr. Pillai, and thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. And again, I would like to apologize for the technical issues that we've had on this show. We'll definitely resolve that for the future shows, and we will absolutely invite our guests to join us for a future show. And I just want to invite all of you to join us for our shows on August 4th and 11th. The show on August 4th will highlight the scientific perspective on how sound creates intelligence and how sounds can alter our DNA. And our show on August 11th, Dr. Pillai will be joined by spiritual leaders of the Jewish faith to share their grand vision of how we can create a new world with people vibrating with divine light, love, compassion, and superintelligence. So everyone, we look forward to seeing you next time as the conversation continues.
ॐ गणानान्त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां अस्मिन् बिम्बे महागणपतिं ध्यायामि महागणपतिम् आवाहयामि महागणपतये नमः आसनार्थं रत्नसिंहासनं समर्पयामि महागणपतये नमः पादयोः पाद्यं समर्पयामि महागणपतये नमः अर्घ्यं समर्पयामि महागणपतये नमः आचमनीयं समर्पयामि मधुपर्गं समर्पयामि स्नानं समर्पयामि स्नानानन्तरमाचमनीयं समर्पयामि दिव्यमङ्गलवस्त्रोत्तरीयं समर्पयामि उपवीताभरणार्थे पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि गन्धकुङ्कुमाक्षतान् समर्पयामि पुष्पमालां समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि ॐ सुमुखाय नमः ॐ एकदन्ताय नमः ॐ कपिलाय नमः ॐ गजकर्णकाय नमः ॐ लम्बोदराय नमः ॐ विकटाय नमः ॐ विघ्नराजाय नमः ॐ विनायकाय नमः ॐ धूमकेतवे नमः ॐ गणाध्यक्षाय नमः ॐ बालचन्द्राय नमः ॐ गजाननाय नमः ॐ वक्रतुण्डाय नमः ॐ हेरम्बाय नमः ॐ स्कन्दपूर्वजाय नमः महागणपतये नमः नानाविधपरिमलपत्रपुष्पाणि समर्पयामि धूपदीपार्थं पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि ॐ दशाङ्गं गुग्गुलो धूपं सुगन्धं सुमनोहरम् आग्रे सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं मृतगृह्यत महागणपतये नमः सुगन्धधूपमाघ्रापयामि धूपानन्तरमाचमनीयं समर्पयामि साध्यं त्रिवर्ति संयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया गृहानमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहं महागणपतये नमः घृतवर्तिदीपं दर्शयामि धूपदीपानन्तरम् आचमनीयं समर्पयामि भूर्भुवस्सुवः अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतेश्वर अमृतवर्षण अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा अमृतं भवतो महागणपतये नमः अमृतं काश्मीरफलं निवेदयामि आचमनीयं समर्पयामि कर्पूरताम्बूलं समर्पयामि समस्तोपचारान् समर्पयामि ओम नमो व्रातपदये नमो गणपतये नमः प्रमथपदये नमस्ते अस्तु लंबोधराय एकदन्ताय विघ्नविनाशिने शुभसुताय श्री महागणपतये नमो नमः समस्तापराधक्षमापणार्थं सर्वमङ्गलप्राप्त्यर्थं कर्पूरनीराजनं दर्शयामि आचमनीयं समर्पयामि दिव्यमङ्गलरक्षां धारयामि ओम हरा वक्रतुण्डमहाकाय सूर्यकोटिसमप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सुमुखश्चैकदन्तश्च कपिलो गजकर्णकः लम्बोदरश्च विकटो विघ्नराजो विनायकः वक्रतुण्डशोर्पकर्णो हेरम्बस्कन्दपूर्वजः विद्यारम्भे विवाहे च प्रवेशे निर्गमे तथा संग्रामे सर्वकार्येषु विघ्नस्तस्य न जायते महागणपतये नमः प्रार्थनाः समर्पयामि शुक्लाम्बरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये ॐ ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा श्री परमेश्वर प्रीत्यर्थं शुभे दिने शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे कलियुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यावहारिके प्रभवादि षष्टिसंवत्सराणां मध्ये हेमलम्बनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने वर्षऋतौ कन्यामासे शुक्लपक्षे नवम्यां शुभतिथौ वासरः भृगुवासरयुक्तायाम् उत्तराषाढा नक्षत्रयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुण विशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां वर्तमानायां नवम्यां शुभतिथौ परमेश्वरप्रीत्यर्थं शारदा नवरात्रि महोत्सवे अद्य नवमदिनसाध्य श्री चंडिका परमेश्वरी प्रीतिकर चंडी हवनाख्य अद्य पूर्वोक्त संकल्पित देवी माहात्म्य पारायण कर्मणः
ओम शुभगोत्रोद्भवस्य पूर्वप्रोष्ठपता नक्षत्रे कुंभरासूजातस्य श्रीलश्री दत्तात्रेय शिवभाबादी नामधेयस्य श्रवणनक्षत्रे मकररासूजातायाः वसन्तापिळ्ळै नाम्याः उत्तराषाढानक्षत्रे मकररासूजातायाः हरिप्रिया नाम्याः पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे सिंहरासूजातस्य मुनीश नामधेयस्य अश्विनी नक्षत्रे मेषरासूजातायाः मीनाक्षी नाम्याः धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे प्रदीप चक्रवर्ती नामधेयस्य सतभिषा नक्षत्रे राहुल कुलकर्णी नामधेयस्य पूर्वाषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे सुनीता कुलकर्णी नाम्याः कृतिका नक्षत्रे सुसन्ना ग्रोवर नामधेयस्य स्वाति नक्षत्रे रीता भूरी नाम्याः श्रवण नक्षत्रे अभिलाष नामधेयस्य आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे गीता नाम्याः पूर्वाषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे फेबिन डी जीसस विलल वैसो नाम्याः उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे छानया विलल वैसो नाम्याः जन्म नक्षत्रे मुफासा विलल वैसो नाम्याः जन्म नक्षत्रे सुल्तान विलल वैसो नाम्याः पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे मरिया गुडलोप विलल वैसो नाम्याः उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे सैंड्रा गुडलोप विलल वैसो नाम्याः रेवती नक्षत्रे अलेक्स रिवेरा नाम्याः श्रवण नक्षत्रे निशा विलल वैसो नाम्याः उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे शिल्पा राव नाम्याः आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे चंद्रशेखरन नामधेयस्य हस्त नक्षत्रे आत्मा पूर्णाम्बिकामा नित्या नाम्याः पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे अरुण प्रसाद नाम्याः आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे प्रेमा संकल्पितामा नित्या नाम्याः हस्ती नक्षत्रे श्रीवत्तनं जम्बुलिंगम नामधेयस्य रोहिणी नक्षत्रे नैना गोविल्ला नाम्याः पुष्यमी नक्षत्रे चंद्रिमा बासु नाम्याः सतभिषा नक्षत्रे बिपिन तिवारी नामधेयस्य चित्ता नक्षत्रे राजेश सितारा नाम्याः उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे सौरव चौधरी नामधेयस्य मका नक्षत्रे अनिता चंद्रकुंडला नाम्याः रोहिणी नक्षत्रे मोनिका विलल्वासो नाम्याः पूर्वा भाद्रा नक्षत्रे कृष्ण सागरो विलल्वासो नाम्याः उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे दलीलिया विलल्वासो नाम्याः उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे सीसर गौस्टो विलल वैसो नाम्याः पूर्वा भाद्रा नक्षत्रे जगप्रकाश सिंह कौचर नामधेयस्य विशाखा नक्षत्रे निलेश मोडी नामधेयस्य उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे सोनाल मोडी नामधेयस्य अश्विनी नक्षत्रे अशोक मोडी नामधेयस्य उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे जनिस मोडी नामधेयस्य पूर्वाषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे लीना मेहरा नाम्याः आवरणी नक्षत्रे सुमन बीएस नामधेयस्य श्रवण नक्षत्रे जैस्ना जैक्लिक नामधेयस्य अश्विनी नक्षत्रे कैंडिल नाथ सिंह नामधेयस्य उत्तरफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे रोबिन स्टैनो नाम्याः पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे विजेंद्र अरोरा नाम्याः आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे ममता अरोरा नाम्याः अपवर्णी नक्षत्रे जय विल्डर नामधेयस्य पूर्वा भाद्रा नक्षत्रे अनुष्का रमेश कोसला नाम्याः मका नक्षत्रे राधा बिट्सिह बिट्स नामधेयस्य रोहिणी नक्षत्रे सुभाष नीलमंसी नामधेयस्य धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे आशिष भाटिया नाम्याः उत्तराभाद्रा नक्षत्रे कैलास फ्लैंडर्स नामधेयस्य पूर्वाषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे मैकल मिशन नामधेयस्य विशाखा नक्षत्रे राकेश नंदन नामधेयस्य अपभरणी नक्षत्रे क्रिस्टल स्टैंडर्ड नामधेयस्य आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे रविकुमार नामधेयस्य पूर्वाभाद्रा नक्षत्रे सुचित बेन पटेल नामधेयस्य पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे हेंकी धनुवद्धा नाम्याः मकरशिरो नक्षत्रे शीन असलम नामधेयस्य मका नक्षत्रे स्टेसी लॉसन नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे अनिता आनंद नामधेयस्य अश्विनी नक्षत्रे लक्ष्मी प्रसाद मेरडा नाम्याः चित्ता नक्षत्रे पौरवी कलवकुंडला नाम्याः श्रवण नक्षत्रे गायत्री कलवकुंडला नाम्याः पुष्यमी नक्षत्रे मंजू पिळ्ळै नाम्याः रेवती नक्षत्रे कलवकुंड सतीश बालाजी नामधेयस्य उत्तराभाद्रा नक्षत्रे अविन रामनेरी नाम्याः श्रवण नक्षत्रे जसिका मोर्गन नामधेयस्य धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे श्यामला अलगेन्द्र नाम्याः उत्तरफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे ऐ सोन्नाम्याः सतभिषा नक्षत्रे सिल्क् स्कॉबर्ट् नामधेयस्य अश्विनी नक्षत्रे दशैला वासुराम नामधेयस्य सतभिषा नक्षत्रे रामकीर्तिनाम्याः हस्तनक्षत्रे सञ्जयकीर्तिनाम्याः पूर्वाषाढा नक्षत्रे नटेश कीर्तिनाम्याः उत्तराषाढा नक्षत्रे नटेना कीर्तिनाम्याः अपभरणी नक्षत्रे मेहा जैन नामधेयस्य ज्येष्ठा नक्षत्रे विजय गोपाल महेश नामधेयस्य पूर्वाभाद्रा नक्षत्रे जसीप कंग नामधेयस्य अपभरणी नक्षत्रे सुचित्रा एर्लिन मोर नामधेयस्य पूर्वाभाद्रा नक्षत्रे स्टीवन हल्पर नामधेयस्य अपभरणी नक्षत्रे अरुण कुमार मैन नामधेयस्य आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे रविकुमार नामधेयस्य पुष्टिमे नक्षत्रे राहुल पिल्लै नामधेयस्य मका नक्षत्रे अग्नेश जोसेफ नामधेयस्य पुष्टिमे नक्षत्रे सुनील चलाराम नामधेयस्य हस्तनक्षत्रे विजय गणेश कुडिपाकानाम्याः राजेश्वरराव कुडिपाकानाम्याः पूर्वाषाढा नक्षत्रोद्भवस्य भरणी नक्षत्रे ललिता प्रदुरुटूरी नाम्याः धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे गीता वल्लमकोण्डा नाम्याः हस्तनक्षत्रे अभिराम वल्लमकोण्डा नाम्याः हस्ति नक्षत्रे वेङ्कटसाई वल्लमकोण्डा नाम्याः पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे आकाशदीप कण्ड्याल नामधेयस्य अश्विनी नक्षत्रे गगनदीप कण्ड्याल नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे हिमानी कण्ड्याल नामधेयस्य अनुराधा नक्षत्रे प्रतीक्षा कण्ड्याल नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे दीशा कुमारी कण्ड्याल नामधेयस्य मधुदेवी कण्ड्याल नाम्याः पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे आकाश कण्ड्याल नामधेयस्य चित्ता नक्षत्रे सुरेश परमत्ते नाम्याः कृतिका नक्षत्रे गर्मन ललौट नामधेयस्य पूर्वाभाद्रा नक्षत्रे मरिया एंटोनिटा नाम्याः रोहिणी नक्षत्रे श्रीमती वासुदेवन नामधेयस्य अनुराधा नक्षत्रे नीता पटेल नामधेयस्य सतभिषा नक्षत्रे सोमशेखर कोरी नाम्याः सोमशेखर मनोहर कोरी नाम्याः भाग्या एस कोरी नाम्याः ईशा एस कोरी नाम्याः ऋषभ एस कोरी नाम्याः हस्तनक्षत्रे वर्षा लिम्बाजी नामधेयस्य धर्मनक्षत्रे लिम्बाजी मनोहर पलेक नामधेयस्य उत्तराभाद्रा नक्षत्रे संदीप पलेक नामधेयस्य धर्मनक्षत्रे माधवी सरिता पलेक नामधेयस्य अनुराधा नक्षत्रे अली मैरी लॉजन नामधेयस्य स्वाति नक्षत्रे डयाना डोनट नामधेयस्य कृतिका नक्षत्रे रामा अनिता तेजस नाम्याः कृतिका नक्षत्रे जया तेजस नामधेयस्य सतभिषा नक्षत्रे विजय कृष्ण तेजस नामधेयस्य आरुद्रा नक्षत्रे दुर्गा प्रसाद नामधेयस्य मृगशिरो नक्षत्रे आत्मसफी नाम्याः अपभरणी नक्षत्रे सजल बर्दन नामधेयस्य उत्तराषाढा नक्षत्रे एरिक एंगुस नामधेयस्य रोहिणी नक्षत्रे संतोष बासुरंगन नामधेयस्य धर्म नक्षत्रे कोस्मो लव नामधेयस्य उत्तराषाढा नक्षत्रे अमीन दलान नामधेयस्य सतभिषा नक्षत्रे वाणी राजा नाम्याः मूलनक्षत्रे हेक्टर लोबस नामधेयस्य अपभरणी नक्षत्रे एंटोनियो गिर्मोलो नाम्याः पूर्वाभाद्रा नक्षत्रे कांचना जयबालन नामधेयस्य पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे नंगनल्लाल काशीनाथन नामधेयस्य श्रवण नक्षत्रे गोराचंद्राय चौधरी नाम्याः सुब्राराव चौधरी नाम्याः स्वाति नक्षत्रे श्रीधर वर्मा अरुमाडी नाम्याः उत्तरफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे चैताली वर्मा नाम्याः पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे श्रिया वर्मा नाम्याः पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे टोनी लफबग नामधेयस्य रेवती नक्षत्रे एंटोनी चिटी नाम्याः पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे रोमनिक यादव नामधेयस्य आरुद्रा नक्षत्रे सुभद्रा शिवगुरुनाथन नामधेयस्य उत्तराषाढा नक्षत्रे केंग फोंग चैंग नामधेयस्य स्वाति नक्षत्रे सी रु चान नामधेयस्य रोहिणी नक्षत्रे कै चंग चंग नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे जसविंदर कौर नामधेयस्य पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे सौरभ गुप्ता नाम्याः आरुद्रा नक्षत्रे कन्या सैफ्ट नामधेयस्य हस्तनक्षत्रे निगल गोल्डन नामधेयस्य आरुद्रा नक्षत्रे करीना चकी नाम्याः पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे रोस्टन लोरेटा मोहन गलगैनर नामधेयस्य पूर्वाषाढा नक्षत्रे लोहरा उट्ले नाम्याः सतभिषा नक्षत्रे रोहन हरित नामधेयस्य अपभरणी नक्षत्रे अमित्वा मंडल नामधेयस्य सतभिषा नक्षत्रे रबेको प्रोस्को नाम्याः चित्ता नक्षत्रे गायत्री वेलायुधम नामधेयस्य विशाखा नक्षत्रे दरेणामर्गय्यन नामधेयस्य आरुद्रा नक्षत्रे मुखिलन बालकृष्णन नामधेयस्य अनुराधा नक्षत्रे ललिता अंजलिका विजयेन्द्रा नाम्याः विशाखा नक्षत्रे दीपलक्ष्मी गोपाल नाम्याः सतभिषा नक्षत्रे एरोन अमरसाल नाम्याः सतभिषा नक्षत्रे राधा मसन नामधेयस्य आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे ज्ञान चंद्र सिंह नामधेयस्य विशाखा नक्षत्रे अनिल कुमार नामधेयस्य मका नक्षत्रे हुसैन लॉरेंस हौस्टर नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे हर्षद पटेल नामधेयस्य अश्विनी नक्षत्रे डॉन थॉमसन नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे रामचंद्रन नामधेयस्य मूला नक्षत्रे प्रवीण प्रभु नाम्याः उत्तराभाद्रा नक्षत्रे व्यंजन बेरीज नामधेयस्य उत्तराभाद्रा नक्षत्रे अलीस पेस नामधेयस्य मृगशिरो नक्षत्रे हरीश दासन नामधेयस्य धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे जयदीप उर्कत्या नाम्याः पुष्यमी नक्षत्रे हेमा अपर्णा मडिसल्ला नाम्याः हस्तनक्षत्रे है ती तू पाम नाम्याः पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे एलिक नौकल नामधेयस्य उत्तराभाद्रा नक्षत्रे हीतस्पेग नामधेयस्य श्रवण नक्षत्रे सुनीता अरोरा नाम्याः ज्येष्ठा नक्षत्रे मरीना गजारियन नामधेयस्य धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे मीना कुमारी नाम्याः मूलनक्षत्रे गुरमीत सिंह नामधेयस्य आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे हरमोहिंदर सिंह नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे रविशंकर बोलिशेट्टी नामधेयस्य अपभरणी नक्षत्रे लैरिश रामसन नामधेयस्य श्रवण नक्षत्रे वेणुगोपाल वेंकटकृष्णन नामधेयस्य मका नक्षत्रे खैबानाम्याः विशाखानक्षत्रे निशा रामपटेल नामधेयस्य कृत्तिकानक्षत्रे स्वदेशपाण्डे नाम्याः स्मितानक्षत्रे राज सिंह बैंकर नामधेयस्य विशाखानक्षत्रे फ्रेंको सिस्टोनी डेविस नामधेयस्य जन्मनक्षत्रे इसेबेल गुलमेरी नाम्याः अश्विनक्षत्रे जुलिस किल्मिलिस नामधेयस्य सदविशानक्षत्रे सरस्वती डी अर्जो बैक्लर नामधेयस्य पुष्यमी नक्षत्रे करीना मेरिया डी जीसस पेरीरा डी अर्जो नाम्याः मृगशिरो नक्षत्रे व्लाडी डॉस जैंट्रोस बैक्लर नामधेयस्य रोहिणी नक्षत्रे एंड्रू वैक्कन नामधेयस्य चित्ता नक्षत्रे सोनिया राजन नामधेयस्य अनुराधा नक्षत्रे ब्रेंडो ओकॉर्नर नामधेयस्य हस्त नक्षत्रे एमिलिन नाइनफोर्ड नामधेयस्य विशाखा नक्षत्रे हैना नाइनफोर्ड नामधेयस्य जन्म नक्षत्रे नैन्सी वेल्वर्थ नामधेयस्य श्रवण नक्षत्रे वेंकटकृष्णा नाम्याः विशाखा नक्षत्रे जेम्स ओल्सन नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे कैटन शाह नाम्याः आरुद्रा नक्षत्रे श्री साईवेद रवि नाम्याः मूलनक्षत्रे सून जेक क्लिम नामधेयस्य हस्तनक्षत्रे गिटीस् कौबग् नामधेयस्य जन्मनक्षत्रे शेल्टन टॉम नाम्याः धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे गीता वर्मा नाम्याः पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे अप्रूव घायल नामधेयस्य श्रवण नक्षत्रे शेन दिवान नामधेयस्य स्वाति नक्षत्रे रूमा दिवान नामधेयस्य पुष्यमी नक्षत्रे केरला बक्कोल वेल्स नामधेयस्य अपभरणी जेम्स सुहुर नामधेयस्य अनुराधा नक्षत्रे गीतांजलि गुप्ता नाम्याः अपभरणी नक्षत्रे अनन्या कुंड्रा नाम्याः कृत्तिका नक्षत्रे उषा गुप्ता नाम्याः पूर्वा भाद्रा नक्षत्रे आकाश सुमन नामधेयस्य पूर्वाषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे कैथरीन ललिता फ्रांस नामधेयस्य हस्तनक्षत्रे सुरेश चंद्रा नाम्याः पुष्यमी नक्षत्रे केरला बक्कोल वेल्स नामधेयस्य आरुद्रा नक्षत्रे मार्गरीटा लुसेन कॉन्सेस नामधेयस्य जन्मनक्षत्रे कैरलिन क्लैंडिंग नाम्याः मका नक्षत्रे योगिता सरदेशी नाम्याः पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे शीतल गुप्ता नाम्याः विशाखा नक्षत्रे रोहन कोल्ट नामधेयस्य उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे कोनिका चटर्जी नामधेयस्य स्वाति नक्षत्रे इंद्राणी प्रधान नामधेयस्य उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्रे डकारा केस नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे सैकेट नॉर्थ नामधेयस्य पुष्यमी नक्षत्रे केरला बक्कोट वेल्स नामधेयस्य अपभरणी नक्षत्रे वेंकटेश नामधेयस्य विशाखा नक्षत्रे अनिल कुमार नामधेयस्य मका नक्षत्रे स्टीफन कमिंग्स नामधेयस्य जन्मनक्षत्रे सरवणन गणेशवेल नामधेयस्य उत्तरफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे विवेक नौदनी नाम्याः पुष्यमी नक्षत्रे हेमा अपर्णा मणिचल्ला नाम्याः धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे अनुषा मंत्राला नाम्याः श्रवण नक्षत्रे मैजिया ब्लूस्टेन नामधेयस्य धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे राजी मैजिक कलोनी नाम्याः स्वाति नक्षत्रे नरेश बिहारी नाम्याः धनिष्ठा नक्षत्रे उदय क्लिप नामधेयस्य उत्तरफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे परेश डाहा नाम्याः उत्तरफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे विवेक नादिनी नामधेयस्य उत्तराषाढ़ नक्षत्रे तीर्थदिव प्रधान नामधेयस्य पुष्यमी नक्षत्रे केरला बक्कोल वेल्स नामधेयस्य पूर्वाषाढ़ नक्षत्रे वेंकट साईराम बाबू वेमुला नाम्याः मका नक्षत्रे वेंकटरमणी वेमुला नाम्याः विशाखा नक्षत्रे गणेश द्वारका वेमुला नाम्याः उत्तरभाद्रा नक्षत्रे सुर्जना वेमुला नाम्याः रेवती नक्षत्रे केविन बॉलमित नामधेयस्य अनुराधा नक्षत्रे शीन एमिन नामधेयस्य पूर्वाषाढ़ नक्षत्रे वैभव शर्मा नामधेयस्य कृत्तिका नक्षत्रे राघवेंद्र ब्रह्मराजराव नाम्याः मृगशिरो नक्षत्रे शिवसुमन बौल्गोनी नामधेयस्य स्वाति नक्षत्रे अमित धनकर नामधेयस्य मूलनक्षत्रे जयन दुर्गम नामधेयस्य पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे इवाक्विक नामधेयस्य पूर्वाषाढ़ नक्षत्रे समहरेन्द्र नारायण नामधेयस्य अपभरणी नक्षत्रे रोबर्ट गार्गल नामधेयस्य अश्वनी नक्षत्रे क्लोडिया गार्गल नामधेयस्य जन्मनक्षत्रे डैनल कोलनबेग नामधेयस्य चित्ता नक्षत्रे सविता नामधेयस्य रेवती नक्षत्रे राकेश रेड्डी नामधेयस्य सदविशा नक्षत्रे राहुल बुठी नाम्याः पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे अगस्त्य सूर्या नाम्याः जन्मनक्षत्रे एंटोनिटो सिस्कोन नामधेयस्य आवयोः
यजमानयोः सह कुटुम्बयोः सङ्कल्पितमहाजनयोश्च सर्वेषां क्षेमस्थैर्यधैर्यशौर्य वीर्यविजयायुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्ष चतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थम् इष्टकाम्यार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं सत्सन्तान सौभाग्यसमृद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं पुत्रपौत्र धनधान्यानवच्छिन्न संततिवृद्धि स्थिरलक्ष्मी कीर्तिलाभ शत्रुमृत्युपराजयादि शतभीष्टदासिद्ध्यर्थम् अप्राप्तिलक्ष्म्याः प्राप्त्यर्थं प्राप्तमहालक्ष्म्याः चिरकालसंरक्षणार्थं लोकेव सभायां यशो विजयप्राप्त्यर्थं विशिष्य यजमानयोः भक्तमहाजनयोः सर्वेषां निन्दादोष परनिन्दादोष असूयादोष अपवाददोष परमात्सर्यदोष परमकष्ट परमऋण परमदारिद्र्य परमदुःख निवृत्तिपूर्वक मनश्शान्तिपूर्वक सुखजीवनप्राप्त्यर्थं सर्वेषां दृष्टिदोष मनोदोष हितदृष्टि अहितदृष्टि परदृष्टि सर्वदृष्टि सर्पदृष्टिबाधा शत्रुबाधा निवृत्त्यर्थं शरीरबाधा च निवृत्त्यर्थं ये ये ग्रहाः शुभस्थानेषु स्थिताः ये ये ग्रहाः शुभजितरस्थानेषु स्थिताश्च तेषां तेषां ग्रहाणाम् अत्यन्त अतिशयित शुभफलप्रदातृत्वसिद्ध्यर्थं शुभफलप्रदातृत्वसिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वेषां महाजनानां नीरोगशतायुस्सम्पूर्णदासिद्ध्यर्थम् अपमृत्युदोषपरिहारार्थं सर्वारिष्टशान्त्यर्थं सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थं शारदा नवरात्रि महोत्सवे श्री देव महाकाली महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वती स्वरूपिणी चंडिका परमेश्वरी प्रसाद सिद्ध्यर्थं श्री चंडिका परमेश्वरी प्रसादेन सर्वेषां महाजनानाम् आनन्दप्रोत्साहप्राप्त्यर्थं विद्यार्थीनाम् अतिमेधा बुद्धिप्रज्ञा विवेकत्वलाभसिद्ध्यर्थम् अविवाहकानां विवाहमङ्गललाभसिद्ध्यर्थम् अपुत्राणाम् अतिशीघ्रमेव सत्पुत्रसन्तानप्राप्त्यर्थं सर्वेषां वातज्वर पित्तज्वर श्लेष्मज्वर कपालज्वर सन्निपातज्वर कृत्रियाहिकज्वर त्र्याहिकज्वर सर्वज्वररोगनिवृत्तिपूर्वक आरोग्यभाग्य वेदोक्तशतायुस्सम्पूर्णदासिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वेषां मनश्चिन्तितसकलकार्येषु विजयत्वलाभसिद्ध्यर्थं महालक्ष्मी महाकाली महासरस्वती स्वरूपिणी श्री चंडिका परमेश्वरी प्रसादसिद्ध्यर्थं नवरात्रि महोत्सवे अद्य श्री देवी माहात्म्य पारायण पूर्वक श्वः करिष्यमाण श्री चंडी हवनाख्य कर्म करिष्ये अपवस्पृश्य ओम गणानां त्वा गणपतिं हवामहे कविं कवीनाम् महागणपतये नमः समस्तोपचारान् समर्पयामि यथास्थानं प्रतिष्ठापयामि ओम ब्रह्मजज्ञानं प्रथमं पुरस्तादुषीमदसुरुचो वेनावः सबुधया वमास्य विष्ठा सुतस्तयो नमसदस्तविवः नाके सुपर्णमुपयत्पदन्तकं हृदा वेनं दोर्भेदक्षदत्वा हिरण्यपक्षं वरुणस्य धोतं यमस्य योनोषगनं भरण्यम् आप्याय स्वतमे तुते विश्वदस्वापृष्टियं भवावाजसदं गथे यो रुद्रोऽग्नवजोऽप्सयवोषधीषयो रुद्रो विश्वा भवना भवेश तस्मै रुद्राय इदं विष्णुर्विचक्रमे त्रेधा निदधे पदम् विश्वाविवृधान् समुद्रव्यतिसङ्गिरः शीलमगुं रथीनां वादानागुं सत्पतिं पतिं भोर्भवस्वः आपो वा इदगुं सर्वं विश्वाभूतान्यावः प्राणावापः पशवापो नमापो सम्राडापो विराडापः स्वराडापश्चन्दागस्यापो ज्योतिगस्यापो भोर्भवस्वरापवोम् अपः प्रणयति श्रद्धा वा आपः श्रद्धामेवारभ्य प्रणीय प्रचरति यज्ञो वा आपः यज्ञमेवारभ्य प्रणीय प्रचरति वः प्रणयति वज्रो वा आपः अपः प्रणयति आपो वै रक्षोऽग्निः रक्षसामपहत्यै आपो वै देवानां प्रियन्धामा देवानामेव प्रियन्धाम प्रणीय प्रचरति आपो वै सर्वा देवताः देवता एवारभ्य प्रणीय प्रचरति आपो वै शान्ताः शान्ताभिरेव सुशिलकं शमयति
देवो सवितोत्पुनातो अच्छिद्रेण पवित्रेण वसो सूर्यस्य रश्मिभिः सहिरत्नादाशे स्वाति सविताभगः तम्भावं चित्रमीमहे कूर्चाक्रियाक्षसान् घोरान् सिन्धिकर्म विघातिनः त्वामर्पयामि कुम्भेऽस्मिन् साफल्यं गुरकर्मणे संभूता शाखाया पल्लवद्विजः युष्मान् कुम्भे तर्पयामि सर्वदोषापनुत्तये हरकेलसमद्भोतत्रिनेत्र हरसंविदा श्रीकयादृतं सर्वं पापं पीडान् समेनुदा सर्वे समुद्रा सरितश्चीर्था हृदाः आयान्ते पूजार्थं द्विजक्षयकारकाः इममे वर्णश्रुतिः मध्यातुमलया त्वामस्य राजके तत्त्वायामि ब्रह्मणा वन्दमानदाशास्ते यजमानो हविर्भिः अहेयमानो वरुणेह वोज्जुरशकं समानाय प्रमोदि
उभयेषु कुम्भेषु सकलतीर्थाधिपतिं श्रीवरुणं ध्यायामि
श्रीवरुणमावाहयामि
वरुणाय नमः वरुणस्यैतमासनं सकलाराधनेश्वरचितम् ॐ जातवेदसे सर्वामसोमराजीतो निदहाजिवेदः
परशे दुर्गाणि विश्वानावेदन्धृता चग्निः
हिरण्यवर्णां भरणीं सुवर्णरजतस्रजां चन्द्रां हिरण्मये लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावहां देवी सरस्वती
वाजेभिर्वाजिनीमती धीनामहित्र्यवतो देवे च विद्महे
ब्रह्मपत्नी च धीमहि
तन्नो वाणी प्रचोदयात्
विद्महे
विष्णुपत्नी च धीमहि तन्नो लक्ष्मी प्रचोदयात्
कात्यायनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारी धीमहि
प्रचोदयात्
अस्य श्री सप्तशती स्तोत्रमाला मन्त्रस्य ब्रह्म विष्णुरुद्रादृशः महाकाली महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वत्यो देवता गायत्र्योर्
नन्दाशाकम्भरी भीमा शक्तयः
नन्दाशाकम्भरी भीमा शक्तयः
रक्तदन्तिका दुर्गा भ्रामर्योऽपि जाने अग्निवाय सूर्यस्तत्वानि ऋग्यजुस्सामवेदाध्यानानि सर्वेषां महाजनानां सकलकामनासिद्धये श्री महाकाली महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वत्यात्मक श्री चण्डिका परमेश्वरी प्रीत्यर्थे जपे विनियोगः ॐ खड्गने शूर्णे घोरा गदने चक्रणे तथा शङ्खने चापणे बाणभुषुण्डे परिगायुधा अङ्गुष्ठाभ्यां नमः शूलेन पाहिनो देवे पाहि खड्गेन चाम्बिके घण्टास्वनेन पाहि चापज्जानिस्वने च तर्जनेभ्यां नमः ओम प्राच्या रक्ष प्रतीक्षा चंडिके रक्ष दक्षिणे ब्राह्मणात्मशूलस्य उत्तरस्य तथेश्वरे मध्यमाभ्यां नमः ओम सौम्यानि यानि रूपाणि त्रैलोक्यं विचरन्ति ते यानि चान्तन्ति घोराणि ते रक्ष अस्मान् तथा भुवम्
अनिष्ठिकाभ्यां नमः
ओम सर्वस्वरूपादीनि यानि चास्त्राणि ते करपल्लव संगेन तस्मान् सर्वक्षुतः
निष्ठिकाभ्यां नमः ओम
सर्वस्वरूपे सर्वेशे सर्वशक्ति समन्विते भयभ्यस्त्राय नो देवी दुर्गे देवी नमोस्तुते कदने चक्रणे तथा शङ्खने चापणे बाणभुषुण्डी परिगायुधा हृदयाय नमः ओम शूलेन पाहिनो देवी पाहि खड्गेन चाम्बिके घण्टास्वनेन पाहि चापज्जानिस्वने च शिरसे स्वाहा ओम प्राच्या रक्ष प्रतीक्षा चण्डिके रक्ष दक्षिणे ब्राह्मणेनात्मशूलस्य उत्तरस्य तथे शिखायै वषटे ओम सौम्यानि यानि रूपाणि त्रैलोक्ये विचरन्ति ते यानि चान्तच्च घोराणि ते रक्ष अस्मन् तथा भुवम् कवचाय हुम् ओम खड्गशूलगदादीनि यानि च अस्त्राणि तेऽम्बिके करपल्लवसङ्गीनि तैरस्मान् रक्ष सर्वतः नेत्रत्रयाय वोषटे ओम सर्वस्वरूपे सर्वेशे सर्वशक्तिसमन्विते भयभ्यस्ताय नो देवी दुर्गे देवी नमोस्तुते अस्त्राय फटे भूर्भुवस्रोमिति दिग्बन्धः युज्यामसमप्रभां रथवति स्कन्धस्थितां भीषणां कन्याभिः करवालखेटविलसहस्ताभिरासेविताम् हस्तैश्चक्रधराजकेटविशिकांश्चापं गुणं तर्जनीं बिभ्राणामलात्मिकां शशिधरां दुर्गां त्रिनेत्रां भजे
भूर्भुवस्वरोमस्मिन् कुम्भेऽस्यां प्रतिमायां श्रीमहाकाली महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वती स्वरूपिणीं श्रीचण्डिका परमेश्वरीं ध्यायामि चण्डिका परमेश्वरीम् आवाहयामि अग्निर्नः पादवृत्तिकाः
नक्षत्रं देयमिन्द्रियम् इदमासां विचक्षुणं हविरसञ्जुहोत्र
यस्य भातिरश्मयो
यस्य केतवः यस्य मा विश्वा भुवनानि सर्वाः
सकर्तिकाभिरभिदं वधानः अग्निर्नो देवस्य विदे दधातो अपपाप्मानं भरणेर्भरन्तो तद्यमो राजा भगवान् विदष्टा लोकस्य राजा महतो महानिः सुगन्धः पंसामभयं गृणोतो यस्मिन्नक्षत्रे समयेति राजा यस्मिन्नेनमभ्यषञ्चन्त देवाः सुदस्य चित्रकं हविषाय दाम अपवाप्मानं भरणेर्भरम् अस्मिन् कुम्भेऽस्यां प्रतिमायां साङ्गसपरिवारसमेतं कृत्तिका नक्षत्रप्रभृत्यपभरण्यन्त 28 नक्षत्रदेवताः सङ्कल्पितमहाजनयोश्च जन्मनक्षत्रदेवतान् ध्यायामि जन्मनक्षत्रदेवताम् आवाहयामि आसत्येन रजसा वर्तमानोऽन्वेषेन्नमृतं मर्त्यञ्च आग्निन्दोदं वृणीमहे होदारं विश्ववेदसा येषामीशे पशुपतिः पशूनां दुष्पदाः निष्क्रीतो यज्ञं भाग्मे अग्निर्मोर्धाजवः ककत्पतिः पृथोजायं पाकं लेताकं सजिन्वति सोनाप्रसिभवानक्षरा निवेशनी यच्छान शर्म सप्रथा आह क्षेत्रस्य पतिना भजकं हितेनैव दयामसि प्रभः शुक्राय भानवे भरद्धकं हव्यं मतिञ्छाग्नये सुपूतम् इंद्राणी मासनारुषपत्नी भावश्रवम् नश्यस्या परञ्चर जरधामरते पुलिः इंद्रं वो विश्वदस्परि हवामहे धनेभ्यः उद्दुज्जस्वाग्ने प्रतिजागृष्येन मिष्टापूर्ते सकंसते था भजन्ता न शृण्वद्गुस्ता पुतरञ्जवाडवन्वादागं चैत इदन्तु मेत इदं विष्णुदयक्रमे त्रेधान जथे पद प्रजानमस विष्णो पृष्ठमस विष्णो शत्रेः स्वाविष्णो स्योरस विष्णो आप्याय सदमे तुते विश्वदस्वाम दृष्टय बृहस्पते अधिकतर्योरः आद्युमद्युभादिकृतमज्जनेशो यदीदे चोहर्त प्रजातस्वा शन्नो देवीरभिष्टजापो भवन्तु पीतये कयानश्चित्रा भवदूती सदा वृहस्सखा कया सुतिष्ठया केतुं गृह्णन्न केतवे पेशोमर्या पेषते अस्मिन् कुम्भेस्यां प्रतिमायाम् अतिदेवता प्रत्यधिदेवता सहितम् आदित्यादिनवग्रहदेवतादीन् ध्यायामि आदित्यादिनवग्रहदेवतादीन् आवाहयामि ओं हिरण्यवर्णां हरिणीं सुवर्णरजतस्रजाम् अस्मिन् कुम्भेस्यां प्रतिमायां दुर्गा लक्ष्मी सरस्वती स्वरूपिणीं श्री चण्डिका परमेश्वरीम् आवाहयामि सिन्धूरारुणविग्रहाम् तारानादिकशेखरां स्मितमुखीमाभीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरक्तचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नखडस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिका अस्मिन् बिम्बे श्री ललिता महात्रिपुरसुन्दरी पराभट्टारिकां ध्यायामि ललिता महात्रिपुरसुन्दरी पराभट्टारिकाम् आवाहयामि आवाहित श्री चण्डिका परमेश्वरीनां प्राणप्रतिष्ठा महामन्त्रस्य ब्रह्मविष्णुमहेश्वरार्षयः ऋग्यजुस्सामा सर्वाणि छन्दांसि सकलजगत्सृष्टिसंहारकारिणी प्राणशक्तिः परा देवता आं बीजं ह्रीं शक्तिः क्रों कीलकम् आवाहित श्री चण्डिका परमेश्वरीनां प्राणप्रतिष्ठार्थे जपे विनियोगः आमङ्गुष्ठाभ्यां नमः ह्रीं दर्शनीभ्यां नमः क्रों मध्यमाभ्यां नमः आमनामिकाभ्यां नमः ह्रीं कनिष्ठिकाभ्यां नमः क्रों करतलकरपृष्ठाभ्यां नमः आं हृदयाय नमः ह्रीं शिरसे स्वाहा क्रों शिखायै विषट आं कवचाय हुं ह्रीं नेत्रत्रयाय वौषट क्रों अस्त्राय फट भूर्भुवस्तुरोमिजुदिग्बन्धः ध्यानं रक्ताम्बोधिस्तपोदोलसरोजाधिरूढाकराब्जैः पाशं गोदण्डमिक्षोभुवमलिगुणमभ्यङ्कुशं पञ्च बिभ्राणासृक्कपालं दृणेन रसिताभीनवक्षोरुहाढ्या देवी बालार्कवर्णा भवतु सुखकरी प्राणशक्तिः पराणः आं ह्रीं क्रों क्रों ह्रीं आं यारालवसशसः हंस सोऽहं सोऽहं हंसः आवाहित श्री चण्डिका परमेश्वरीनां प्राणाः यः प्राणाः जीवः यः स्थितः सर्वेन्द्रियाणि वाङ्मनश्चक्षुश्रोत्रजिह्वाघ्राण प्राणापानो व्यानोदानसमानाः स प्राणाः यैवागत्य येषु कुम्भेषु आसु प्रतिमासुकं तिरन्तिष्ठं स्वाहा वसूनीसे पुनरस्मचक्षुः प्राणान् प्रतिष्ठापयामि चण्डिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः प्राणान् प्रतिष्ठापयामि तां मावहदातु वेदो लक्ष्मीमनपगामिनीः यस्यां हिरण्यं विन्दे जङ्गामश्यं पुरुषाणः आसनार्थं रत्नसिंहासनं समर्पयामि चण्डिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः पाद्यं समर्पयामि चण्डिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः अर्घ्यं समर्पयामि ज्वलन्तीं सृजल्लोके देवजुष्टामुदारां शरणमहं प्रपद्ये चण्डिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः आचमनीयं समर्पयामि चण्डिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः शुद्धोदकस्नानं समर्पयामि स्नानानन्तरम् आचमनीयं समर्पयामि चण्डिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः वस्त्रोत्तरीयं समर्पयामि चण्डिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः उपवीताभरणानि समर्पयामि समर्पयामि चंडिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः गंधाक्षतान् समर्पयामि चंडिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः पुष्पमालां समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि ओम वरुणाय नमः ओम प्रचेतसे नमः ओम स्वरूपिणे नमः ओम अपांपतये नमः ओम मकरवाहनाय नमः ओम जलाधिपतये नमः ओम पाशहस्ताय नमः ओम तीर्थराजाय नमः ओम श्वेतच्छत्रधराय नमः ओम अनर्घमणिभूषणाय नमः ओम यातसाम्पतये नमः ओम वायुनिरतिमध्यस्थाय नमः ओम वाल्मीकिदाताय नमः ओम मुनिपुङ्गवाय नमः ओम पर्जन्यमूर्तये नमः नानाविधपरिमलपत्रपुष्पाणि समर्पयामि आदित्यादिनवग्रहदेवताभ्यो नमः कृत्तिका नक्षत्रप्रभृत्यपभरण्यं अष्टाविंशति नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः नानाविधपरिमल पत्रपुष्पाणि समर्पयामि
ओम माहेश्वर्यै नमः
ओम शैलपुत्र्यै नमः ओम ब्रह्मचारिण्यै नमः ओम चन्द्रघण्टायै नमः
ओम कूष्माण्डाय नमः ओम स्कन्दमात्रे नमः ओम कात्यायन्यै नमः ओम कालरात्रे नमः ओम महागौर्यै नमः ओम सिद्धिदात्रे नमः ओम ब्राह्म्यै नमः ओम माहेश्वर्यै नमः ओम कौमार्यै नमः ओम वैष्णव्यै नमः ओम वाराह्यै नमः ओम इंद्राण्यै नमः ओम चामुण्डायै नमः ओम महाकाल्यै नमः ओम महालक्ष्म्यै नमः ओम महासरस्वत्यै नमः ओम माहेश्वर्यै नमः ओम महादेव्यै नमः ओम जयन्त्यै नमः ओम सर्वमङ्गलायै नमः ओम लज्जायै नमः ओम भगवत्यै नमः ओम अन्ध्यायै नमः ओम भवान्यै नमः ओम पापनाशिन्यै नमः ओम चण्डिकायै नमः ओम कालरात्रे नमः ओम भद्रकाल्यै नमः ओम अपराजितायै नमः ओम महाविद्यायै नमः ओम महामेधायै नमः ओम महामायायै नमः ओम महाबलायै नमः ओम कात्यायन्यै नमः ओम जयायै नमः ओम दुर्गायै नमः ओम मन्दारवनवासिन्यै नमः ओम आर्यायै नमः ओम गिरिसुतायै नमः ओम धात्रे नमः ओम महिषासुरघातिन्यै नमः ओम सिद्धिदायै नमः ओम बुद्धिदायै नमः ओम नित्यायै नमः ओम वरदायै नमः ओम वरवर्णिन्यै नमः ओम अंबिकायै नमः ओम सुखदायै नमः ओम सौम्यायै नमः ओम जगन्मात्रे नमः ओम शिवप्रियायै नमः ओम भक्तसन्तापहन्त्रे नमः ओम सर्वकामप्रपूरिण्यै नमः ओम जगत्कर्त्रे नमः ओम जगद्धात्रे नमः ओम जगत्पालनतत्परायै नमः ओम अव्यक्तायै नमः ओम व्यक्तरूपायै नमः ओम भीमायै नमः ओम त्रिपुरसुन्दर्यै नमः ओम अपर्णायै नमः ओम ललितायै नमः ओम वेद्यायै नमः ओम पूर्णचन्द्रनिवारणायै नमः ओम चामुण्डायै नमः ओम चतुरायै नमः ओम चन्द्रायै नमः ओम गुणत्रयविभागिन्यै नमः ओम हेरम्बजनन्यै नमः ओम काल्यै नमः ओम त्रिगुणायै नमः ओम यशोधारिण्यै नमः ओम उमायै नमः ओम कलशहस्तायै नमः ओम दैत्यदर्पनिषोदिन्यै नमः ओम बुद्ध्यै नमः ओम कान्त्यै नमः ओम क्षमायै नमः ओम शान्त्यै नमः ओम पुष्ट्यै नमः ओम तुष्ट्यै नमः ओम धृत्यै नमः ओम मत्यै नमः ओम वरदायुधधारिणे नमः ओम धीरायै नमः ओम गौर्यै नमः ओम शाकम्भर्यै नमः ओम शिवायै नमः ओम अष्टसिद्धिप्रदायै नमः ओम वामायै नमः ओम शिववामाङ्गवासिन्यै नमः ओम धर्मदायै नमः ओम धनदायै नमः ओम श्रीदायै नमः ओम कामदायै नमः ओम मोक्षदायै नमः ओम अपरायै नमः ओम चित्स्वरूपायै नमः ओम चिदानन्दायै नमः ओम जयश्रियै नमः ओम जयदायिन्यै नमः ओम सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यायै नमः ओम जगत्त्रयहितैषिण्यै नमः ओम सर्वाण्यै नमः ओम पार्वत्यै नमः ओम धन्यायै नमः ओम स्कन्दमात्रे नमः ओम अखिलेश्वर्यै नमः ओम प्रपन्नार्तिहरायै नमः ओम देव्यै नमः ओम सुभगायै नमः ओम कामरूपिण्यै नमः ओम निराकारायै नमः ओम साकारायै नमः ओम महाकाल्यै नमः ओम सुरेश्वर्यै नमः ओम सर्वायै नमः ओम श्रद्धायै नमः ओम ध्रुवायै नमः ओम कृत्यायै नमः ओम मृडान्यै नमः ओम भक्तवत्सलायै नमः ओम सर्वशक्तिसमायुक्तायै नमः ओम शरण्यै नमः ओम सर्वकामदायै नमः ओम श्री चण्डिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः
विधपरिमलपत्रपुष्पाणि समर्पयामि आपस्तृजन्तस्त्रिग्धारचिक्लीदवसमे गृहे न च देवीं मातरं श्रियं वासय मे चंडिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः समस्तोपचारान् समर्पयामि।
मवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पदां शृण्वन्नोतिभिस्सीदसादनम् उदये नमः। तस्य कुशिगर्षिः रात्रिर्देवता गायत्री छन्दः जगदम्बा प्रीत्यर्थे सप्तशती पाठादौ जपे विनियोगः। ॐ रात्रिं व्यक्षता यदीपो रुद्रा देव्या अक्षभिः विश्वाधिश्रयोधिता पूर्वप्रामर्त्या निवतो देव्यो मुद्वताः ज्योतिषा बाधते तमाः रस्वसारमस्कृतोषसं देव्या यदि अपेदो हासते तमाः कानो जयस्या विजन्यतेजामन्नविक्ष्वैः वृक्षेण वासतिं वजाः ग्रामासो विक्षतनिपद्वन्तो निपक्षिणाः विश्वेनाहस्यदर्थिनाः यावजा मृत्या अमृगैः यवजस्ते नमोऽन्ये नः सुतरा भव उपामापेऽपि शत्तमः कृष्णं व्यक्तमस्थिता धारणे वा जातुजा तदेका जीवाकारं वृणीष्वतो हि तर्दिवः रात्रिस्थो मन्नजिज्ञुषे। श्री प्रथमचरित्रस्य ब्रह्मा ऋषिः छन्दः रक्तदन्तिका बीजम् अग्निस्तत्त्वम् ऋग्वेदस्वरूपम् श्रीमहाकाली प्रीत्यर्थम् धर्मार्थम् जपे विनियोगः। तेषु चापपरिघाञ्छोलम् भुषण्डीम् शिरः शङ्खम् सन्तततीम् करैस्तृणयनाम् सर्वाङ्गभूषावृताम् नीलास्मद्युतिमास्य पाददशकाम् सेवे महाकालिकाम् यामस्तौत्स्वपिते हरौ कमलजो हन्तुम् मधुङ्गैडभम्। ॐ नमश्चण्डिकायै। ॐ ऐं मार्कण्डेयमुवाच सावर्ण्यः सूर्यतनयो यो मनः कच्छतेष्टमः यशामयतु तत्पत्तिं विस्तराग्यततो मम महामायानुभावेन यथा मन्वन्तराधिपः समभूव महाभागः सावर्ण्यस्तनयो रवेः स्वारोजुषेन्तरे पूर्वं जैत्रवंशसमुद्भवः सुरथो नाम राजाभूत् समस्ते क्षितिमण्डले तस्य पालयतः सम्यक् प्रजाः पुत्राणि पौरसान् बभूव शत्रवो भूवाः कोलाविध्वंसिनस्तदा तस्य दैरपवद्युद्धमतिप्रबलदण्डिनः न्यूनैरपि सदैर्युद्धे कोलाविध्वंसवर्जितः ततस्त्वपरमाजातो निजदेशाधिपो भवते आक्रान्तस्य महाभागस्तैस्तदा प्रबलादिभिः मात्यैर्बलिभिर्दुष्टैर्दुर्बलस्य दुरात्मभिः कोशो बलं जापहृतं तत्रापि स्वपुरे ततः तो मृगजां व्याजेन हृतस्वाम्यस्य भूपतिः एकाकी हजमारुह्य जगामगहनं वनं तत्राश्रममद्राक्षी द्विजवर्यस्य मेधसः शान्तश्वापदाकीर्णं मनुष्यशोभशोभितं तस्थौ कञ्चित् सकालं च मुनिना तेन सत्कृतः दश्चेदश्च विचरन् तस्मिन् मुनिवराश्रमे
रोचिन्तयत्तदा तत्र भवत्ताकृष्टमानसः मत्पूर्वैः पालितं पूर्वं मजाहीनं पुरं ह्यतत् मद्वृत्तेस्तेन सद्वृत्ते धर्मतः पाल्यते न वा मम वैरेव संयातः कान् भोगानुपलप्स्यते नेममानुगता नित्यं प्रसादधनभोजनैः अनुवृत्तं ध्रुवन्त्यद्य कुर्वन्त्यन्यमहीभृताम् असम्यग्व्ययशीलैस्ते कुर्वद्भ्यः सततं निजं सञ्चितस्सोऽजि दुःखेन क्षयं दोषो गमिष्यति एतच्चान्यस्य सततं चिन्तयामास पार्थिवः तत्र विप्राश्रमाभ्यासे वैश्रमेकं ददर्शतः वृष्टस्तेन कस्त्वम्भो हेतुश्चागमनेत्रकः अशोकयिव कस्मात् दुर्मणा इव लक्ष्यसे इत्यागन्यवजस्तस्य भूपते नयोजितं प्रत्युवाचसं वैश्वप्रश्रजा मनतो नृपम् वैश्यवुवाच माधर्नाम वैश्योऽहमुत्पन्नो धनिनाङ्कुले प्रदारेन्द्रस्तश्च धनलोभात् साधुभिः हीनश्च धनैर्दारैः पुत्रैरादाजमे धनम् अनमभ्यागतो दुःखीनस्तश्चाप्तबन्धुभिः सोऽहन्न वेद्मि पुत्राणां कुशलात्मिकां प्रवृत्तिं स्वजनानां च दाराणां चात्र संस्थितः किन्न तेषां गृहे क्षेममक्षेमं किन्नु साम्प्रतं सन्ते किन्नु सद्वृत्ता दुर्वृत्ताः किन्नु मे सुताः राजो प्रदारादिभिर्धनैः तेषु किं भवतस्येहमनुबध्नादिमानसं वैश्यवुवाच एवमेतद्यथा प्राह भवानस्मद्गतं वचः किं करोमि न बध्नादिमनुष्ठुर्नाम्नः एष्यन्त्यद्यपि दृश्येऽहं धनुर्धैर्निराकृतः तदस्वजनः अर्धं च हार्दितेष्वेव मे मनः मे तन्नाभिजानामि जानन्नपि महामते यत्प्रेम प्रवणं चित्तं विगुणेष्वभिबन्धुषो येषां कृते मे निःश्वासो दौर्मणस्य जायते करोमि कियन्न मनस्तेष्वप्रीतिनिरुष्टरं मार्कण्डेयमुवाच ततस्तौ सहितो विप्रतं मुनिं समुपस्थितौ समाधिर्नाम वैश्योऽसौ च पार्थिवसत्तमः कृत्वादुतौ यथा न्यायी यथार्हन्तेन संविदं भविष्टो कथा काश्चक्रतुर्वैश्यपार्थिवौ राजोवाच भगवन् स्वामहं द्रष्टुमिच्छाम्येकं वदस्वदत् दुःखायन्मे मनः स्वचित्ताय तदां विना मत्पङ्कजराज्यस्य राज्याङ्गे श्रीलेव्यै ज्ञानतोऽपि यथाज्ञस्य गमेतन्मुनिसत्तमः अयं च निकृतः पुत्रैर्दारैर्भृत्यैस्तदोज्झितः वचनेन सन्त्यक्तस्तेषु हार्दी तथाप्यति एवमेष तथाहञ्चद्भावप्रत्यन्तदुःखितौ दृष्टदोषेऽपि विषये ममत्वाकृष्टमानसौ सत्यमेतन्महाभागयन्मोहो ज्ञानिनोरपि ममास्य च भवत्येषा विवेकान्धस्य मूढता ऋषिरुवाच ज्ञानमस्ति समस्तस्य जन्तोर्विषयगोचरे ऋषिराष्ट्रमहाभागयान्ति चैवं पृथक् पृथक् दिवान्धा प्राणिनः केचिद्रात्रा बन्धास्तथा परे केचिद्दिवासारात्रो प्राणिनस्तुल्यदुष्टजः ज्ञानिनो मनुजाः सत्यं किन्तु तेन हि केवलं तो हि ज्ञानः सर्वे विषपक्षिमृगादयः ज्ञानं च तन्मनुष्याणां मनुष्याणां च यत्तेषां तुल्यमन्यत्ततो भजोः ज्ञानेऽपि सति पश्यैतान् पतङ्गान् चापजञ्जुषो न मोक्षात् तान् मोहात् पीड्यमानानभिक्षुता मानुषामनुजव्याकृताभिलाषास्वतान् प्रति लोभात् प्रत्युपकाराय निर्वेदान् किन्न पश्यसि सा विभूतावर्ते मोहकर्ते निपातिताः महामाया प्रभावेन संसारस्थितिकारिणा अन्नात्र विस्मयः कार्यो योगनिद्राजगत्पतेः महामाया हरेश्चैषा तया सम्मोह्यते जगत् ज्ञानिनामपि चेतांसि देवी भगवती हि सा बलादाकृष्य मोहाय महामाया प्रयच्छति या विसज्यते विश्वं जगदेतच्चराचरं ऐषा प्रसन्ना वरदा नृणां भवति मुक्तये सा विद्या परमा मुक्तेर् संसारबन्धहेतुश्चैव सर्वेश्वरेश्वरी राजोवाच भगवन्ता हि सा देवी महामायेति यां भवान् प्रवीतिकसमुत्पन्नाः कर्मास्याश्च किं द्विज यत्प्रभावा च सा देवी यत्स्वरूपा यदुद्भव तत्सर्वं श्रोतुमिच्छामि त्वत्तो ब्रह्मविदाम्बर ऋषिरुवाच नित्यैव सा जगन्मूर्तिस्तया सर्वमिदं ततं तथापि तत्समुत्पत्तिर्बहुधा श्रूयतां मम देवानां कार्यसिद्ध्यर्थमाविर्भवति सा यदा उत्पन्ने च तदा लोके हानित्या योगनिद्रा यदा विष्णुजगत्येकार्णवीकृते आस्तीर्यहेषमभजत् कल्पान्ते भगवान् प्रभुः तदा द्वावसुरो घोरो विख्यातो मधुकैटभो विष्णुकर्णबलोद्बोधो हन्तुं ब्रह्माणमुद्यतौ नाभिकमले विष्णोस्थितो ब्रह्मा प्रजापतिः विश्वादावसुरो जोग्रो प्रसुप्तं च जनार्दनं विश्वाभयोगनिद्रान्तामेकाग्रहृदयस्थितः बोधनार्थाय हरेर्हरिनेत्रकृतालयां विश्वेश्वरीं जगद्धात्रीं संहारकारिणीं निद्रां भगवतीं विष्णोर्दुरां तेजसः प्रभुः ब्रह्मोवाच त्वं स्वाहा त्वं सुधा त्वं हि वषट्कारस्वरात्मिका तथा त्वमक्षरे नित्य तथा मात्रात्मिका स्थिता अर्धमात्रा स्थिता नित्यायानुच्चार्या विशेषतः मेव सन्ध्या सावित्री त्वं देवि जननी परा ययै तद्धारिते विश्वं दयै तत्सृज्यते जगत् ययै तत्पाल्यते देवि त्वमत्सन्ते च सर्वथा विशिष्टौ षष्ठिरूपा त्वं स्थितिरूपा च पालने तथा संहृतिरूपान्ते जगतोऽस्य जगन्मये महाविद्या महामाया महामेधा महास्मृतिः महामोहा च भवती महादेवी महेश्वरी जगतिस्थं च सर्वस्य गुणत्रयविभाविनी कालरात्रिर्महारात्रिर्मोहरात्रिश्च श्री त्वमेश्वरे त्वं हे सम्बुद्धिर्बोधलक्षणा लज्जावृष्टिस्तथा दृष्टिस्पुंसान्तिः क्षान्तिरेव च खड्गिनी शौरिणी घोरागदिनी चक्रिणी तथा अंकिनीजापिनीपानपुषण्डी परिघायुधा सौम्या सौम्यवराशेष सौम्येभ्यस्तुति सुन्दरी परापराणां परमात्ममेव परमेश्वरी च किञ्चित्वचिद्वस्तु सदद्वाकिलात्मके तस्य सर्वस्य याशक्तिः सात्वं किमस्तुयसे मया या त्वया जगत्सृष्टा जगत्पात्युत्तियो जगते गोविनिद्रावशन्नीरः कस्त्वां स्तोतमिहेश्वरः विष्णुशरीरग्रहणमहमीशानयेव च कारिदास्ते दोतस्त्वां स्तोतं शक्तिमान् भवेत् अक्रमित्सं प्रभावैस्वैरुदारेर्देव संस्तुता मोहयीतो दुरादर्शा वसुलो मधुगैडभौ प्रबोधञ्च जगत्स्वामी नीयतामुच्यतो लघो दुभेदो महासुरौ तामसी तत्र वेदसा कृष्णो प्रबोधनार्थाय निहन्तं मधुगैडभौ नेत्रास्य नासिकाबाहुर्दयेभ्यस्तचौरसा निर्गम्यदर्शनेदस्तो ब्रह्मणो व्यक्तजन्मनः उत्तस्थौ जगन्नाथस्तया मुक्तो जनार्दनः एकान्नवेः जयनाथस्य दृशे जतौ मधुगैडभौ दुरात्मानावतिवीर्यपराक्रमो बोधरक्तेक्षरावत्वं ब्रह्माणं जनितोद्यमौ समुत्साहितदस्ताभ्यां युधे भगवान् हरिः पञ्चवर्षसहस्राणि बाहुप्रहरणो विभो तावत्प्रतिबलोन्मत्तो महामाया विमोहितौ उक्तवन्तो वरोस्मत्तो वेदामिति केशवं श्रीभगवानुवाच वेदामद्यमेतुष्टवमध्यामुभावपि मन्येन वरेण यथामध्यवतं मया पञ्चताभ्यां गतितो सर्वमापोमयं जगत् विलोक्यताभ्यां गतितो भगवान् कमलेक्षणः आवाञ्जिनेत्रोर्विहरिणेन परिप्लुता युक्त्वा भगवता शङ्खचक्रगदाभृता कृत्वा चक्रेण वैच्छन्ये जघने शिरसि तजोः एवमेषा समुत्पन्ना ब्रह्मणः हंस्तदा स्वयं भाववस्या देव्यास्तु भूयः शृणुवदामि च ऐं ॐ जगदम्बार्पणमस्तु अस्य श्रीमध्यमचरित्रस्य विष्णुर्ऋषिः देवता बीजम् आयुस्तत्त्वं यजुर्वेदस्वरूपं श्रीमहात्यर्थं से जपे विनियोगः ध्यानं शोकदेशकुलिशं वत्वं धनुष्कुण्डिकां खण्डं शक्तिमसिञ्च जन्मजलजं गण्डां सुराभाजनं शूलं पाशुसुदर्शने दधीं हस्तैः प्रबालप्रभां सेवे सैरिवमर्दिनीमिह महालक्ष्मीं सरोजस्थिता ॐ नमः चण्डिकायै ॐ ह्रीं ऋषिरुवाच देवासुरमभूत्युद्धं पूर्णमब्दशतं पुरा महिषे सुराणामधिपे देवानां च पुरन्दरे तत्रासुरैर्महावीर्यैर्देवसैन्यं पराजितं जित्वा च सकलान् देवानिन्द्रो भून्महिषासुरः ततः पराजिता देवा पद्मजोनिं प्रजापतिं पुरस्कृत्य गदास्तत्र यत्रेष गरुडध्वजौ सा वर्तन्तजोस्तद्वन्महिषासुरचेश्रितं सा कथजामासुर्देवामिव विस्तरं सूर्येन्द्राग्निलिलेन्दोनायमस्य वरुणस्य च अन्येषां च अधिकारान् स्वजमेवाधितिष्ठति सर्गान् निराकृताः सर्वे तेन देवगणा भवि चरन्ति यथा मर्त्या महिषेण दुरात्मना शरणं च प्रपन्नास्मो वरस्तस्य विचिन्त्यतां सन्निषम्य देवानां चांसि मधुसूदनः कारकोपं सम्पुष्टभृगुडीकुटिराणिनो गोपपूर्णस्य चक्रणो वदनात्तः श्चक्राममहत्तेजो ब्रह्मणः शङ्करस्य च अन्येषां देवानां निर्गतं तु महत्तेजस्तच्चैक्यं समगच्छता जीवतेजसः कोडं जलन्तमिव पर्वतं सृष्टे सुरास्तज्ज्वालां व्याप्तदिगन्धरं जलं तत्तत्तेजः सर्वदेवशरीरजं यस्तन्ततभून्नारी व्याप्तलोकत्रियं तदभूच्छाम्बवन्तेजस्तेना जायिततन्मुखं काम्येन जाभवन्केशा बाहवो विष्णुतेजसा सौम्येन स्तनयोर्युग्मं मध्यं शैलेन जा भवत् आरुणेन च जङ्गोरोर्जम्बस्तेजसा भवः ब्रह्मणस्तेजसा पादौ जङ्गुल्योत्ततेजसा सूनाञ्जकराङ्गुल्यः कौबेरेण जनासिका स्यास्तुताः सम्भूता प्राजाप्त्येन तेजसा येन तदयं यज्ञे तथा भावकतेजसा रोजसन्ध्यजोस्तेजश्रवणावलिरस्य च अन्येषां चैव देवानां सम्भवस्तेजसां शिवा ततः समस्तदेवानां तेजोराशिसमुद्भवां तं विलोक्यमुखं प्रापुरमरामहिषाद्धिताः ततो देवादुस्तस्यै स्वानि स्वान्यायुधानि च शूलं शूलात् निष्कृष्य ददौ तस्यै पिनाकदृक् चक्रं च दत्तवान् कृष्णसमुत्पाट्यस्वचकृतः कङ्कञ्जवर्णशक्तिं ददौ तस्यै हुताशनः मारुतो दत्तवां शापं बाणपूर्णेषुधि इदमिन्द्रसमुत्पाट्य गुलिषादमराधिपः ददौ तस्यै सहस्राक्षो घण्टामैरावतात् गजात् कालदण्डाद्यमोदण्डं भाषञ्चाम्बुपतिर्ददौ जापतिष्ठाक्षबालां ददौ ब्रह्माकमण्डलं समस्तरोमकोपेषु निरश्मीन्दिवाकरः कालश्च दत्तवान् खड्गं तस्यै जन्मजनिर्मलं हीरोदष्टामलं हारमजरे च तथाम्बरे चूडामणिं तथा दिव्यं कुण्डले कनकानि च अर्धचन्द्रं तथा शुभ्रं केयूरान् सर्वबाहुषु नूपुरोपणौ तद्वद्दैवेयकमणोत्तमम् अङ्गुलीकरत्नानि समस्तास्मङ्गुलीषु च विश्वकर्मा ददौ तस्यै वरषं जातिनिर्मलम् अम्लानपङ्कज अम्बालां हिरस्रसिजापरां तदज्जलिधस्तस्यै पङ्कजजालशोपणम् सिंहं रत्नानि विविधानि च दापशून्यं सुरजापानपात्रं धनाधिपः एषश्च सर्वनागेशो महं नागहारं ददौ तस्यै दत्ते पृथिवीमिमाम् अन्यैरपि भूषणैरायुधैस्तथा सम्मानितानुनादोच्चैः साट्टः सम्मुहुर्मुः तस्यानादेन घोरेण समापूरितन्नभः माजितादिमहदाब्दिशब्दो महानभूत् चक्षुः सकलालोकः समुद्राश्रिगम्भिरे जालवसुधायेलुः सकलाष्टमहीधराः ये देवास्मदामुसिंहवाहिनी श्रुतवर्मणयश्चैनां भक्तिरम्नात्ममूर्तयः श्वासमस्तं संक्षुब्धं दैलोक्यमुरायः सन्नद्धागिलसैन्यास्ते समुत्तस्तुरुदायुधाः आस्तिमेति दिक्रोदादाभास्य महिषासुरः यथावततं शब्दमशेषैरसुरैर्वृतः तदर्शततो देवीं नक्तलोकत्रयां तुषा आदाक्रान्त्यार्धभुवं किरीटो लिखिताम्बर प्रविदाशेषपादानां धनुजानुस्वनेन तां शिशोभिजसहस्रेण समन्ताद्याप्यसंस्थितां ततः प्रवृते युद्धं जया देव्यासुरद्विषां स्त्रास्तैर्बहुधा मुक्तैरादीविदगन्धरं विधैतामरैश्चान्यैस्तदङ्गबलान्वितः सा नामैदैश्रद्भिरदग्राख्यो महासुरः अयुध्यतायुधानां च सहस्रेण महाहनुः पञ्चाशद्भिश्च नीदैरसुलोमा महासुरः ैषद्भिर्बाष्कलो युधेरणे जवाजसोगैर्णेकैः परिवारितः कृतोरसानां गोट्यादियुद्धे तस्मिन् युध्यत प्राणाख्यो युधानां च पञ्चाशद्भिरसायुधैः युधे संयुगे तत्र रसानां परिवारितः अन्ये च तत्र युधशोरसनागहैर्वृताः युधसंयुगे देव्या सह तत्र महासुराः कोटिकोटिसहस्रैस्तरसानां निन्दिनां तथा यानां च मृतो युद्धेत्राभोन्महिषासुरः ओमरैर्विन्द्यबालश्च शक्तिधर्मसलैस्तथा युधसंयुगे देव्या खड्गैः परशुपट्टिषैः तेजश्चक्षुशक्तिः केचित्पाशांस्तथा परे ह्रीं खड्गप्रहारैस्तेतां हन्तुं प्रजक्रमः स्वामिदेवी शस्त्राणि शस्त्राणि निस्त्राणि चण्डिका विलयैव प्रजच्छेन शस्त्रास्तवर्हिणी नास्तारणा देवी स्तूयमानासुरर्षिभिः मोजासुरदेहायशस्त्राण्यस्त्राणिजेश्वरी स्वभिक्रुद्धो दुदुषणो देव्या वाहनकेसरी राजासुरसैन्येषु वनेष्वदाशनः विश्वासान्मुनेजां श्रीयुध्यमानारणेऽम्बिका एव सद्यः सम्भूता गणाशतसहस्रशः युधस्ते बलढभिर्विन्दिबालाधिपट्टिशैः हसयन्तो सुरगणां देवी शक्तिमब्रह्मिताः अवादयन्तपटहान् गणाः शङ्कां स्तुतपरे मृदङ्गां स्तुतदैवान्ये दत्सन्मिद्धमहोत्सवे ततो देवी त्रिशूलेन गदजा शक्तिरश्चिभिः खड्गादिभिश्च सदृशो न जगानमहासुरान् यामासु दैवान्यान् घण्टास्वनविमोहितान् सुरान् भुविपाशेन पद्भाजान्यानकर्षयत् यजिद्विदाकृतास्तीक्षे खड्गपादैस्तथा परे विभोसितानि पादेन कदजा भविषेरते एवश्चके च द्विदिनं मुसलेन वृषंहताः यजिन्निभजिता भूमो भिन्नाः शूलेन वक्षसि अन्तराश्रौघेन कृताः केचिद्रणाजिरे एनानुकालिनः प्राणान्मुजस्थितशार्दनाः विरांसि पेतुरन्येषामन्ये मध्ये वितारिताः विच्छन्नजङ्घास्तपरे पेतुर्व्यां महासुराः एकबाह्पक्षचरणाः केचिद्देव्याद्विधा कृताः इन्नेऽपि चान्ये हिरसि पतिताः पुनरुत्थिताः दृश्ये परे तत्र युद्धे दौर्यलयाश्रिताः प्रबन्धाश्चिन्नशरथः खड्गसकृष्यपाणजः सदृश्येति भाषन्तो देवी मन्ये आदिदैनसनागाश्रैरसुरैश्रवसुन्धर गम्यासा भवत्तत्र यत्राभूत्समहारणः शोणिदौघामहानद्यः सद्यस्तत्र प्रसुस्रवः मध्ये चासुरसैन्यस्य वारणासुरभाजनः क्षणेन तन्महासैन्यवसुराणां तथाम्बिका विनेक्षये सामन्यस्त्रदारुमहाजयं सिंहो महानादमुत्सजन् धृतकेसरः शरीरेभ्यो मरारीणां सूर्यविभजन्पति दैव्यागणैश्चैत्रमुदयुद्धं तथासुरैः तेषां तु दुर्देव पुष्पपश्चिमज्योतिवि जगदम्बार्पणवस्तु ॐ नमः चण्डिकायै ॐ ऋषिरुवाच निहन्यमानं तत्सैन्यमवलोक्य महासुरः एनानि शिक्षणः कोपाद्यो योद्धुमथाम्बिकां देवीं सुरवर्षेण ववर्षमदेसुरः सा मेरुगिरे शृङ्गन्दोजवर्षेण तोजितः तस्य क्षित्वा देवी लीलयैव सरोत्तरान् घाणदुरगान् बालीर्यन्तान् शैववाजिनं चेतुदुरसद्यो जतिञ्चादिसमुच्छ्रितं व्याधदैव गात्रेषु छिन्नधन्वानमाशुकैः सच्छिन्नधन्वा विरसो हताश्रोतसार्भिः अभ्यधावततां देवीं सिंहमाहत्य खड्गेण तीक्ष्णधारेण मूर्धनि आजगामभुजे संव्ये देवीमप्यतिवेगवान् तस्याः खड्गोपजं प्राप्य प्रभानि प्रपणन्दन ततो जग्राह शूलं स गोपादरुणलोचनः विक्षेपतस्तत्र भद्रकाल्यां महासुरः राज्वल्यमानं तेजोभिरविबिम्बमिवाम्बरात् विश्वासतापदच्छूलं देवी शूलममुञ्चत तेन तच्छतधानीतं शूलं स च महासुरः ते तस्मिन् महावीर्ये महिषस्य जमोपतौ आजगामगजारूढश्चामरस्थितिशार्दनः सोऽपि शक्तिं ममोजास देव्यास्ताम्बिकाधृतं हुङ्गाराभिहतां भूमो पादयामास निष्प्रभां नां शक्तिन्निभजितां दृष्ट्वा क्रोधसमन्वितः क्षेपचामरशूलं बाणैस्तदपि साक्षलत् सिंहः समुत्पत्य गजकुम्भान्तरे स्थितः युध्यमाणौ तु तस्थौ तु तस्मान्नागान्महीं गतौ युधादे संरब्धौ प्रहारैरिति दारुणैः ततो वेगात् समुत्पत्य निपत्य च मृगारिणा फलप्रहारेण शरश्चामरस्य पृथक्कृतं उदग्रशरणे देव्या हिलावृक्षादिभिर्हतः अन्धपुष्टितलैश्चैव कराश्च निपातितः देवी क्रुद्धा गतापादैः शूर्णजामासुजोद्धरम् भास्कलं हिन्दिपादेन बाणैस्ताम्रम् उग्रास्य पुग्रवीर्यं च तथैव च महाहणं नेत्राजतृषेणेन जगानपरमेश्वरी विलालस्यासि नाकायात् पादजामासवीशिरः दुर्धरन्तुर्मखं जोभूषरेण्येयमक्षजम् एवं संक्षीयमाने तस्वसैन्यमहिषासुरः आहिषेण स्वरूपेण त्रासजामासतान् गणान् आंश्चित्तुण्डप्रहारेण कुलक्षेपैस्तदापरान् ताङ्गूलदाडितांश्चाम्याञ्छङ्गाभ्याञ्जविदारितान् एकेन कांश्चपरान्नादेन भ्रमणेन च विश्वासपवनेनान्यान् पातयामास भूतले निपात्य प्रमथानीतमभ्यधावतसोऽसुरः सिंहं हन्तुं महादेव्याः कोपञ्चक्रेततोऽम्बिका सोऽपि कोपान् महावीर्यः कुलक्षुण्णमहीतलः शृङ्गाभ्यां पर्वतानुच्चां शिक्षेप जननाथ च एकभ्रमणविक्षुण्णामहीतस्य विशीर्यत ताङ्गूलेनाहतश्चाब्दिः प्लावयामास सर्वदा शतशृङ्गविभिन्नाश्च खण्डं खण्डं युजुर्धनाः श्वासालिलास्ताश्चतशो निवेदुं नभसो जलाः इति क्रोधसमात्मादमापतन्तं महासुरं विश्वासाचण्डिकाकोपं तद्वधाय साक्षित्वातस्य वैवारं नम्बबन्धमहासुरं प्रत्याजमाहिनं रोमं सोऽभिबद्धो महामृते ततसिंहो भवत्सद्यो यावत् तस्याम्बिकाशिलः शिलप्तिदावत् पुरुषः खड्गवाणि तदश्यत ततजेवाश पुरुषं देवी जिच्छेदसायकैः अङ्खड्गजन्मणा सार्धं ततस्सोऽभोन्मः करेण शमः सिंहं तञ्जकरिषजगर्जज कर्षतस्तु करं देवी खड्गेण निरगन्दत नो महासुरो भोजो माहिषं बभुरा तथैव क्षोभयामास त्रैलोक्यं सचराचरं ततः क्रुद्धा जगन्माता चण्डिका पाणवोत्तमं पुनः पुनश्चैव जहासा ऋणलोचना नन्दजासुरस्वापि मलवीर्यमदोद्धतः श्राणाभ्यां चिक्षेप चण्डिकां प्रतिभूधरान् राजतान् बहिरांस्तेन शोर्णजन्तीशलोत्करैः वाजनं मदोद्धोतं मुखराकाकुलाक्षरं युवाच कर्जकर्जक्षणं मूढमधिजावत्निपाम्यं यजात्विजहदेत्यैव गद्यश्रद्धासु देवताः ूढादं महासुरं पादेनाक्रम्य कण्ठे च शूलेनैनमतानयत् तस्वापि पदाक्रान्तस्तजानिजमुखात्तदा धनिष्ठान्तजेवासीत् देव्या वीर्येण संवृतः धनिष्ठान्तजेवासो यमानो महासुरः महासिना देव्या हिरश्चित्वा निपातितः लोहाहाकृतं सर्वं दैत्यसैन्यं प्रहर्षञ्जवरं जग्मुः सकला देवतागणाः पुष्पपुष्पां सुरा देवीं दिव्यैर्महर्षिभिः गुरुगन्धर्ववदजोन् ऋतुशाप्सरोगणाः जगदम्बार्पणमस्तु ॐ नमः चण्डिकायै ॐ ऋषिरुवाच चक्रादयस्वरगणा निहतेति वीर्ये तस्मिन्दुरात्मनि सुरारिबले च देव्या तां दुष्टप्रणदिनं रशिरोधरां सा वाग्विप्रहर्षपुलकोद्गमचारुदेहा देव्या यजातमिदं जगदात्मशक्त्या निःशेषदेवगणशक्तिसमूहमूर्त्या तामम्बिकामखिलदेवमहर्षिपूज्यां मध्याह्नदास्मृतदाशुभाणि सानः यस्याः प्रभावमधुरं भगवानन्दो ब्रह्मारश्च न हि वक्त्वमलं बलं च सा चण्डिकाखिलजगत्परिपालनाय नाशाय चाशुभवयस्य मतिं करोतु श्रीस्वयं सुकृतीनां भवनेषु लक्ष्मीः पापात्मनां विजयशबुद्धिः श्रद्धासतां कुलजनप्रभवस्य लज्जातान्तान्नदास्तपरिपालय देवि विश्वं मन्नजामतवरूपमचिन्त्य मे तत्किञ्चादिवीर्यं सुरक्षयकारि भूरि किञ्चाहवेषु चरितानि तवादिजानि सर्वेषु देव्यसुरदेवगणादिकेषु समस्तजगतां त्रिगुणाभिदोषैर्न ज्ञायसे सर्वाश्रजाखिलमिदं जगदं शभूतमव्याकृता हि परमा प्रकृतिस्त्वमाद्या तिं प्रजाति सकलेषु मखेषु देवी स्वाहा शिवै पितृगणस्य चतुर्थ्यः दुरुच्चार्यसे त्वमदजैव जनायस्तथा च यामुक्तिः विरञ्च महामृतात्मभ्यस्य से सुलीतेन्द्रसारैः मोक्षार्थिभिर्मुनिभिरस्तसमस्तदोषैर्व्यासि सा भगवती परमा शब्दात्मिका सुविमलर्गिजुषान्निधानमुद्गीतरम्यपदपाठवतां च साम्नां देवित्रयी भगवती भवभावनाय वार्ता सर्वजगतां परमार्थ्यन्ति मेधासि देवी विदिता किल शास्त्रसारा दुर्गासु दुर्गभवसाकरणौ श्रीः कैडभारि हृदयीयकृताधिवासा गौरी त्वमेव शशिमौलिकृतप्रतिष्ठा तत्सहासममलं परिपूर्णचन्द्रबिम्बारुकारि कनकोत्तमकान्तिकान्तम् अत्यद्भुतं बृहदमात्तरुषा तथा विवक्त्रं विलोक्य सहसा महिषासुरेण श्वाजुदेवि कुण्डं मृगुडीकरालमुद्यच्छ साङ्गसदृच्छ वियन्न सद्यः प्राणान्मुभोज महिषस्तदतीव चित्रं गैर्जीव्यते हि कुविदान्तकदर्शनेन यदि प्रसीद परमा भवती भवाय सद्यो विनाशयसि कोपवती विज्ञातमेतधुनैव यदस्तमेतन्नीदं बलं सुविपुलं महिषासुरस्य ते सम्मदाजलपदेषु धनानि तेषां तेषां येषां सिलजसीदति बन्धुवर्ग अन्यास्तजेव निवृतात्मजभृत्यदा राजेषां सदाभ्युदयदा भवती प्रसन्ना रम्याणि देवि सकलानि सदैव कर्माण्यत्यादृतः प्रतिदिनं स्वर्गं प्रजादितो भवती प्रसादाल्लोकत्रयेऽपि फलदाननुदेवि तेन दुर्गे स्मृता हरसि भीतिमशेषजन्तो स्वस्थैः स्मृतामतिमतीव सुखां दारिद्र्यदुःखभजहारिणि कात्मधन्या सर्वोपकारकरणाय सदार्द्रचित्ता ये बिर्हदैर्जगदुपैति सुखं तथैते कुर्वन्तु नाम नरकाय चिराय पापं सङ्ग्राममृत्युमधिगम्य दिवं प्रजान्तुमत्वेति नो नहमितान् दुष्टैव कन्न भवति प्रकरोति वस्म सर्वासुरान् ऋषयत्र हिनोषिशस्त्रं लोकान् प्रजान्त्रिपुवो भीषस्तभूतायत्सम्मतिर्भवति देश्वहितेषु खड्गप्रभारकरविस्फुरणैस्तथोग्रैः शूलाग्रकान्तिनिवहेन दिशोऽसुराणां भिन्नागता विलयमं सुमदिन्दुखण्डजोद्याननं तपविलोकेतां दुर्वृत्तवर्तशमनं तव देवि शैलं रूपं तथैव चिन्त्यमतिल्यमन्यैः वीर्यं च हन्तृहृतदेव पराक्रमाणां वैरिष्वपि प्रकटितैव दयात्मजेत्सं येनोपमा भवतु तेस्य पराक्रमस्य रूपं च शत्रुभयकार्यधिकारिपुत्र ते कृपा समरणिष्ठुरदाजदश्चात्तये विदेव वरदे भवनत्रजेऽपि त्रैलोक्यमेतदखिलं रिपुनाशनेन त्रादं त्वया समरमूर्धनि देवि हत्वा नीदादिवं रिपुगणामवेम प्रभास्तमस्माकमन्मदसुरारिभवम् शूलेन पाहि नो देवि पाहि खड्गेन चाम्बिके घण्टास्वनेन नः पाहि जापद्यानिस्वनेन च राज्यां रक्षप्रतीच्याञ्जन्डिके रक्षदक्षिणे ब्राह्मणेनात्मशूलस्य उत्तरस्यां दशेश्वरी पुण्यानि यानि रूपाणि त्रैलोक्ये यानि चात्यन्तघोराणि दैरक्षास्मां सदा भवम् खड्गशूलगदानीनि यानि चास्त्राणि तेऽम्बिके करपल्लवसङ्गीतैरस्मान् ऋषिरुवाच एवं स्तुतासुरैर्दिव्यैः कुसुमैर्नन्दनोद्भवैः अच्छिताय गदां धात्रीत सागन्धानुलेपनैः भक्त्या समस्तैः स्तुतशे दिव्यैः धूपैः स्तुतोभिता प्रसादसुमुखैः समस्तान् प्रणतान् सुरान् देव्युवाच यतान् विदुषाः सर्वे तस्मद्दोऽभिवाञ्छितं देवावूचुः भगवत्यागतं सर्वं न किञ्चिदवशिष्यते यदयं निहतः शत्रुरस्माकं महिषासुरः यदि चापवरोदयस्तयास्माकं महेश्वरी संस्कृतात्मन्नो विंशेथा यश्च मध्यस्थवैरेभिस्त्वां स्तोष्यत्यबलानने तस्य वित्तर्धि विभवे धनधारादिसम्पदां ध्वजेत्वत्प्रसन्नात्मं भवेथाः सर्वदाम्बिके धिरुवाच इति प्रसादिता देवी जगदोर्चेतसात्मनः चेद्युक्त्वा भद्रकाली बभूवान्तर्हितानुप इत्येतत्कथितं भूव सम्भूता सा यथा पुरा देवी देवशरीरेभ्यो जगत्त्रयहितैषिणी पुनश्च गौरी देहात् सा समुद्भूता बधाय दुष्टदैत्यानां सा शुम्भनिशुम्भजो क्षणाय च लोकानां देवानामुपकारिणी श्रुणश्रुभजाख्यातं सा तजानुते ह्रीं वों जगदम्बात्मनमस्तु यस्य श्रीमुत्तमचरित्रस्य महासरस्वती देवता शक्तिः भ्रामरी बीजं सूर्यस्तत्त्वं सामवेदस्वरूपं नियोगः ध्यानम् फलानि शङ्खकुशले चक्रं धनुस्सायकम् हस्ताब्दै ददतीन्धनान्तविलसच्छीदां सुतुल्यप्रभां गौरीदेहसमुद्भवां त्रिजगदामाधारभूतां महा पूर्वामत्र सरस्वतीमनुपजे शुम्भादिदैत्याब्दिनी नमश्चण्डिकाजी ॐ क्लीं ऋषिरुवाच पुरा शुम्भनिशुम्भाभ्यां सुराभ्यां सजीपतेः त्रैलोक्ययज्ञभागास्य हृदामदबलाश्रजात् तावेव सूर्यतां दत्मदधिकारं दसैन्दवं कौवेलवसजाम्यञ्च चक्रादे वरुणस्य च तावेव पवनभ्यञ्च चक्रुतुर्वह्निकर्म च ततो देवाविर्भूता भ्रष्टराज्याः पराजिताः तदाधिकारास्तदशास्ताभ्यां सर्वे निराकृताः महासुराभ्यां तां देवीं संस्मरन्त्य पराजितां यास्माकं वरो दत्तो यथामस्य स्मृता किलाः भवतां नाशयिष्यामि दक्षिणात् परमापदः इति कृत्वा मतिं देवा हिमवन्तन्नगेश्वरं जन्मस्तत्र ततो देवीं विष्णुमायां देवावूचुः नमो देव्यै महादेव्यै शिवायै सततं नमः नमः प्रकृत्यै भद्रायै नियताः प्रणतास्पदा रौद्रायै नमो नित्यायै गौर्यै धात्र्यै नमो नमः ज्योत्स्नायै चेन्द्ररूपिण्यै सुखायै कल्याण्यै प्रणतामृत्यै सिद्ध्यै कूर्म्यै नमो नमः नैऋत्यै भूभृतां लक्ष्मी सर्वाण्यै ते नमो नमः दुर्गायै दुर्गभारायै सारायै सर्वकारिण्यै ख्यात्यै दशैव कृष्णायै धूम्रायै सततं नमः अधिसौम्यादिरौद्रायै नदास्तस्यै नमो नमः नमो जगत्प्रतिष्ठायै देव्यै कृत्यै नमो नमः देवी सर्वभूतेषु विष्णुमायेति शब्दिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु चेतनेत्यभिधीयते नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु बुद्धिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु निद्रारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु क्षुधारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु छायारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु शक्तिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु तृष्णारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु क्षान्तिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु जातिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु लज्जारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु शान्तिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु श्रद्धारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु कान्तिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु लक्ष्मीरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु वृत्तिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु स्मृतिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु दयारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु तुष्टिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु भ्रान्तिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः इन्द्रियाणामधिष्ठात्री भूतानां चाखिलेषु या भूतेषु सततं तस्यै व्याप्त्यै देव्यै नमो नमः इति रूपेण यागस्य वेदव्याप्यस्थिता जगत् नमस्तस्यै 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 दासरेः पूर्वं विश्वसंस्थयास्तासुरेन्द्रेण दिनेषु सेविता रौदसानुश्वहेतुरीश्वरी शुभानि भद्राणि विहन्तु चापदः या साम्प्रतं चोद्धितदीप्तिदापि धैरस्माभिरीषा च सुरैर्नमस्यते संस्कृता दक्षिणमेव हन्ति न सर्वापदो भक्तिविनम्रमूर्तिभिः ऋषिरुवाच एवं स्तवाभियुक्तानां देवानां दत्तपार्वती आतुमभ्याय योदोजे जाह्नं जानपणन्दन अब्रवीत्तान् सुरान् शुभ्रोर्भवद्य स्तूयते त्रका नीलकोशास्या समुद्भूता प्रवीक्षिव स्तोत्रं ममैतत् क्रियते शुम्भते इत्यनिराकृतैः देवैः समेतैः समरेण शुम्भेन पराजितैः नीलकोशाद्यत्तस्याः पार्वत्यानुसृताम्बिका कौशिकेतु समस्तेषु द्वौ लोकेषु गीयते यस्यां विनिर्गतायां कृष्णा भूत्सापि पार्वती कालिकेतु समाख्याता हिमाचलकृताश्च त्वम्बिकां परं रूपं बिभ्राणां सुमनोहरं तदर्शचण्डो मृगस्य भृत्यौ शुम्भनुशुम्भजो ताभ्यां शुम्भाय आख्याता सातीव सुमनोहर काप्यास्ते स्त्री महाराज भासयन्ति दुष्टं केनचिदुत्तमं न्यायताङ्गाप्यसो देवी गृह्यतां च सुरेश्वर श्रीरत्नपति चाल्वङ्गी द्योतयन्ती धृष्टिषा साधु दृष्टति दैत्येन्द्रतां भवान् दृष्टमर्हति तानि रत्नानि मजयोगजा स्वादीनि वै प्रभ त्रैलोक्येषु समस्तानि साम्प्रतं पारिजातदृष्टायं तथैवोच्चैश्रवाहयः मानं हंसयुक्तमेतत्तिष्ठति तेऽङ्गणे तत्तभूतमिहानीदं विदासीद्भोधसोद्भुतं विरेषमहापद्मस्तमानीलोधनेश्वरात् निल्किणीं दौजाद्धर्मालामम्लानपङ्कजां त्वं देवारुणङ्गेः काञ्चलस्सा वितिष्ठति सायं सुन्दरवरो पुरासीत् प्रजापतेः इत्योरुक्रान्तिदानामित्परीषत्प्रजाहृता पाठस्थलिर्राज्यस्य भ्रातुस्तवपरिग्रहे शुम्भस्याब्धिजाताश्च समस्तार्थजातियः अन्निरभिदौतुभ्यमग्निशोचै च वाससि एवं दैत्येन दत्तानि समस्तान्याहृतानि ते श्रीरत्नमेषा कल्याणी त्रिजास्मान्न गृह्यते ऋषिरुवाच शम्येदिव च शुम्भः सतता चण्डमुण्डजोः एष जावासुग्रीवं दौतं देव्या महासुरम् इति चेति च वक्तव्या सागत्वा विदनान् मम राजाभ्येति सम्प्रीत्यात् सा कार्यं त्वजालघु तत्र गत्वा यत्रास्ते शैलोद्देशे दिशोभने तां च देवी तप्ताः शक्ष्रं मधुरजागिर दूतमुवाच देवि दैत्येश्वरः शुम्भस्तैलोक्ये परमेश्वरः उतोऽहं प्रेषितस्यैर्तत्सकाशमिहागतः व्याहदाग्यः सर्वासु यः सदा देवजोनिषु यदाखिल दैत्यारिस्य यदाहनुष्वतत् मम त्रैलोक्यमखिलं मम देवावशानुगा इन्द्यभागानहं सर्वानुपाश्यामि पृथक् पृथक् त्रैलोक्ये वररत्नानि समस्तैव गजरत्नं च हृतं देवेन्द्रवाहनं क्षीरोदमसनोद्बोधमश्वरत्नं ममामरैः शैशवसु संज्ञां तत्प्रतिपत्य समर्पितं यानि चान्यानि देवेषु गन्धर्वेषु उरगेषु च रत्नभूतानि भूतानि तानि मय्येव शोभने श्रीरत्नभूतान् त्वां देवि लोके मन्यामहे वयम् आत्मस्मानुभागच्छ यतो रत्नभुजो वयम् आम्बामबालुजम्बानुशुम्भविरुविक्रमं रजत्पञ्चञ्च लाभाङ्गि रत्नभूतासि मयि यतः परमेश्वर्यमतुलं प्राप्स्यसे मत्परिग्रहात् एतद्बुद्ध्या समालोच्य मत्परिग्रहतां व्रज ऋषिरुवाच इत्युक्ता सा तथा देवी गम्भीरान्तस्मिता जगौ दुर्गा भगवती भद्रा येतन्धार्यते जगत् देव्युवाच सत्यमुक्तं त्वजानात्यमिच्छा किञ्चित् त्वजोजितं त्रैलोक्यादिपतिशुम्भोर्शुम्भश्चाभिधादृशा इन्द्रत्रयत्पतिज्ञानं मिथ्याक्रियते कथं श्रूयतामल्पबुद्धित्वा प्रतिज्ञाया कृता पुरा यो मां चेति संग्रामे यो मे तत्त्वं व्यपोहति यो मे प्रतिबलो लोके समे भक्ता भविष्यति तदा गच्छतु शुम्भोऽत्रिशुम्भो वा महाबलः माञ्चित्वा किञ्चनेनात्र वाणिं गृह्णातु मे लघु दूतमुवाच अवलिप्तासि मयिवं त्वं देवि ब्रूहि ममाकृतः त्रैलोक्येकः पुमां सृष्टेदग्रशुम्भनुडुम्बजोः अन्येषामपि दैत्यानां सर्वे देवानवैः तिष्ठन्ति सम्मुखे देवि किं पुनस्त्री त्वमेकैका इन्द्राद्याः सकला देवास्तुर्येषां न संयुगे उम्भादीनां सन्देषां स्त्रीप्रियास्य सम्मुखं आत्मं गच्छ वयैवोक्ता वार्षं शुम्भनुशुम्भजोः एषाकर्षणभूतगौरवामागमिष्यसि देव्युवाच एवमेतद्बली शुम्भोर्शुम्भश्चाभितादृशः किं करोमि प्रतिज्ञामेदनालोचिता पुरा त्वं गच्छ वयोत्तं वेदेत् सर्वमादृतः जगदम्बात्मनमस्तु ॐ नमः चण्डिकायै ॐ ऋषिरुवाच अन्यवचो देव्याः सदोदो मर्षपूरितः समाजस्य समागम्य दैत्यराजाय
राज्यमागर्ण्यात् सुररार्ततः सक्रोधः प्राह दैत्यानामधिपन् धूम्रलोचनं ये धूम्रलोचनाशत्वं सुसैन्यपरिवारितः कामालयबलात् दुष्टाङ्गेशाकर्षणविह्वलां तत्परित्राणितः कश्चित् दिवो तिष्ठते वरः अहन्दव्योमरो वा यक्षो गन्धर्व एव वा ऋषिरुवाच येनाज्ञप्तस्ततः शीघ्रं सदैत्यो धूम्रलोचनः दशष्ट्यादहस्राणां सुराणां धृतञ्जिगौ दृष्ट्वा तां ततो देवीं विहिनाचलसंस्थितां गादोच्चैः प्रगाहीति मूलं शुम्भनिशुम्भगोः चेत्प्रीत्याद्य भवतीमुद्भक्तारमुपैष्यति ततो बलान्नगाम्येषकेशाकर्षणविह्वलां देव्युवाच दैत्येश्वरेण प्रहितो बलवान् बलसंवृतः बलान्नगमसि मामेव ततः किं ते करोम्यहं ऋषिरुवाच इत्युक्तः सोऽभ्यधावत्तामसुरो धूम्रलोचनः हुङ्गारेण युतं भस्वसाचकाराभिघातता भवरषदायकैस्तीक्ष्णे सदा शक्तिवरश्वधैः ततो धतुषः कोपात् कृत्वा नादं सभैरवं वादासुरसेनागां सिंहो देव्याः स्ववाहनः कांशित्करप्रहारेण दैत्यानास्येन जापरान् आक्रान्त्याचाधरेणान्याजघानसमहासुरान् येषाञ्चित्पाटगामासनकैः कोष्ठानिकेसरी थादलप्रहारेण शिरांसि कृतवान् पृथक् छिन्नबाहुशः कृतास्तेन तथा परे वोचुर्धिरङ्गोष्ठादन्येषां तदकेसरः येन तत्फलं सर्वं क्षगन्नीतं महात्मना येन केसरिणा देव्या वाहनेनादिगोविना श्रुत्वा तमसरं देव्या निहतं धूम्रलोचनं फलञ्चक्षयितं कृत्सन् देवी केसरिणा ततः सुकोपदैत्याधिपतिः शुम्भः प्रस्फुरिताधरः आज्ञापिकामासुतौ चण्डमुण्डो महासरौ हे चण्ड हे मुण्डबलैर्बहुभिः परिवारितौ तत्र गच्छत गत्वा च सासमानीगतान् लघो येषेष्वाकृष्य बुद्भावागदिवः संशयोगधि दाशेषागधैः सर्वे अस्यां हदागान् दुष्टागां सिंहे च विनिपातिते शीघ्रमागम्यतां बद्ध्वा गृहीत्वा दामधाम्बिकां जगदम्बार्पणमस्तु ॐ नमश्चण्डिकायै ॐ ऋषिरुवाच आज्ञप्तास्ते ततो दैत्याः चण्डमुण्डपुरोगमाः चतुरङ्गबलो वेदायुगर्भ्युद्धाः दृशस्ते ततो देवीमीषद्धासां व्यवस्थितां सिंहस्योपरि शैलेन्द्रशृङ्गे महति काञ्चने ते दृष्ट्वा तां समादातमुद्यमं चक्रुरुद्यताः आकृष्टजावासिधरास्तथान्ये तत्समीपगाः कारोच्चैरम्बिका दानरेन् प्रति कोपेन जास्यावदनं वशीवर्णमभूत्तदा भृकुडीकुटिला तस्या ललाटफलकात्रितम् अलीकरालवदा निष्क्रान्तासि भाषणी चित्रखड्वाङ्गधराणरमाला विभूषणा दीपजर्मपरिधाना शुष्कमांसादिभैरवा अतिविस्तारवदना जिह्वालनभीषणा हिमत्नारक्तनगना नादापूरितिमुखा अवेगेनाभिपतिता घातगन्धी महासुरान् सैन्ये तत्र सुरारीणाभक्षगत तत्फलं पार्ष्णिग्राः कुशङ्ग्राः योधघण्टा समन्वितान् समादायैकहस्तेन मुखे जिक्षेपवारणान् तथैव गोधं दुर्गैरथं सारथिना सह विक्षिप्य भक्ते दशनैः सर्वगन्त्यतिभैरवम् एकं चक्राः केशेषु ग्रीवागामथजापरम् पादेनाक्रम्य दैवान्यमुरसान्यपपोथयत् मुखेन चक्राः हर्षा दशनैर्मथदान्यपि बलिनां तत्फलं सर्वमसुराणां दुरात्मनाम् अमर्त्ना भक्षगच्छान्यानन्यांश्चादाडगत्तदा सिना निहताः केचित् केचित् खड्वाङ्गदाडिताः तत्मुरविनाशमसुरादन्ताग्राभिहतास्तथा शेण तत्फलं सर्वमसुराणां निपातितं दृष्ट्वा चण्डोभितत्रावदाङ्गालीमतिभीषणां रवर्षैर्महाभीमैर्भीमाक्षीन्दां महासुरः साधगामासचक्रेश्च मुण्डः क्षिप्तैः सहस्रशः अनेकानि विषमानानि तन्मुखं बभुर्गथार्कबिम्बानि सुभो निघनोदरं ततो जहासादिरुषा भीमं भैरवनादिनी कालीकरालवदनादुरदर्शदर्शनोज्ज्वला सा गजमहासिंहं देवी चण्डमुधावद हीत्वा जास्य केशशिरस्ते नासिनाच्छिनत् थमुण्डोऽभ्यधावत्तां दृष्ट्वा दण्डन्निपातितम् हतशेषं तदस्सैन्यं दृष्ट्वा दण्डन्निपातितं मुण्डं च सुमहावीरिकं दिशोभेजेभगातरं शिरश्चण्डस्य काली च गृहीत्वा मुण्डमेव च प्राह प्रचण्डाट्टहासमिश्रमभ्येद्यचण्डिकां गातवात्रो भरतो चण्डमुण्डो महापशु धयज्ञे सुगं शुम्भं निशुम्भं च हनिष्यसि ऋषिरुवाच आवानीतो ततो दृष्ट्वा चण्डमुण्डो महासरौ वाजगालीं कल्याणी ललितं चण्डिकावचः यस्माच्छण्डं च मुण्डं च गृहीत्वा तमुपागता चामुण्डे ततो लोके ख्याता देवी भविष्यसि जगदम्बार्पणमस्तु ॐ नमश्चण्डिकायै ॐ ऋषिरुवाच चण्डे च निहते दैत्ये मुण्डे च विनिपातिते बहुलेषु च सैन्येषु क्षगितेषु सुरेश्वरः ततः कोपवराधीरचेदाः शुम्भः प्रतापवान् योगं सर्वदैन्यानां दैत्यानामादिदेशः अद्य सर्वबलैर्दैत्याः षट्शैर्दुरुदागुधाः अम्बोनां चतुर्षैर्निरिगान्तस्वबलैर्वृताः कोटिवीर्याणि पञ्चाशतसुराणाङ्गुलानि वै तदङ्गुलानि धौम्राणां निर्गच्छन्दमवाग्निगा कालकादरुहृदा मौर्याः कालिकैगास्तदासुराः भागसज्जानिगान्तु आत्मगात्वरिदामम त्याज्ञाप्या सरपतिशुम्भो भैरवशासनः ऋजगाममहासैन्यसहस्रैर्बहुभिर्वृतः आगान्तं चण्डिका दृष्ट्वा तत्सैन्यमतिभीषणं हास्वनैः पूरगामासधरणे गगनान्तरम् घण्टासुरेण नादाम्बिका चोपबृंहगत् धनुर्या सिंहघण्टानां नादापूरितिमुखा भीषणैः कालीजिज्ञे विस्तारितानना तन्निनादमुपश्रुत्य दैत्यसैन्येषु दुर्दिशं देवी सिंहस्तदा काली सरोषैः परिवारिताः भवागामरसिंहानामतिवीर्यबलान्विताः ब्रह्मेशगोः विष्णूनां तथेन्द्रस्य च शक्तयः श्रीरेभ्यो निष्क्रम्य तद्रूपैः चण्डिकायुगः यस्य देवस्य गद्रोमगधाभूषणवाहनं तद्वदेव हि तच्छक्तिरसुरान् योद्धवायो हंसयुक्तविमानाग्रे साक्षसूत्रकमण्डलोः ब्रह्मणशक्तिर्ब्रह्माणीति विधीयते माहेश्वरी वृषारूढा त्रिशूलवरधारिणी महाहिवलया प्राप्ता चन्द्ररेखाविभूषणा कौमारशक्तिहस्ताचमयूरवरवाहना अधमभ्यायो दैत्यानम्बिका गुहरूपिणी दैव विष्णुशक्तिर्गरुडोपरि संस्थिता यज्ञवाराह बदलं रूपय्या बिभ्रतो हरेः शक्तिः साप्यायो तत्र वाराहीं बिभ्रतीदनं आरसिंहेन्द्रसिंहस्य बिभ्रती सदृशं बभुः वज्रहस्ताधैवेन्द्रियगजराजोपरि स्थिता प्राप्ता सहस्रनिगनागधा शक्तस्तथैव सा तः परिवृतस्ताभिरीशानो देवशक्तिभिः मम प्रीत्याह चण्डिकां ततो देवी शरीरात्मविनिष्क्रान्तादिभीषणा चण्डिका शक्तिरत्युग्रा शिवा शतिनिनानदिनी राजा दूतत्वं गच्छ भगवन् पार्श्वं शुम्भनिशुम्भगोः ब्रूहि शुम्भं एचान्नेदानवासत्रिधागसमुपस्थिताः नीलोक्यमिन्द्रो लभदां देवाः सन्दो हविर्भुजः भागच्छतत्पन्दमच्छिवाः पिशिते नमः यतो नित्योदौत्येन दिगादेव्या शिवस्वगं शिवदोदीति लोकेऽस्मिन् ततः साख्यादिवागता सर्वाख्यातं महासुराः अमरशापुरितात्मनिकत्रकात्यागनी स्थिता ततः प्रथममेवाग्ने शरशक्रष्टिवृष्टिभिः साजदान् बृहिदान् बाणात् शूलशक्तिपरश्वधान् चिच्छेदलीलगात्पादनिर्मुक्तैर्महेशभिः अस्याकृतस्तदा काली शूलपादविदारितान् सारीन् कुर्वती विचरत्तदा ब्रह्माणी जागरोच्छत्रो येन स्वधावति माहेश्वरी त्रिशूलेन तथा चक्रेण वैष्णवी दैत्यानघान कौमारी तथा शक्त्यादिगोपना सदशो दैत्यदानवाः वेदुर्विदारिताः प्रत्यामृधिरोघप्रवर्षिणः तुण्डप्रहारविध्वस्तादंष्ट्राक्रक्षतवक्षसः वाराहमूर्त्यानवतश्चक्रेण च विदारिताः भक्षगन्धी महासुरान् नारसिंहेजिता राजो नादापूर्णदिगम्बरा चण्डाट्टहासेरसुराः शिवदोत्यभिदूषिताः यदुः पृथिव्यां दिदांश्चांशघादातसा तदा श्रीमातृगणं क्रुद्धं मर्दगन्धं महासुरान् दृष्ट्वाभिभागैर्विधैर्पलागनपरान् दृष्ट्वा दैत्यान् मातृगणार्दिदान् योद्धमुप्यायोद्धवृत्तबीजो महासुरः रक्तबिन्दुरगदा भूमपतत्यस्य शरीरतः समुत्पतति मे दिन्यां तत्रमाणो महासुरः दश्चैन्द्रियसुवज्रेण रक्तबीजमदाणिगते कुलिशेनाः तस्याशु बहुदुस्रावशोणितं समुद्धस्थुस्ततो योधास्तद्रूपास्तत्पराक्रमाः यावन्तः पतितास्तु शरीरात् रक्तबिन्दवः एजाभिगितसूत्रपुरुषा रक्तसम्भवाः समं मातृभिरत्युक्षस्त्रपादादिभीषणं पुनश्च वज्रपादेन क्षतमस्य शिरोगदा वाहरक्तं पुरुषास्ततो जाताः सहस्रशः गतगादाडगामास इन्द्रियतमसुरेश्वरं वैष्णवीचक्रभिन्नस्य रुधिरस्रावसम्भवैः सहस्रशो जगद्व्याप्तं तत्रवाणैर्महासुरैः पाराहीति तथासिना माहेश्वरी त्रिशूलेन रक्तबीजं महासुरं सजाभिगतगा दैत्यस्य रवा एवाहनत् पृथक् आद्रेः कोपसमाविष्टो रक्तबीजो महासुरः स्याहरस्य बोधाशक्तिशूलादिभिर्भवि वादिगो वै रक्तौहस्तेना सञ्चतशोऽसुरः ईश्चासुरासुरसम्भूतैरसुरैः सकलं जगत् व्याप्तमासीत् ततो देवा भगमा जग्मुरुत्तमम् आनुषण्णान् सुरान् दृष्ट्वा चण्डिका प्राहसत्वरान् रक्तबिन्दोन्महासुरान् रक्तबिन्दोः प्रतीच्छत्वं वक्रेण अनेन वेगिना वक्षगन्धी च ररणे ददुत्पन्नान् महासुरान् एवमेष क्षगन्धैत्यः क्षीणरक्तो गमिष्यति वक्षगामास्तुगाचोप्राणजोत्पत्स्यन्दिजापरे इत्युक्त्वादान् ततो देवी शूलेनाभिजगानदं खेन काले जगृहे रक्तबीजस्य शोणितं रचास्यावेदनाञ्चक्रे गदापादोल्पिकामपि तस्याः तस्य देहात् बहुशुस्रावशोणितं यतस्ततस्तद्वक्रेण चामुण्डा सम्प्रतीच्छति मुखे समुद्गता येस्या रक्तवादान् महासुराः अंशगादात चामुण्डा बबोधस्य च शोणितं देवी शूलेन वज्रेण बाणैरसभिरृष्टिभिः रक्तवेदन्तं चामुण्डा बीजशोणितं सपपादमहि पृष्ठे हिरक्तश्चमहि बालरक्तबीजो महासुरः तस्ते हरणमतलमुवापुस्त्रिदशा नृप यशां मातृगणो जातो नरुत्ता संगमदोद्धतः अर्पणमस्तु ओम राजोवाच विचित्रमिदमाख्यातं भगवन् भवता मम एवाश्चर्यतमाहात्म्यं रक्तबीजवधाश्रितं भोगश्चेच्छाम्यहं श्रोतुं रक्तबीजे निपातिते गारशुम्भो यत्कर्मणशुम्भश्चादिगोपना ऋषिरोवाच गारगोपमदलं रक्तबीजे निपातिते शुम्भासुरो न शुम्भश्च हरेष्वन्नेषु जाहवे अन्यमानं महासेन्यं विलोक्यामरशमुद्वहन् भेदावन्यशुम्भोदमुख्यगा सुरसेनगा यस्याकृतस्तदा वृष्टे वार्षगोष्ठमहासुराः अन्धष्टौष्टपुटाः क्रुद्धाः हन्तुं देवीमुपायुः आजगाम महावीरिकः शुम्भो विश्वबलैर्वृतः हन्तं चण्डिकां गोपात् कृत्वा गुद्धन्तु मातृभिः शरवर्षमती वोक्रं मेघयोरिव वर्षदोः चिच्छेदास्ताञ्छरांस्ताभ्यां चण्डिका सुशरोत्करैः ताडगामासाङ्गेशस्त्रोघैरसुरेश्वरो शुम्भोनिषितं खड्गं चर्मचादागसुप्रभं ताडगन्मोट्सिंहं देव्या वाहनमुत्तमं ताडिदेवाहने देवीक्षरप्रेणासिमुत्तमं शुम्भस्यार्चिच्छेदजर्मजाप्यश्चन्द्रकं छिन्ने जर्मणि खड्गेषु शक्तिं चिक्षेपसोऽसुरः अमप्यस्य दुधा चक्रे चक्रेणाभिमुखागताम् आगान्तमुष्टिपादेन देवी दच्चाप्यजोर्णगते आविध्यातगदां स्वविक्षेपचण्डिकां प्रति सापि देव्यास्त्रिशूलेन भिन्ना भस्मुत्तमागता ततः परुषस्तन्दमागान्तं दैत्यपुङ्गवम् आहत्य देवी बाणौघैरपादगतभूतले तस्मिन् निपतते भूमौ निशुम्भे भीमविक्रमे भादरगदैव संवृद्धः प्रगगौ हन्तुमम्बिका सरथस्तस्थात्युच्छेर्गृहीतपरमागुधैः तमागान्तं समालोक्य देवी शङ्खमवादगते या शब्दं चापि धनुश्चकारादीवदुस्सहम् ऊरगामासुगभो निजघण्टास्वनेन च दैत्यसैन्यानां तेजोवधविधागिना तस्सिंहो महानादे ऊरगामासगगनं गान्धथैव दिशो दश ततः काले समुत्पत्ति गगनं क्ष्मामदाडगते राभ्यान्तन्निनादेन प्राक्स्वनास्तेतिरोहिताः टाट्टहासमशिं शिवदूती जगारः एष शब्देरसरास्त्रे च शुम्भः कोपं परङ्गिकौ रात्तुं स्तिष्ठतिष्ठेति व्याजहाराम्बिका गदा राजगेत्यभिहितं देवैराकाशसंस्थितैः आगान्दीवह्निकूटाभासालिनस्तामहोल्कया सिंहनादेन शुम्भस्य व्याप्तल्लोकं त्रिगान्तरं दीर्घाधनिस्वनो घोरो जितवानवनीपते शुम्भमुक्ताञ्छरान् देवी शुम्भस्तत्प्रहिताञ्छरान् दशोदसहस्रशः ततस्या चण्डिका क्रुद्धा शूलेनाभिजगानदं सतताभिगतो भूमो मूर्छितो निपपातः शुम्भः सम्प्राप्य वेदनामात्तकार्मुकः आजघानुशरैर्देवीं कालीं केसरिणं तथा चक्रागच्छादगामासु चण्डिकां ततो भगवती क्रुद्धा दुर्गा दुर्गार्तिनाशिनी चिच्छेददेवी चक्राणि सुशरैः सायगां सुदान् ततो न शुम्भो वेगेन गदामादागचण्डिकाम् अस्यावदत एवाश गदाञ्चिच्छेदचण्डिका खड्गेन शतधारेण श्रीशूलं समाददे शूलहस्तं समागान्तशुम्भमरार्दनं दिव्याधशूलेन भिन्नस्यशूलेन हृदगान्निःसृतोपरः महाबलो महावीरस्तिष्ठेति पुरुषो वदन् रहस्य स्वनवत्ततः शिरश्चिच्छेदखड्गेन दोसावपतद्भुवि नरसिंहश्चकादो कृतंश्राक्षण्णशिरोधरान् ओमारियत्निर्भिन्नाः केचिन्नेश्वरमहासुराः ब्रह्माणि मन्त्रबोधेन दोगेनान्ये निराकृताः माहेश्वरे शौरेण भिन्नाः वेदस्तुतापरे वाराहीदण्डकादेन केचिच्चूर्णे कृता भवि खण्डं खण्डं च चक्रेण वैष्णव्या दानवाः कृताः केचिन्नष्टा महाहवात् भक्षिताश्चापरे काले शुभदोती मृगाधिपैः पार्पणमस्तो ॐ नमश्चण्डिकायै ॐ ऋषिर्वाच शुम्भन्निहतं दृष्ट्वा भ्रातरं प्राणसंविधम् अन्यमानं बलं जैव शुम्भः क्रुद्धो ब्रवीतुजः बलाबलेपदुष्टे त्वं मातुर्गे गर्वमावः अन्यासामलमाश्रित्युद्धसे यादिवानिनि देव्यवाच एकैवाहं जगत्यत्र द्वितीया काममापरा अश्रैरानुष्टमेकैव विसन्ध्या मत्तिभोदगः अस्या देव्यास्तनो जग्मुरेकैवासी तदाम्बिका देव्यवाच अहं विभूत्या बहुभिर्विरूपैर्गदा स्थिता तत्संहृतं एकैव तिष्ठाम्याजौ स्थिरो भव अतः प्रवृते युद्धं देव्या शुम्भस्य जोभिगोः पश्यतां सर्वदेवानां सुराणां च दारुणं सरवर्षेषु शस्त्रैस्तथा शास्त्रे सुदारुणैः सर्वलोकभयङ्करं दिव्यान्यस्त्राणिमुजैकान्यथाम्बिका भञ्जदानदैत्यन्तप्रतिघातकर्तृभिः मुक्तानजेन शास्त्राणि दिव्यानि परमेश्वरी ओङ्कारोच्चारणादिभिः ततः सरस्वतीर्देवी माच्छागतसोऽसुरः अभिदत्कुपिता देवी जनश्चिच्छेददेशुभिः शक्तिपथा ददे चिच्छेददेवी चक्रेण दामप्यस्य करे स्थिता खड्गमुपादायशंचभानुमते भिदावदतां देवीं दैत्यानामधिपेश्वरः धनुर्मुक्तेशदैर्वाणे शर्मजार्ककरामलम् अश्वां समादगामासरथं सारथिना सह आश्वसतता दैत्यश्चिन्नधन्वा विसारथिः राहमुत्करं घोरम्बिका नधनोद्यतः छेदावदस्य मुद्गरन्निषिदैश्वरैः समुष्टिं वादगामास हृदये दैत्यपुङ्गवः देव्यास्त्रिञ्जापि सा देवी तलेनो रस्यदाडगते तलप्रहाराभिगतो निपपादमहीतले ऐत्यराजस्य हजामुनरेव तथोत्थितः उत्पत्ति च प्रगृह्योच्चैर्देवीं गगनमास्थितः येन चण्डिका निगद्धङ्गे ददा दैत्यश्चण्डिका जपरस्वरं चक्रतुः प्रथमं सिद्धमुनिविस्मयकारकं ततो निगद्धं सुचिरं कृत्वा देनाम्बिका सह पाट्यभ्रामगामास जिक्षेपधरणीतले सक्षिप्तो धरणीं प्राप्तमुष्टिमुद्यम्य वेगवान् जगत्याम्बादिगामसभित्वा शूलेन वक्षसि सगदासुःपपादोर्व्यां देवी शूलाग्रवीक्षतः चालिकन् सकलां पृथ्वीं साब्धिद्वीपां सबर्वदां तुः प्रसन्नमखिलं हदेदस्मिन्दुरात्मनि उत्पादमेघाः सोल्कागे प्रागासंशेषमङ्गिगः सरिदो मार्गो अन्नस्तथा संस्तत्रपादिते दो देवगणाः सर्वे हर्षनिर्भरमानसाः भोवर्णहदेदस्मिन् गन्धर्वा ललितञ्जुगोः ऋतुश्चाप्सरोगणाः पुण्यास्तावादास्तु प्रभोभो दिवाकरः ॐ ऋषिर्वाजा देव्याहदे तत्र महासुरेन्द्रे सेन्द्रासुरावह्निपरोगमास्ताम् आत्याग्ने दुष्टवृष्टलाभाद्दिगाशवक्त्राब्धिविकासिदाशाः देवी प्रपन्नाब्धिहरे प्रसीद प्रसीद मातुर्जगदोऽखिलस्य प्रसीद विश्वेश्वरि पाहि विश्वन्दमेश्वरी देव चराचरस्य आधारभूता जगदस्त्वमेकामहि स्वरूपेण यदस्थितासि अपां स्वरूपस्थितिजा त्वयि ददाप्यायते कृत्स्नमलङ्घ्यवीर्य वैश्रवी शक्तिरनन्तवीर्या विश्वस्य बीजं सम्मोहितं देवि समस्तवे तत्त्वं मे प्रसन्ना भूभुक्तिहेतुः विद्याः समस्तास्तपदे विभेदाश्रियः समस्ताः सकला जगत्सु एकया पूरितमम्बयै तत्काते स्तुतिस्तव्यपरापरोक्तिः सर्वभूतायुधा देवी भुक्तिप्रदायिनी स्तुतास्तु एका वा भवन्तु परमोक्तयः सर्वस्य बुद्धिरूपेण जनस्य हृदि संस्थिते वर्गापवर्गदे देवी नारायणि नमोस्तुते कलाकाष्ठादिरूपेण परिणामप्रदायिनी विश्वस्योपरतौ शक्ते नारायणि नमोस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरि नारायणि नमोस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी शरणागतदीनार्थपरित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्तिहरे देवी नारायणि नमोस्तुते हंसयुक्तविमानस्ते ब्रह्माणि रूपधारिणि सुषाम्भाक्षरिके देवी नारायणि नमोस्तुते इन्द्राहिधरे महावृषभवाहिनि माहेश्वरी स्वरूपेण नारायणि नमोस्तुते यूरकुक्कडवृते महाशक्तिधरेणघे कौमारीरूपसंस्थाने नारायणि नमोस्तुते शङ्खचक्रगदाशाङ्गगृहीतपरमायुधे सीतवैष्णवीरूपे नारायणि नमोस्तुते वराहरूपिणि शिवे नारायणि नमोस्तुते रूपेणोक्तेन हन्तुं दैत्यान् त्रैलोक्यत्राणसहिते नारायणि नमोस्तुते महावज्रे सहस्रनेनो रुद्रप्राणहरे जयेन्द्र नारायणि नमोस्तुते स्वरूपेण हत दैत्यमहाबले घोररूपे महारावे नारायणि नमोस्तुते कृष्णाकरालपतने शिरोमाला विभूषणे चामुण्डे मुण्डवसने नारायणि नमोस्तुते लक्ष्मीलज्जे महाविद्ये श्रद्धे वृष्टिस्वरे ध्रुवे महामातृमहामाये नारायणि नमोस्तुते सरस्वतिवरे देशे नारायणि नमोस्तुते सर्वस्वरूपे सर्वेशे सर्वशक्तिसमन्विते यद्यस्ताहिनो देवि दुर्गे देवी नमोस्तुते एतद्देवतरं सौम्यं लोचनत्रयभूषितम् अधुनः सर्वभूतेभ्यः कात्यायनि नमोस्तुते कालाकरालमत्युग्रमहेषा सुरसोदरं शूलम्बादनो भैदेर्भद्रकाळि नमोस्तुते स्थितिजांसि स्मनेना पूर्यया जगत् अखण्डापादनो देवी भावेभ्यो निःसदानि वा सुरासुक्तधापङ्गजर्चितस्ते करोज्ज्वलः वायखड्गो भवदुण्डिके त्वान्नदावयं योगानशेषान् वहंसि दुष्टारिष्टादिकामान् मामाश्रितानान् विमण्डराणान् त्वमाश्रिताह्याश्रयतां प्रयान्ति कृतयेत्कतरन्तया धर्मद्भिषान् देवी महासुराणां रूपैरणेकैर्बहुदात्मभूत्यमुत्ताम्येत्र करोधिकान्या विद्यासु शास्त्रेषु विवेकदीपेष्वाद्येषु वाक्येषु जगात्मधन्या मुक्तकर्तेति महान्धकारे विभ्रामयस्येतदतीव विश्वं शांसिप्रोग्रविशाश्चरा गायत्रार्योदस्य बलानि यत्र दावाणलो यत्र तथाभिपद्ये तत्र स्थितात्मं परिभासि विश्वं विश्वेश्वरित्वं परिभासि विश्वं विश्वात्मिकाधारयसि विश्वेशवन्द्या भवती भवन्ति विश्वाश्रयाये त्वयि भक्तिनम्राः देवि प्रसीद परिपालेनोरिभीदे नित्ययसावसुरुलासुनैव सद्यः पापानि सर्वजगतां वृषभं नजाशूत्पादपाकजलितां श्रभोपसर्गान् प्रणतानां प्रसीदत्वं देवि विश्वार्तिहारिणि त्रैलोक्यवासिनामीड्ये लोकानां देव्युवाच वरदाहं सुरगणा वरय्यन् मनसेच्छथा अमृतध्वं यच्छामि जगदामुपकारकं देवावोचुः सर्वाबाधा प्रशमनं त्रैलोक्यस्याखिलेश्वरि एवमेव त्वया कार्यमस्मद्वैरिविनाशनं देव्युवाच दैवस्वतेन्तरे प्राप्तेष्टाविंशतिमे युगे शम्भोर्षुम्भश्चैवान्यावुत्पत्स्यते नन्दगोपगृहे जाता यशोदा गर्भसम्भवा नरप्यति रौद्रेण रूपेण पृथिवीतले अवतीर्हरिष्यामि वैप्रचित्तांश्चदानवान् क्षयन्त्याश्चदानुग्रान् वैप्रचित्तान् महासुरान् रक्तादन्ता भविष्यन्ति दाडिवी कुसुमोपमाः गोमां देवदास्वर्गे मर्त्यलोके च मानवाः मन्दो व्याहरिष्यन्ति सततं रक्तदन्तिकां भूयश्वशतवार्षिक्यामनावश्यामनम्भसि मुनिभिः संस्तुता भौमो सम्भविष्याम्यजो निजा दशतेन नेत्राणां निरीक्षिष्याम्यहं मुनीन् तेष्यन्ति वलिजा साक्षी
ततोऽहमखिलं लोकमात्मदेह समुद्भवैः वदिष्यामि सुराशाकैरावृष्टेः प्राणधारकैः लगम्बरीति विख्यातं तथा यास्याम्यहं भुवि तत्रैव च वदिष्यामि दुर्गमाख्यं महासुरं दुर्गादेवीति विख्यातं तन्मे नाम भविष्यति नष्टाहि यदा भीमं रूपं कृत्वा हिमाचले रक्षांसि भक्षयिष्यामि मुनीनां तदा मां मुनयः सर्वे स्तोष्यन्तानं नमोऽर्तजः भीमादेवीति विख्यातं तन्मे नाम भविष्यति दारुणाख्यस्त्रैलोक्ये महाबाधां करिष्यति तदाहं भ्रामरं रूपं कृत्वा संख्ये षट्पदं त्रैलोक्यस्य हितार्थाय वदिष्यामि महासुरं भ्रामरीति च माल्लोकास्तदा स्तोष्यन्ति सर्वदा यदा यदा बाधा दानवोत्साह भविष्यति तदा तदावतीर्याहं करिष्यामि यदिसंशयं जगदम्बार्पणमस्तु ॐ नमः चण्डिकायै ॐ देव्युवाच एभिस्तवैश्रमान् नित्यं स्तोष्यते समाहितः तस्याहं सकलां बाधां क्रीडमनाशं च महिषासुरघातनं कीर्तयिष्यन्ति ये तद्वद्वधं शुम्भर्षुम्भजोः अष्टम्यां च चतुर्दश्यां नवम्यां चैकचेतसः शोष्यन्ति जैव ये भक्त्या मम माहात्म्यमुत्तमं तेषां दुष्कृतं किञ्चिदुष्टुतोत्साहनुजापतः भविष्यति न दारिद्र्यं न जैवेष्टवियोजनं तुभ्योर्भेन्दस्य दस्यतो वानराजतः तस्थानतो योगात् सम्भविष्यति अस्मान्मवैतन्माहात्म्यं पठितव्यं समाहितैः तोतव्यं च सदा भक्त्या वरं सस्तेनं महत् उपसर्गानुशेषांस्तु महामारी समुद्भवान् सात्विदमुत्पादं माहात्म्यं शमयन्मम यत्रैतत्पठ्यते सम्यन्नित्यमायतने मम तद्विमोक्ष्यामि सान्निध्यं तत्र मे स्थितं बलिप्रदाने पूजायामग्निकार्ये महोत्सवे सर्वं ममैतन्माहात्म्यमुच्चार्यं श्राव्यमेव च जानता जानता वापि बलिपूजाय सा कृतां दीक्षिष्याम्यहं वीत्यामन्निहों तथा कृतां एते याचवार्षिकी अस्मान्ममैतन्माहात्म्यं श्रुत्वा भक्तिसमन्वितः सर्वाबाधाविनिर्मुक्तो धनधान्यसमन्वितः विश्वमत्प्रसादेन भविष्यति न संशयः श्रुत्वा ममैतन्माहात्म्यं तथा चोत्पत्तयः शुभाः पराक्रमं च युद्धेषु भजः पुमान् संशय्यान्ति कल्याणं चोपपद्यते नन्दतेजकुलं पुंसां माहात्म्यं मम शृण्वतां शान्तिकर्मणि सर्वत्र स्वप्रदर्शने ग्रहपीडासु चोग्रासु माहात्म्यं शृणुयान् मम स्मय्यान्ति ग्रहपीडाश्च दारुणाः स्वप्नञ्जनबिल्दुष्वं स्वप्नमपजायते बालग्रहाभिभूतानां बालानां शान्तिकारकं घ्रातभेदे जनानां मैत्रीकरणमुत्तमं दुर्वृत्तानां शेषाणां बलहानिकरं परं रक्षोभूतपिशाचानां पठना सर्वं ममैतन्माहात्म्यं मम सन्निधिकारकं पुष्पार्घधूपैश्च गन्धदीपैस्तथोत्तमैः विप्राणां भोजनैर्होमैः प्रोक्षणैर्हर्निशम् अन्यैश्च विविधैर्भोगैः प्रदानैर्वत्सरेण च प्रीतिर्मे क्रियते सास्मिन् कुतच्छरिते श्रुते इदं हरति पापानि सुसारोग्यं प्रयच्छति काङ्करोति भूतेभ्यो जन्मणां युद्धेषु जरति यन्मे दुष्यते इत्यरिवर्हणं तस्मिन् श्रुते वैरिकृतं भयं पुंसान् युष्माभिस्तुतयो याश्च याश्च ब्रह्मर्षिभिः कृताः ब्रह्मणा जगतास्तास्तु प्रयच्छन्तु शुभां मतिम् अन्ये प्रान्तरे वापि तावाग्निपरिवारितः तस्युभिर्वावशून्ये गृहीतो वाविशत्रुभिः ब्रह्मव्याघ्रानुजातो वा वने वा वनहस्तिभिः आज्ञाकृतेन जाज्ञप्तो वद्यो बन्धगतोऽपि वा आगोन्वितो वा वातेन स्ततः पोते महान्नवे तत्सुधाभिशस्त्रासु शुङ्ग्रावे बृहदारुणे प्रभावाधासु घोरासु वेदनाभ्यर्थितोऽपि वा मम प्रभावात् सिंहाद्यातस्य वो वैर्नस्तथा पुरादेव बलादित्य स्मरतः शरीरं मम ऋषिरुवाच इत्युक्ता सा भगवती चण्डिका चण्डविक्रमा पश्यतां सर्वदेवानां त्रैव अन्तर्धीयता देवि देवानि राजङ्गा स्वाधिकाराणि सा पुरा यभागवच सर्वे पुनर्विनिहतारजः दैत्याश्च देव्याणि हते शुम्भे देवरिपौजुधी नोग्रे तुलविक्रमे एवं भगवती देवी सानित्यापि पुनः पुनः भोजगुरुदेवोपजगतः परिपालनम् एतन्मोक्ष्यते विश्वं सैव विश्वं प्रसूयते आयाचिता च विज्ञानं दुष्टारिद्धिं प्रयच्छति यात्तं दयेत सकलं ब्रह्माण्डं महाविद्या महाकाली महामारी स्वरूपजा सैव काले महामारी सैव सश्चिर्भवत्यज स्थितिं करोति भूतानां सैव काले सनातनी अवमङ्गलीर्नां सैव लक्ष्मीर्विद्धिप्रदा गृहे सैवाभावे तदा लक्ष्मीर्विनाशायोपजायते सा सम्पूजिता पुष्पैर्गन्धधूपादिभिस्तथा दादिवित्तं पुत्रांश्च मतिधर्मे तसां शुभां पटमस्तु पूर्णमश्चण्डिकायै ॐ ऋषिरुवाच तत्तेकचिदं भूपदेवी माहात्म्यमुत्तमम् एवं प्रभावा सा देवी येदं धार्यते जगत् विज्ञातसैव क्रियते भगवद्विश्वमायजा यात्मेष वैश्यश्च तसैवान्ये मोह्यन्ते मोहिताश्चैव मोहमेष्यन्ति चापरे आमुपैः महाराज शरणं परमेश्वरीम् आराधितासैव नृणां भोगस्वर्गा मार्कण्डेयमुवाच तस्य वचः श्रुत्वा सुरथः सनराधिपः निमत्यमहाभागं दृशं संश्रितव्रतं निर्विन्नोदिममत्वेन राज्यापहरणेन च जगामसद्यस्तपथे सजवैश्व अन्तर्षणार्थमम्बाया नदी पुलिनमास्थितः वैश्यस्तपस्तेपे देवी सूक्तं वरं जपन् उदस्मिन् पुरिणे देव्याः कृत्वा मूर्तिं महीमयीं अर्हणाञ्चकृतस्या पुष्पधूपाग्निदर्पणैः निराहारो यदात्मानो तन्मनस्कौ समाहितौ तदस्तो बलिं जैव निजगात्रासुभिक्षितम् एवं समाराधीतो परिदुष्टा जगद्धात्री प्रत्यक्षं राहचण्डिका देव्युवाच यत्प्रार्थ्यते त्वया भूवत्वजा च कुलनन्दन अन्तस्तत्प्राप्यतां सर्वं परिदुष्टा ददामि ते मार्कण्डेय उवाच ततो नृपो राज्यमभिभ्रंश्यन्यजन्मनि तत्रैव जलजं राज्यं मदशत्रुबलं बलात् सोऽपि वैश्यस्ततो ज्ञानं भव्ये निर्विण्णमानसः अमेत्यहमिति प्राज्ञः सङ्गविच्युतिकारकम् देव्युवाच स्वल्पैरहोभिर्नृपते स्वं राज्यं प्राप्स्यते भवान् अत्वारिपूर्णस्खलितं तव तत्र भविष्यति मृतश्च भूयः सम्प्राप्य जन्मदेवाद्विवस्वतः आवन्निकोमनुर्नाम भवान् भुवि भविष्यति ऐश्वर्यत्वयाश्वरोस्पत्तोऽभिवाञ्छितः अम्रयच्छामि संसिद्ध्यै तव ज्ञानं भविष्यति मार्कण्डेय उवाच इदत्वादयोर्देवी यथा विलिखितं वरं भूवान्तर्हिता सद्यो भक्त्याताभ्याम् एवं देव्या वरन्नब्धा सुरसः क्षत्रियऋषभः सूर्याजन्मसमासाद्य सावर्णर्भवितामनः इदत्वादयोर्देवी यथा विलिखितं वरं बभूवान्तर्हिता सद्यो भक्त्याताभ्याम् एवं देव्या वरन्नब्धा सुरसः क्षत्रियऋषभः सूर्याजन्मसमासाद्य सावर्णर्भवितामनः ह्रीं ॐ जगदम्बात्मनमस्तु
अद्य पूर्वोक्तजेवं गुणसकलविशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां वर्तमानायां नवम्यां शुभतिथौ चण्डी होमकर्तॄणाम्
चित्रा नक्षत्रे जातस्य राध्यश्री जीवानन्दं नामधेयस्य मघा नक्षत्रे जातायाः याङ्कीलामानाम्याः उत्तराषाढा नक्षत्रे जातायाः मीनाक्षी सुन्दरी कीर्बर्टन् नाम्याः पुष्यनक्षत्रे जातस्य ट्रेसी हौवर्ड् नामधेयस्य उत्तरफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे जातस्य वेलायुधन् केपी भास्करन् नामधेयस्य रोहिणी नक्षत्रे जातस्य मनीष वाश्विनी नामधस्य मृगशिरो नक्षत्रे जातस्य जर्री तॉर्न्टन् नामधेयस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे जातस्य चर्य उड्रुफ् नामधेयस्य पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रे जातस्य शिवावी रविशंकर पुणंगी नामधेयस्य शतभिषं नक्षत्रे जातायाः सुधा होसा नाम्याः मघा नक्षत्रे जातस्य रॉबर्ट जोसेफ बर्नन् नामधेयस्य पूर्वभाद्रपदा नक्षत्रे जातस्य रिकार्डो कान् नामधेयस्य मूला नक्षत्रे जातायाः उज्ज्वला वेंकटेश नाम्याः जन्मनक्षत्रे जातस्य रणदीप हर्षतीश्वर मच्छनेनी नामधेयस्य चित्रा नक्षत्रे जातस्य अजय महोत्रा नामधेयस्य पूर्वाषाढ नक्षत्रे जातस्य कन्नन नीलकंठन नामधेयस्य अपभरणी नक्षत्रे जातस्य जयविल्धर नामधेयस्य उत्तराषाढ नक्षत्रे जातायाः जयश्री नाम्याः श्रवण नक्षत्रे जातस्य अडपला वेंकट नरसरेड्डी नामधेयस्य मघा नक्षत्रे जातायाः अनघा देशमुख नाम्याः आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे जातस्य कैरो ग्रेस नामधेयस्य अनुराधा नक्षत्रे जातस्य विक्की एडवर्ड्स नामधेयस्य आश्लेषा नक्षत्रे जातायाः पुनिता राजेश नाम्याः चित्रा नक्षत्रे जातायाः शिवानी राजेश नाम्याः अपभरणी नक्षत्रे जातायाः नेहा मुंशी नाम्याः पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे जातायाः केशवलक्ष्मी आर्यम गंगा नाम्याः श्रवण नक्षत्रे जातायाः शोभा बदलपल्ली नाम्याः आवयोः
सह कुटुंबयोः सर्वेषां क्षेमलाभसिद्ध्यर्थे देवी माहात्म्यपारायण करिष्यमाण चंडी हवनाख्य कर्म करिष्ये आवाहिताभ्यः सर्वाभ्यो देवताभ्यो नमः महाकाली महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वती स्वरूपिण्येशी चंडिका परमेश्वर्यै नमः आसनाद्युपचारान् समर्पयामि पाद्याद्युपचारान् समर्पयामि पुष्पाद्युपचारान् समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि ओम आब्रह्मकेटजनन्यै नमः ओम वर्णाश्रमविधाजिन्यै नमः ओम निजाज्ञारोपनिगमाजी नमः ओम पुण्यापुण्यफलप्रदाजी नमः ओम श्रुतिश्रीमन्तसिन्धूरीकृतपादाब्जधूलिकाजी नमः ओम सकलागमसिन्धोः शक्तिसम्पूर्णमुक्तिकाजी नमः ओम पुरुषार्थप्रदाजी नमः ओम पूर्णाजी नमः ओम भवस्देवशिवत्यै नमः ओम सर्वस्देवशिवत्यै नमः ओम ईशानस्देवशिवत्यै नमः ओम पशुपतेर्देवशिवत्यै नमः ओम रुद्रस्देवशिवत्यै नमः ओम उग्रस्देवशिवत्यै नमः ओम भीमस्देवशिवत्यै नमः ओम महतो देवशिवत्यै नमः श्री दुर्गाकाली महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वती स्वरूपिणी श्री चंडिका परमेश्वरी जी नमः नानाविधपरिमलपत्रपुष्पाणि समर्पयामि ओम आर्द्रां पुष्करिणीं पुष्टिं सुवर्णां हेममालिनीं सूर्यां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं चंडिका परमेश्वरी जी नमः सुगंधधूपमाघ्रापयामि धूपानन्दरमाचमणीं समर्पयामि आर्द्रां यःकरणे यष्टिं पिङ्गलां पद्ममालिनीं चन्द्रां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं धातवेदो चंडिका परमेश्वरी जी नमः प्रत्यक्षदीपं दर्शयामि दीपानन्दरमाचमणीं समर्पयामि भोर्भवस्वः अमृते अमृतोत्सवे अमृतेश्वरी अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा अमृतं भवतो चंडिका परमेश्वरी जय नमः नानाविधफलानि नारिकेलगन्धर्वे कदलीफलतां पूर्णं जगदेशयामि पादमणीं समर्पयामि भोर्भवस्वः पूगीफलसमायुक्तं नागवल्लितलेर्युतं कर्पूरचोरसंयुक्तं ताम्बूलं प्रतिगृह्यतं कर्पूरताम्बूलं समर्पयामि समस्तोपचारान् समर्पयामि ॐ बहुवै बह्वश्वादे बह्वदाविकायै बहुव्रीह्यवादी बहुमारुतिलायै हस्तिकायै बहुदासपूरुषायै रजिमत्यै पुष्टिमत्यै बहुराय स्पोषायै सर्वस्वरूपे सर्वेशे सर्वशक्तिसमन्विते जये भक्ताहिनो दुर्गे देवी नमोऽस्तुते आवाहित श्री महाकाली महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वती स्वरूपिणी चंडिका परमेश्वरी नमः समस्तापराधक्षमापनार्थं सर्वमङ्गलप्राप्त्यर्थं कर्पूरनीराजनं दर्शयामि आचमनीयं समर्पयामि दिव्यमङ्गलरक्षां धारयामि ॐ हर योपां पुष्पं वेदा पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति चन्द्रमा वा पां पुष्पं प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति चण्डिका परमेश्वरी जी नमः वेदोक्तमन्त्रपुष्पाञ्जलिं स्वर्णपुष्पाञ्जलिं प्रार्थनाप्रदक्षिण नमस्कारान् समर्पयामि यानि कानि च पापानि जन्मान्तरकृतानि च तानि विनश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिण प्रकृष्टपापनाशाय अभीष्टफलसिद्धये प्रदक्षिणं करोमि त्वां प्रसीद परमेश अन्यथा शरणं नास्ति त्वमेव शरणं मम तस्मात् चण्डिका परमेश्वरी जय नमः प्रार्थनापूर्वकं प्रदक्षिण नमस्कारान् समर्पयामि अनया पूजया आराधित श्री महाकाली महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वती स्वरूपिणी श्री चण्डिका परमेश्वरी प्रीयताम् ओम तत्सत्
Yogasanas and benefits. Garudasana, eagle pose. Stand with an erect spine with arms to your sides in Tadasana. Bend your knees forward slightly. Balance your body in the left foot and cross your right knee over the left thigh. Bring your hands forward. Place your right arm under your left arm. Bend your arms at the elbows and wrap. Twist your arms together, palms touching each other. Hold the posture for few breaths. Relax yourself from the posture slowly. Follow the same pattern on your left side. Balance your right foot and cross your left knee over the right thigh. Bring your hands forward. Place your left arm under your right arm. Bend your arms at the elbows and wrap. Twist your arms together, palms touching each other. Hold the posture for few breaths. Relax yourself from the posture slowly. Benefits: Garudasana strengthens your thighs, hips, ankles and calves. It stretches your shoulders and upper back and promotes body balance, focus and concentration. It improves lung capacity and is helpful for those with lower sciatica. Vatayanasana, horse face pose. Stand straight and bring the right leg up at the knee so that your right heel touches the groin and toes along the left thigh. Now, slowly bend your left knee forward and lower your body till you place your folded right knee on the ground. So, you are now on your right knee and left foot on the floor. Stretch your hands forward. Bring your right arm under your left arm. Bend your arms at the elbows and wrap. Twist your arms together, palms touching each other. Hold the posture for few breaths. Relax yourself from the posture slowly and stand up to Tadasana. Now, follow the same routine on your left side. Stand straight and bring the left leg up at the knee so that your left heel touches the groin and toes along the right thigh. Now, slowly bend your right knee forward and lower your body till you place your folded left knee on the ground. So, you are now on your left knee and right foot on the floor. Stretch your hands forward. Bring your left arm under your right arm. Bend your arms at the elbows and wrap. Twist your arms together, palms touching each other. Hold the posture for few breaths. Relax yourself from the posture slowly and stand up to Tadasana. Benefits: Vatayanasana helps to relieve stiffness from the sacroiliac area and minor deformity in the hips and thighs. It improves blood circulation in the hip region and also reduces hyperactivity of the kidneys. Ardha Shalabhasana, half locust pose. Lie flat on your stomach with your chin on the floor. Interlock your fingers and place them under your hips near your groin. Lift your right leg straight upwards and simultaneously bend your left leg up with the support of your left knee and rest your left foot on the right thigh. Hold the position for few seconds and return back to normal position. Now, follow the same steps on your left side. Lift your left leg straight upwards and simultaneously bend your right leg up with the support of your right knee and rest your right foot on the left thigh. Hold the position for few seconds and return back to normal position. Benefits: Ardha Shalabhasana strengthens your lower back and stimulates the pelvic organs. It regulates your blood pressure and exercises circulatory, endocrine, nervous and reproductive systems. Purna Shalabhasana, full locust pose. Lie flat on your stomach with your chin on the floor. Interlock your fingers and place them under your hips near your groin. Bring both your legs together, inhale and lift them off the ground as far as you can without bending your knees. Hold the posture for a few seconds. Now, slowly exhale and bring down your legs to the ground. Release your hands from under your hips. Benefits. Purna Shalabhasana strengthens your spine, thighs, abdomen and hips. It improves your body posture and helps stimulate abdominal organs. It gives a great relief to cervical spondylosis. It also cures loss of appetite and also prevents lower backache. It also cures loss of appetite and prevents lower backache. Yogasanas and benefits. Dhanurasana, bow pose. Lie flat on your stomach with your legs apart and rest your arms close to your body. Now, fold your knees and take your hands and hold your respective ankles. As you inhale slowly, lift your chest off the ground and expand your chest. Your body is now in the shape of a bow. Inhale and exhale slowly, holding the pose for few breaths. Release your ankles and relax yourself from this position. Benefits. Dhanurasana, the bow pose, stimulates your reproductive system and opens up your neck, shoulders and chest. It strengthens your abdominal and back muscles and is an excellent stress buster. Adho Mukha Svanasana, downward facing dog pose. Sit on the floor in Vajrasana, sitting on your heels. Now place your palms on the floor and raise your hip upward and push your legs backward to come to the mountain position. Make sure to keep your hands and legs straight. Slowly bring down your head between your arms and touch your forehead on the floor. Hold the position for few breaths. Relax yourself from the position and come to Shashankasana, child pose. And finally to Vajrasana. Benefits. Adho Mukha Svanasana, known as downward facing dog pose, rejuvenates your system and calms down your brain, relieving stress and depression. It strengthens the spine and the muscles of your arms, shoulders and legs. It also improves digestion and helps in combating insomnia and fatigue. Bhujangasana, Cobra pose and Parvatasana, mountain pose. Bhujangasana, Cobra pose. Sit on the floor in Vajrasana, sitting on your heels. Now, place your palms on the floor and raise your body to a straight line. Slowly bring your body forward to the ground and stretch your legs backward, one at a time. Now, slowly lift your upper body head facing upwards. Balance the weight of your body on your palms. This pose is called Bhujangasana. Benefits. Bhujangasana opens up your shoulders and neck and tones your abdominal muscles. It expands your chest and improves blood circulation. It also reduces stress and fatigue and is highly useful for people with respiratory disorders. From the Bhujangasana position, raise your hip upward and push your legs backward to bring your body to a mountain position. Bring your head in between your arms and balance your body weight on your palms and toes. This is called Parvatasana. Benefits. Parvatasana gives you a full body stretch and strengthens the muscles of arms and legs. It reduces mental stress and improves concentration and memory. It also increases blood circulation in the upper spine around the shoulder blades and neck. Utkatasana, chair pose. The asana poses you on an imaginary chair and hence the chair pose or Utkatasana. Stand erect with your feet slightly apart. Stretch your hands in front of you without bending your elbows. Bend your knees and slowly push your pelvis, imagining sitting on a chair. Make sure to keep your hands parallel to the ground. Hold the position for a few seconds. Now slowly return back to normal position. Benefits. Utkatasana strengthens the muscles of your lower back and exercises your spine, chest and hips. As the pose requires you to focus well, it improves your concentration. Yogasanas and benefits. Double leg raise. Lie flat on your back with your legs close to each other and arms close to your body. Now, inhale and slowly lift both your legs upward to 90 degrees without bending your knees. Hold there for a few breaths and as you exhale, bring down both the legs back to the ground. Please repeat this process for a few more times. Benefits. Double leg raise stretches your ankles, calves, hamstrings, knees and thighs. It also works on your lower back, hips and neck. Halasana, plow pose. Lie flat on your back with your legs close to each other and arms close to your body. Now, inhale and slowly lift both your legs and stop at 90 degrees. Now, support your back and hip with your palms and bring your legs to 180 degrees over your head till your toes touch the ground behind. Hold this pose for a few breaths. As you exhale, relax and bring back your legs to the front and to the floor slowly. Benefits. Halasana helps fight constipation and stomach ailments. It also cures menstrual disorders. It strengthens and opens up your shoulders, back, neck and abs. It adds flexibility to your backbone and also regulates blood pressure. This asana also calms down your central nervous system and reduces stress and fatigue. Anantasana, side reclining leg lift or Vishnu's pose. Lie flat on your back. Now, turn to your left side and support your head with your left hand bent at the elbow. Slowly catch your right toe with your right hand and lift your right leg to 90 degrees. Try not to bend your knee. Hold the position for few breaths. And relax yourself from the posture. Now, repeat the same on your opposite side. Turn to your left side and support your head with your right hand bent at the elbow. Slowly catch your left toe with your left hand and lift your left leg to 90 degrees. Try not to bend your knee. Hold the position for few breaths. And relax yourself from the posture. Benefits. Anantasana tones up your abdominal muscles and stimulates the immune system. It gently massages and stretches your liver and spleen, promoting detoxification. It reduces excess fat in the hips and thighs and increases blood circulation in leg muscles. This asana strengthens your shoulders and is helpful in treating disorders of the urinary bladder and reproductive organs. Yogasanas and benefits. Supta Virasana, reclining hero pose. Start this asana with a Virasana position, hero pose. Bend your upper body backwards, supporting your weight on your elbows. This is followed by balancing your posture on your forearms and wrists. Tilt back your head and place it on the floor. Arc your back as much as possible. Join the tips of your index and thumb fingers to form a ring and place your hands beside your hips. Hold the position for few seconds and then relax. Benefits. Supta Virasana gives a great stretch to your abdomen, thighs, knees, deep hip flexors and ankles. It relaxes tired legs and strengthens the arches of your feet. This asana also acts as a therapeutic treatment for menstrual problems, digestive disorders, flat feet and sciatica. Paryankasana, couch pose. Start this asana with Supta Virasana position, reclining hero pose. As you tilt your head and place it on the floor, fold your hands and clasp respective elbows. Place them above your head on the ground. Arc your back as much as possible. Hold the position for few breaths and relax in Shashankasana and finally Vajrasana. Benefits. Paryankasana, couch pose, opens up your chest and lungs and gently stretches your abdominal organs. This asana benefits the thyroid and parathyroid glands and improves blood circulation. Padmasana, lotus pose. Sit on the floor with your spine straight and legs stretched out. Fold your right knee and place your right foot on the left thigh and vice versa. Your heels should be positioned close to your abdomen. With both your legs crossed, join the tips of your thumb and index finger to form a ring, mudra, and place them on your knees. Close your eyes and focus on your breath. Inhale and exhale slowly and deeply. Hold the position for a minute or two and relax yourself by taking out your crossed legs one by one. Benefits. Padmasana, lotus pose, calms down your mind and improves concentration and focus. It stretches your knees and ankles and adds flexibility to your hips. On regular practice, it helps combat sciatica and menstrual disorders. If practiced during pregnancy upon supervision, it eases your childbirth. This asana also improves your posture and removes excess fat around your thighs and hips. Tulasana, swing or scale pose. Tula means balance or scale. This asana is also known as raised lotus pose. To begin this asana, get into Padmasana position, lotus pose. Keep your spine erect and place your palms on the sides of your body on the floor. Inhale and press your palms on the floor. Exhale and try to lift or elevate your body off the ground. Swing your body back and forth while resting on your palms. After a few swings, come back to Padmasana. Relax yourself from the position by taking out your crossed legs one by one and stretch out your legs. Benefits. Tulasana regulates blood flow in your hands, elbows, wrists, chest and shoulders. It strengthens your arms, hands and shoulders. This asana requires your eyes to focus and is helpful for rectifying basic eye imperfections. It also increases body balance and removes uterus disorders. Single leg raise. Lie flat on your back with your legs close to each other and arms close to your body. Now, inhale and slowly lift your right leg upward to 90 degrees without bending your knee. Hold there for a few breaths and as you exhale, bring the leg down to the ground. Now, raise your left leg the same way without bending your knee. Hold there for a few breaths and as you exhale, bring the leg down to the ground. Do it for a few times on both the sides. Benefits. Single leg raise primarily targets and strengthens your abs, hip flexors, and lower back. Yogasanas and benefits. Janusirasasana, head to knee forward bend. Sit on the floor with your spine straight and legs stretched out. Fold your right leg at 90 degrees and place your right foot against the inner part of your left thigh. Keep your left leg straight without bending your knee. Inhale and stretch your hands sideward to your shoulder level with your palms facing upward. Bring your hands above your head. Exhale and slowly bend forward to hold your left foot. Try to touch your left knee with your forehead. Hold the position for few seconds. And relax. Repeat the same on your right side. Fold your left leg at 90 degrees and place your left foot against the inner part of your right thigh. Keep your right leg straight without bending your knee. Inhale and stretch your hands sideward to your shoulder level with your palms facing upward. Bring your hands above your head. Exhale and slowly bend forward to hold your right foot. Try to touch your right knee with your forehead. Hold the position for few seconds and relax. Benefits. Janusirasasana gives greater stretch to your spine, groin, hamstrings, and shoulders. It gently massages your abdominal and reproductive organs. This helps in effective digestion and relieves from menstrual and menopausal disorders. This asana also relieves you from headache, fatigue, and acts as a cure for insomnia and sinusitis. Paschimottanasana, seated forward bend pose. Sit on the floor with your spine straight and legs stretched out. Bring your hands sideward to your shoulder level with your palms facing upward and slowly raise your hands above your head. Keep your elbows straight and bend forward to hold your feet. Bend forward as far as you can so that your forehead touches your knees. Keep your legs straight. Hold the position for few seconds and relax. Benefits. Paschimottanasana is an awesome stress reliever. It calms down your mind and removes anxiety and anger. It offers greater stretch to your spine and reduces excess fat from your abdomen. It gently massages and tones your abdominal and pelvic organs. This asana is also believed to increase height. Purvottanasana, upward plank pose. Sit on the floor with your spine straight and legs stretched out. Keep your wrists behind your hips so that the fingers are pointing away from you. Now, breathe in, and as you exhale, push your palms and feet strongly on the ground to lift your hips upward as much as possible. Let your head be held back and balance the posture by stretching your spine. Hold the position for few breaths and relax back to normal position. Benefits. Purvottanasana stretches your ankles, chest and shoulders and strengthens your arms, wrists and legs. It calms down your mind and reduces depression and fatigue. Purvottanasana Variation 2. Reverse Table Pose. Sit on the floor with your spine straight and legs stretched out. Keep your wrists behind your hips so that the fingers are pointing away from you. Bend your legs at knees and place them apart at hips width. Now, breathe in, and as you exhale, push your palms and feet strongly on the ground to lift your hips upward as much as possible. Hang your head backwards and balance the posture by stretching your spine. Your pose resembles a reverse table. Hold the position for few breaths and relax back to normal position. Benefits. This asana gives a deep stretch to your upper body. This highly strengthens all your core muscles and spine. The position adds strength to your arms, wrists, legs and back. It relieves your stress and fatigue, leaving you rejuvenated and energized. Virasana, Hero Pose. Sit on the floor with your spine straight and legs stretched out. Bend your knees back one by one and place your feet near your body. You will be now sitting on the floor with your feet on your sides. Place your palms on the thighs. Breathe in and out gently. Benefits. Virasana strengthens your feet and thighs. It increases concentration and improves your body posture. Yogasanas and benefits. Vakrasana, twisted pose. Sit straight on the ground and stretch your legs forward. Place your palms on the floor beside your body. Bend your right leg at the knee and bring it closer to your chest. Move your right palm backwards and place it on the ground to support your posture. Now, inhale and slowly lift your left hand to your shoulder level with your palm facing upwards. Exhale and lift your hand upward, bend your elbow and bring your left hand to the right side, twisting your spine. Keep your fingers open. Place your left hand on the outer side of your left knee. Your head must be facing your back. Hold the position for few seconds. Relax and return back to normal position. Now, repeat the same routine on your left side. Bend your left leg at the knee and bring it closer to your chest. Move your left palm backwards and place it on the ground to support your posture. Now, inhale and slowly lift your right hand to your shoulder level and face your palm upwards. Exhale and lift your hand upward, bend your elbow and bring your right hand to the left side, twisting your spine. Keeping your fingers open, place your right hand on the outer side of your right knee. Your head must be facing your back. Hold the position for few seconds. Relax and return back to normal position. Benefits. Vakrasana twisted pose increases flexibility of your spine and vertebrae. It gently massages the abdominal organs and reduces belly fat. It helps in regulating the secretion of digestive juices and acts as a cure for various digestive disorders. Ardha Matsyendrasana, half spinal twist pose. Sit straight on your heels with palms on your thighs, Vakrasana. Bring your left leg over your right leg and place it on the floor. Now, you are sitting on your right heel with your left leg bent at the knee and placed on the right side of your right knee. Balance your posture with your left arm stretched back on the floor. Now, inhale and slowly lift your right hand to your shoulder level, your palm facing upwards. Exhale and lift your hand upward and bring your right hand to your left side, twisting your spine. While keeping your head backwards, stretch your right hand over the left thigh and hold your right toe. Hold the position for a few seconds. Inhale and exhale slowly and deeply. Release yourself from the posture and relax in Vajrasana. Repeat the same steps on your right side. Take out your right leg over your left leg and place it on the floor. Now, you are sitting on your left heel with your right leg bent at the knee and placed on the left side of your left knee. Balance your posture with your right arm stretched back on the floor. Now, inhale and slowly lift your left hand to your shoulder level with your palm facing upwards. Exhale and lift your hand upward and bring your left hand to your right side, twisting your spine. While keeping your head facing your back, stretch your left hand over the right thigh and hold your left toe. Hold the position for a few seconds. Inhale and exhale slowly and deeply. Release yourself from the posture and relax in Vajrasana. Benefits. Ardha Matsyendrasana adds flexibility to your spine and hips. It opens up your chest and increases lung capacity. It cleans your internal organs, improves digestion, and aids in detoxification. This asana is known to have therapeutic effect on constipation, menstrual discomfort, diabetes, and urinary tract disorders. Gomukhasana, cow face pose. Sit straight on the floor with your legs stretched out. Now, bend your knees and stack them one upon the other, left knee over the right knee, so that the knees are placed close to each other. Balance your body weight evenly on your sitting bones. Lift your left arm to your shoulder level with your palm facing upwards. Slowly bend your elbow and bring your left hand to your back towards your spine. Bend your right arm at the elbow and bring it to your spine from the bottom. Try to hold your fingers together. Initially, it may be difficult, but as you practice regularly and develop flexibility, you can catch hold of your hands easily. Hold the posture for a few seconds and breathe in and out. Holding your hands together, bend down and try to touch your knees with your chin. Release yourself from the posture and relax. Now, perform the same steps on your right side. Bend your knees and stack them one upon the other, right knee over the left knee, so that the knees are placed close to each other. Balance your body weight evenly on your sitting bones. Lift your right arm to your shoulder level and face your palm upwards. Slowly bend your elbow and bring your right hand to your back towards your spine. Bend your left arm at the elbow and bring it to your spine from the bottom. Try to hold your fingers together. Hold the posture for a few seconds and breathe in and out. Holding your hands together, bend down and try to touch your knees with your chin. Release yourself from the posture and relax. Benefits. Gomukhasana, cow face pose, adds flexibility to your spine and removes any stiffness from the shoulders. It is highly helpful to treat sciatica and stimulates your kidney to treat diabetes. It also reduces stress and anxiety upon regular practice. Yogasanas and benefits. Marjari Asana, cat and cow pose. There are two variations available for this asana. First, let us try the original version. Sit straight on your heels with your palms on your thighs, Vajrasana. Slowly bend forward and extend your hands with your palms facing the floor. Bend your knees at right angle and get on all fours. Your pose now resembles a cat. Now, deeply inhale and lift your chin up. Push your navel downwards and feel the compression in your lower back. Hold this pose for a few seconds. As you exhale, drop your chin down and arc your back up as much as you can. Retaining this pose, relax your lower back. Hold this pose for a few seconds. Get back to the cat pose and repeat the steps a few more times. Once you are done, complete the asana by coming to Shashankasana, hare pose, and finally Vajrasana. Benefits. Marjari Asana, cat and cow pose, gives extreme flexibility to your spine and relaxes your back muscles. It gently massages your abdominal and reproductive organs. It also improves digestion and tones up your abdominal muscles. Cat and cow pose variation 1. Back stretch. Sit straight on your heels with your palms facing inward on your thighs, Vajrasana. Slowly bend forward and extend your hands with your palms on the floor. bend your knees at right angle and get on all fours. Your pose now resembles a cat. Inhale deeply and stretch your right leg backwards as far as you can without bending the knee. Now, as you exhale, bend back your leg towards the chest. Simultaneously, bring your head towards your chest and try to touch the right knee. Repeat the same steps on your left side. Inhale deeply and stretch your left leg backwards as far as you can without bending the knee. Now, as you exhale, bring your leg and head towards your chest and try to touch the left knee with your head. Do this a few times on each side. Once you are done, come back to cat pose, Shashankasana, cat and cow pose, and finally Vajrasana. Benefits. Cat and cow pose variation 1 gives extreme flexibility to your spine and relaxes your back muscles. It gently massages your abdominal and reproductive organs. It also improves digestion and tones up your abdominal muscles. Cat and cow variation 2. Upper back stretch, shoulder twisting. Sit straight on your heels with your palms on your thighs, Vajrasana. Slowly bend forward and stretch your hands forward with your palms facing the floor. Bend your knees at right angle and get on all fours. Your pose now resembles a cat. Stretch your right hand upwards without bending your elbow. Now, slowly bring your right hand down to your left side and twist your shoulders. Now, resting your right shoulder on the ground, stretch your left hand upward. Wave it back and forth few times, feeling the stretch in your upper back. Relax and come back to cat pose. Repeat the same steps on your left side. Stretch your left hand upwards without bending your elbow. Slowly, bring your left hand down to your right side and twist your shoulders. Now, resting your left shoulder on the ground, stretch your right hand upward. Wave it back and forth few times, feeling the stretch in your upper back. Relax and come back to cat pose, Shashankasana, hare pose, and finally Vajrasana. Benefits. Cat and cow variation 2 gives extreme flexibility to your spine and relaxes your back muscles. It gently massages your abdominal and reproductive organs. It also improves digestion and tones up your abdominal muscles. Yogasanas and benefits. Viparita Shalabhasana. Lie flat on your stomach and stretch your hands forward above your head. Rest your palms on the floor. Now, raise your alternate hand and leg up. First, lift your right hand and left leg upward. Try not to bend your elbow and knee. Hold the position for few seconds and relax. Then, lift your left hand and right leg upward. Hold the position for few seconds and relax. Lift both your hands and legs upward, balancing your body at your abdomen. Try not to bend your elbows and knees. Benefits. Viparita Shalabhasana keeps your kidneys healthy and stimulates your reproductive and digestive systems. The asana also strengthens and stretches your shoulder, chest, arms, legs, and abdomen. Shashankasana, child pose. Sit straight on your heels with palms on your thighs, Vajrasana. Slowly bend forward and stretch your hands forward, palms facing down. Stretch till your forehead touches the floor. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. Now bring your hands backward, parallel to your feet. Join the tip of your index finger and thumb to form a ring. Hold the position for a minute or two. Relax back to normal position. Benefits. Shashankasana calms down your body, mind, and soul. It gently massages your abdominal organs and stretches your spine. This stimulates easy digestion and excretion of waste from your body. Shashankasana, extended child's pose. Sit straight on your heels with palms on your thighs, Vajrasana. Slowly bend forward and stretch your hands forward, palms facing down. Lift your hip upwards while kneeling on the floor and stretch forward till your forehead touches the ground. Breathe in and out slowly. Hold the position for a minute or two. Relax back to normal position. Benefits. Extended child's pose offers greater stretch to your spine, hips, thighs, and ankles. It is an awesome stress reliever. This asana calms down your brain and puts an end to your fatigue. Hip rotation on all fours. Sit straight on your heels with palms on your thighs, Vajrasana. With the support of your palms and knees, form the table pose. After getting on all fours with your palms facing the ground, inhale and slowly lift your hip upward. As you exhale, slowly rotate your hips clockwise and anti-clockwise direction 3 times. Relax and get back to Vajrasana position. Raise up. Relax yourself by lying flat on your stomach. Now, bend your legs at the knees, 90-degree angle at your hip. Place your palms on the floor and raise up. Eye exercise. Procedure. Bend your legs at your knees and sit on your feet. Interlock your fingers with your thumbs facing upward. Raise your hand to the level of your eyes. Concentrate your eyes on the thumbs. Move your hands to your right and left sides while focusing your vision on the thumbs. Repeat the exercise 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. up and down. Now, raise your hands above your forehead and bring them down till the knees while focusing your vision on the thumbs. Repeat the exercise 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Diagonal, right to left. Now, raise your hands diagonally to your upper right side and move them down to your left knee while focusing your vision on the thumbs. Repeat the exercise 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Diagonal, left to right. Now, raise your hands diagonally to your upper left side and move them down to your right knee while focusing your vision on the thumbs. Repeat the exercise 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rotation. Rotate your hands clockwise and anti-clockwise for 4 times while focusing your vision on the thumbs. Repeat the exercise 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zoom. Raise your hands to your eye level. Bring them closer to your eyes and move back to the previous position while focusing your vision on the thumbs. Repeat the exercise 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, rub your palms together. Place them gently on closed eyelids. Benefits. Eye exercises improve eyesight, concentration, peripheral vision, and reduce chances of eye diseases. These exercises calm down the mind and relieve eye strain.
ॐ ब्रह्मजज्ञानं प्रथमं परस्ताद्विसीमतः सुरुचो वेनावः स बुद्धिजावुपमास्य विष्ठास्ततश्च योनिमसतश्च विवः नाके सुपर्णमुपयत्पदन्तकं हृदा वेनन्तोऽभ्यचक्षतत्वा हिरण्यपक्षं वरुणस्य दूतं यमस्य योनौषकनं भरण्यम् आप्यायस्वसमेतु ते विश्वदस्वामवृष्णियम् भवावाजस्य सङ्गथे यो रुद्रो अग्नव्यो अप्सयवोषधीषयो रुद्रो विश्वा भुवना विवेश तस्मै रुद्राय नमोऽस्तु इदं विष्णुर्विचक्रमे त्रेधा निदधे पदं समूढमस्य पागं सुरे इन्द्रं विश्वाविवृधन् समुद्रव्यच सङ्गिरः रथीतमगं रथीनां वाजानागुं सत्पतिं पतिं भूर्भवस्तु वः आपो वाजिदगुं सर्वं विश्वाभूतान्यापः प्राणावापः पशवापोन्नमापो मृतमापः सम्राडापो विराडापस्वराडापश्छन्दागस्यापो ज्योतिगस्यापो यजो गस्यापस्सत्यमापस्सर्वा देवता आपो भूद्भवस्तु वराप ओम् अपः प्रणयति श्रद्धा वा आपः श्रद्धामेवारभ्य प्रणीय प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति यज्ञो वा आपः यज्ञमेवारभ्य प्रणीय प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति वज्रो वा आपः वज्रमेव भ्रातृव्येभ्य प्रहृत्य प्रणीय प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति आपो वै रक्षोऽग्निः रक्षसा महत्यै अपः प्रणयति आपो वै देवानां प्रियन्धाम देवानामेव प्रियन्धाम प्रणीय प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति आपो वै सर्वा देवताः देवता देवारभ्य प्रणीय प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति आपो वै शान्ताः शान्ताभिरेव शिशुजगुं शमयति देवो वस्त्रविदोत्पुनातो अच्छिद्रेण पवित्रेण वसो सूर्यस्य रश्मिभिः सहिरत्नानि दासुषे सुवादिषविदाभगः तं भागं चित्रमीमहे कूर्चाग्रैराक्षसान् घोरान् सिन्धिकर्मविघातिनः प्रामर्पयामि कुम्भेऽस्मिन् साफल्यं गुरुकर्मणि वृक्षराजसमद्भूता शाखायाः पल्लवत्वचः युष्मान् कुम्भे शर्पयामि सर्वदोषापणत्वये नारिकेलसमद्भूतत्रिनेत्रहरसंविदा शिखया दुरिदं सर्वं पापं पीडान्तमेनुदा सर्वे समुद्रा सलिलतीर्था जनदाहृदाः आजान्तु देव पूजार्थं दुरिदक्षजकारकाः इमं मे वरुणश्रुतिहवमद्या च मृडया वामवस्युराजके तत्त्वायामि ब्रह्मणा वन्दमानस्तदाशास्तेदमानो हविर्भिः अहेडमानो वरुणेह बोध्यरुषकं समानाजः प्रमोषीः अस्मिन् कुम्भे सकलतीर्थाधिपतिं श्रीवरुणं ध्यायामि श्रीवरुणम् आवाहयामि वरुणाय नमः वरुणस्येदमासनं सकलाराधनैस्वर्चिताम् गवां पतिः फल्गुनी नामसि त्वं तदर्यमन्वरुणमित्रचारो तन्त्वावयगुंसनितारगुंसनीनां जीवाजीवन्तमुपसंविषेम येनेमा विश्वा भुवनानि सञ्चिता यस्य देवानुसंयन्ति चेतः अर्यमा राजाचरस्तु विष्मान् फल्गुनी नाम शभोरोरवीति अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रदेवताम् अर्यमनं ध्यायामि अर्यमनम् आवाहयामि गवां पतिः फल्गुनी नामसि त्वं सुतर्यमन्वरुणमित्रचारो तन्त्वावयगुंसनिदारगुंसनीनां जीवाजीवन्तमुपसंविषेम येनेमा विश्वा भुवनानि सञ्चिता यस्य देवानुसंयन्ति चेतः अर्यमा राजास्तु विष्मान् फल्गुनी नाम शभोरोरवीति स्वाहा गवां पतिः फल्गुनी नामसि त्वं सुतर्यमन्वरुणमित्रचारो तन्त्वावयगुंसनिदारगुंसनीनां जीवाजीवन्तमुपसंविषेम येनेमा विश्वा भुवनानि सञ्चिता यस्य देवानुसंयन्ति चेतः अर्यमा राजाचरस्तु विष्मान् फल्गुनी नाम शभोरोरवीति स्वाहा गवां पतिः फल्गुनी नामसि त्वं सुतर्यमन्वरुणमित्रचारो तन्त्वावयगुंसनिदारगुंसनीनां जीवाजीवन्तमुपसंविषेम येनेमा विश्वा भुवनानि सञ्चिता यस्य देवानुसंयन्ति चेतः अर्यमा राजाचरस्तु विष्मान् फल्गुनी नाम शभोरोरवीति स्वाहा अर्यम्ने स्वाहा फल्गुनीभ्यः स्वाहा पशुभ्यः स्वाहा पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रदेवतायै अर्यम्ने तन्नमः ॐ ब्रह्मजज्ञानं प्रथमं पुरस्ताद्विसीमतः सुरुचो वेनावः स बुद्धिजामुपमास्य विष्ठास्ततश्च योनिमसतश्च विवः नाके सुपर्णमुपयत्पदन्तकं हृदा वेनन्तोऽभ्यचक्षतत्वा हिरण्यपक्षं वरुणस्य दूतं यमस्य योनौषकनं भरण्यम् आप्यायस्वसमेतु ते विश्वदस्वामवृष्णियम् भवावाजस्य सङ्गथे यो रुद्रो अग्नव्यो अप्सयवोषधीषयो रुद्रो विश्वा भुवना विवेश तस्मै रुद्राय नमोऽस्तु इदं विष्णुर्विचक्रमे त्रेधानि दधे पदं समूढमस्य पागं सुरे इन्द्रं विश्वाविवृधन् समुद्रव्यच सङ्गिरः रथीतमगं रथीनां वाजानागुं सत्पतिं पतिं भूर्भवस्तु वः आपो वाजिदगुं सर्वं विश्वाभूतान्यापः प्राणावापः पशवापोन्नमापोऽमृतमापः सम्राडापो विराडापस्वराडापश्छन्दागस्यापो ज्योतिगस्यापो यजो गस्यापः सत्यमापः सर्वा देवता आपो भूद्भवस्तु वराप ओम् अपः प्रणयति श्रद्धा वा आपः श्रद्धामेवारभ्य प्रणीय प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति यज्ञो वा आपः यज्ञमेवारभ्य प्रणीय प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति वज्रो वा आपः वज्रमेव भ्रातृव्येभ्य प्रहृत्य प्रणीय प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति आपो वै रक्षोऽग्निः रक्षसा महत्यै अपः प्रणयति आपो वै देवानां प्रियन्धाम देवानामेव प्रियं धाम प्रणीय प्रचलति अपः प्रणयति आपो वै सर्वा देवताः देवता देवारभ्य प्रणीय प्रचलति अपः प्रणयति आपो वै शान्ताः शान्ताभिरेव शिशुजगुं शमयति देवो वस्त्रवितोत्पुनातो अच्छिद्रेण पवित्रेण वसो सूर्यस्य रश्मिभिः सहिरत्नानि दासुषे सुवादिषविदाभगः तं भागं चित्रमीमहे कूर्चाग्रैराक्रसान् घोरान् सिन्धिकर्मविघातिनः प्रामर्पयामि कुम्भेऽस्मिन् साफल्यङ्गुरकर्मणि वृक्षराजसमद्भूता शाखाजाः पल्लवत्वचः युष्मान् कुम्भेश्वर्पयामि सर्वदोषापणत्वये नारिकेलसमद्भूतत्रिनेत्रहरसंविदा शिखया दुरिदं सर्वं पापं पीडान्तमेनुदा सर्वे समुद्रा सलिलतीर्था जनदाहृदाः आजान्तु देव पूजार्थं दुरिदक्षजकारकाः इमं मे वरुणश्रुतिहवमद्या च मृडया वामवस्युराचके तत्त्वायामि ब्रह्मणा वन्दमानस्तदाशास्तेदमानो हविर्भिः अहेदमानो वरुणेह बोध्यरुषकं समानाजः प्रमोषीः अस्मिन् कुम्भे सकलतीर्थाधिपतिं श्रीवरुणं ध्यायामि श्रीवरुणम् आवाहयामि वरुणाय नमः वरुणस्येदमासनं सकलाराधनैस्वर्चिताम् ओम अग्निर्नः पातु कृत्तिकाः नक्षत्रं देवमिन्द्रियम् इदमासां विचक्षणं हविरासं जुहोदना यस्य भान्ति रश्मयो यस्य केतवः यस्येवा विश्वा भुवनानि सर्वाः सकर्तिकाभिरभिदं वसानः अग्निर्नो देवस्तु विदे दधातु अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां कृत्तिका नक्षत्रदेवताम् अग्निम् आवाहयामि प्रजापते रोहिणी वेतु पत्नी विश्वरूपा बृहती चित्रभानुः सा नो यज्ञस्य विदे दधातु यथा जीवेम शरदश्च वीराः रोहिणी देव्युदगात् तुरस्तात् विश्वारूपाणि प्रतिमोदमाना प्रजापतिकुं हविषा वर्धयन्ति प्रिया देवानामुपयातु यज्ञम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां रोहिणी नक्षत्रदेवतां प्रजापतिं ध्यायामि प्रजापतिम् आवाहयामि सोमो राजा मृगशीर्षेण आगन् शिवन्नक्षत्रं प्रियमस्य धाम आप्यायमानो बहुधा जनेषु रेतः प्रजायदमाने ददातु यत्ते नक्षत्रं मृगशीर्षमस्ति विजयगुं राजन् प्रियतमं प्रियाणां तस्मै ते सोम हविषा विधेम शन्नजेधिद्युपदेशं चतुष्पदे अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां मृगशिरो नक्षत्रदेवतां सोमं ध्यायामि सोममावाहयामि आर्द्रजा रुद्रः प्रथमानयेति श्रेष्ठो देवानां प्रतिरग्नियानां नक्षत्रमस्य हविषा विधेम मानः प्रजागमृषन्नोद वीरान् हेति रुद्रश्च परिणो वृणक्तो आर्द्रा नक्षत्रं हृतागं हविर्नः प्रमुञ्चमानौ दुरितान् विश्वा अपाघषकं सन्नुदतामरातिम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायाम् आर्द्रा नक्षत्रदेवतां श्रीरुद्रं ध्यायामि श्रीरुद्रम् आवाहयामि पुनर्नो देव्यदिति स्पृणोतो पुनर्वसूनः पुनरेतां यज्ञं पुनर्नो देवा अभियन्तु सर्वे पुनः पुनर्वो हविषायिधामः एवान देव्यदितिरनर्वा विश्वस्य भर्त्री जगतः प्रतिष्ठा पुनर्वसु हविषा वर्धयन्ति प्रियं देवानामप्येतुपासः अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रदेवताम् अदितिं ध्यायामि अदितिम् आवाहयामि बृहस्पतिः प्रथमं जायमानः तिष्यन्नक्षत्रमभिदं बभूव श्रेष्ठो देवानां प्रतनासु जिष्णुः दिशो न सर्वाभयन्नोऽस्तु तिष्यः पुरस्तादुतमध्यतो नः बृहस्पतिर्नः परिपातु पश्चात् बाधेतान्तेषो भयं कृणुतां सुवीर्यस्य पतयस्याम अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां पुष्यनक्षत्रदेवतां बृहस्पतिं ध्यायामि बृहस्पतिम् आवाहयामि इदगुं सर्पेभ्यो हविरस्तु जुष्टम् आश्लेषादेशामनुयन्ति चेतः ये अन्तरिक्षं पृथिवीं क्षियन्ति तेन सर्पासो हवमागमिष्ठाः ये रोचने सूर्यस्यापि सर्पाः ये दिवं देवीमनुसञ्चरन्ति येषामाश्लेषानुयन्ति कामम् तेभ्यः सर्पेभ्यो मधुमज्जुहोमि अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायाम् आश्लेषा नक्षत्रदेवतां सर्पराजं ध्यायामि सर्पराजम् आवाहयामि उपहूताः पितरो ये मघासु मनोजवसः सुकृतः सुकृत्याः ते नो नक्षत्रे हवमागमिष्ठाः स्वधाभिर्यज्ञं प्रेतं जुहन्तां ये अग्निदग्धा येनग्निदग्धाः ये मल्लोकं पितरः क्षियन्ति यागश्च विद्मयागम् उच न प्रविद्मा मघासु यज्ञकं सुकृतं जुहन्ताम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां मघा नक्षत्रदेवतां पितॄन् ध्यायामि आवाहयामि गवां पतिः फल्गुनी नामसि त्वं तदर्यमन्वरुणमित्रचारो तन्त्वावयगुंसनितारगुंसनीनां जीवाजीवन्तमुपसंविषेम ये नेमा विश्वाभुवनानि सञ्चिता यस्य देवान् संयन्ति चेतः अर्यमा राजाचरस्तु विष्मान् फल्गुनी नाम शभोरोरवीति अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रदेवताम् अर्यमणं ध्यायामि अर्यमणम् आवाहयामि श्रेष्ठो देवानां भगवो भगासि तत्त्वाविदुः फल्गुनीस्तस्य वित्तात् अस्मभ्यं क्षत्रमजरगुं सवीर्यं गोमदश्नुवदुपसन्नु देह भगोः दाता भगजित्प्रदाता भगो देवी फल्गुनीराविवेश भगस्येत्तं बसवङ्कमेव यत्र देवी स धमातं वदेम अस्मिन् कुम्भेऽस्यां प्रतिमायाम् उत्तरफल्गुनी नक्षत्रदेवतां भगं ध्यायामि आवाहयामि आयातु देवस्तवितोपजातु हिरण्यजेन सुवृतारथेन वहनहस्तकं सुभगं विद्मनाभसं प्रयच्छन्तं पपुरिं पुण्यमच्छा हस्तप्रयच्छत्तमृतं वसीयः दक्षिणेन प्रतिगृह्णीमयेन च दातारमद्य सविता विधेय यो नो हस्ताय प्रसवाति यज्ञम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां हस्तनक्षत्रदेवतां सवितारं ध्यायामि सवितारम् आवाहयामि त्वष्टा नक्षत्रमभ्येति चित्रां शुभगं संयुवतिगुं रोचमानां निवेशयन्नमृतान् मर्त्यागश्च रूपाणि विगुंशन् भवनान् विश्वा तन्नस्त्वष्टास्तु चित्रा विजष्टां तन्नक्षत्रं भूरिदास्तु मह्यं तन्नः प्रजां वीरवतीगुं सनोतो गोभिर्नो अश्वैः समनक्तु यज्ञम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे स्यां प्रतिमायां चित्रा नक्षत्रदेवतां त्वष्टारं ध्यायामि आवाहयामि वाजुर्नक्षत्रमभ्येति निष्ट्यां दिग्भशृङ्गो वृषभो रोरुबाणः समीरयन्भवनामातरिष्वा अपद्देशागुंसनुजतामरातीः तन्नो वायुस्तुनिष्ट्या शृणोतु तन्नक्षत्रं भूरिदास्तु मह्यं तन्नो देवासो अनुजानन्तु कामम् यथा तरे मधुरितानि विश्वा अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां स्वाती नक्षत्रदेवतां वायुं ध्यायामि स्वाती नक्षत्रदेवतां वायुम् आवाहयामि दूरमस्मच्छत्रवोजन्तु भीताः तदिन्द्राग्निगृणतां तद्विशाखे तन्नो देवानमदन्तु यज्ञं पश्चात्तुरस्तादभजन्नोऽस्तु नक्षत्राणामधिपत्नी विशाखे श्रेष्ठाविन्द्राग्नि भुवनस्य गोपौ विशोचशत्रूनुपबाधमानौ अपक्षुधन्नुदतामर्रातिम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां विशाखा नक्षत्रदेवते इन्द्राग्नीं ध्यायामि इन्द्राग्नीम् आवाहयामि ऋथ्यास्महव्यैर्नमसोपसज्य मित्रं देवं मित्रधेयन्नोऽस्तु अनुराधान् हविषा वर्धयन्तः शरञ्जीवेव शरदस्य वीराः चित्रं नक्षत्रमुदगात् तुरस्तात् अनुराधा सयति यद्वदन्ति तन्मित्रयेति पथिभिर्देव जानैः हिरण्यजीर्विततैरन्तरिक्षे अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायाम् अनुराधा नक्षत्रदेवतां मित्रं ध्यायामि मित्रम् आवाहयामि इंद्रो ज्येष्ठामणुनक्षत्रमेति यस्मिन् वृत्रं वृत्रतूर्ये ततारा तस्मिन् वजममृदन्दुहानाः कृधन्तरे मधुरितन्दुरिष्टिं पुरन्दराज वृषभाज धृष्णवे अषाढाय सहमानाज मीढुषे इंद्राय ज्येष्ठा मधुमद्दुहाना उरुङ्कृणोति गजमानाज लोकम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे स्यां प्रतिमायां ज्येष्ठा नक्षत्रदेवताम् इन्द्रं ध्यायामि आवाहयामि मूलं व्रजां वीरवतीं विदेय पराचेतु निर्जतिः पराचा गोभिर्नक्षत्रमुषुभिः समक्तम् आर्भोजाद्यजमानाजवश्यम् आहर्नो अद्यस विदेश दातु मूलन्नक्षत्रमिति यद्युदन्ति पराचीं वाचा निर्रतिन्नुदामि शिवं व्रजादि शिवमस्तु मह्यम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां मूलनक्षत्रदेवतां प्रजापतिं ध्यायामि आवाहयामि या दिव्या वःपयसा सम्बभूवुः या अन्तरिक्ष उतपार्थिवीर्याः यासामषाढा नयन्ति कामम् तानापश्यग्रस्यो नाभवन्तो याश्च कोप्या याश्च राज्याः समुद्रयाः याश्च वैशन्तीरुतप्रासचीर्याः यासामषाढा मधुपक्षयन्ति तानापश्यग्रस्यो नाभवन्तो अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायां पूर्वाषाढा नक्षत्रदेवताः अपः ध्यायामि अपः आवाहयामि तन्नो विश्वे उपशृण्वन्तु देवाः सदषाढाभिसंयन्तु यज्ञं तन्नक्षत्रं प्रसदां वशुभ्यः कृषर्वेष्टिर्यजमानाय कल्पतां शुभ्राः कन्याजुवतयः सुपेशतः कर्मकृतः सुकृतो वीर्यावतीः विश्वान् देवान् हविषा वर्धयन्तीः अषाढाः काममुपजान्तु यज्ञम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्यां प्रतिमायाम् उत्तराषाढा नक्षत्रदेवताम् विश्वान् देवान् ध्यायामि विश्वान् देवान् आवाहयामि शृण्वन्ति श्रोणाममतस्य गोपाम् पुण्यामस्यामुपशृणामि वातम् महीम् देवीम् विष्णुपत्नीमजोर्याम् प्रतीचीमेनागुम् हविषा इदामः श्रेधा विष्णुरुगाजो विचक्रमे महीम् दिवम् पृथिवीमन्तरिक्षम् तच्छोणैजुश्रवीच्छमाना पुण्यग्श्लोकैदमानाय गृह्णति अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्याम् प्रतिमायाम् श्रवणनक्षत्रदेवताम् श्री महाविष्णुम् ध्यायामि आवाहयामि अष्टौ देवा वसवः सोम्यासः सहस्रो देवी रजला सविष्ठाः ते यज्ञम् पान्धरजसः परस्तात् संवत्सरेण ममर्दग्गः स्वस्ति यज्ञन्नः पान्धवसवः पुरस्तात् दक्षिणतोऽभियन्तश्रविष्ठाः पुण्यन्नक्षत्रमभिसंविशाम मानो अराधिरघशगुंसागन् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्याम् प्रतिमायाम् श्रविष्ठा नक्षत्रदेवताम् वसून् ध्यायामि आवाहयामि क्षत्रस्य राजा वरुणोऽधिराजः नक्तन्नो नक्षत्रंशदभिजग्जुषाणम् दीर्घमाजः प्रतिरद्धेशजानि अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्याम् प्रतिमायाम् शतभिषङ् नक्षत्रदेवताम् श्रीवरुणम् ध्यायामि श्रीवरुणम् आवाहयामि अजयेकपादुदगात् तुरस्तात् विश्वाभूतानि प्रतिमोदमानः तस्य देवाः प्रसमयन्ति सर्वे प्रोष्ठपदासो अमृतस्य गोपाः विभ्राजमानः समिधान उग्रः आन्तरिक्षमरुहत गन्द्याम् तकं सोद्यन् देवमतमेकपादम् प्रोष्ठपदासो नयन्ति सर्वे अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्याम् प्रतिमायाम् पूर्वप्रोष्ठपदा नक्षत्रदेवताम् अजयेकपादम् ध्यायामि अजयेकपादम् आवाहयामि अहिर्बुध्नयः प्रसमानयेति श्रेष्ठो देवानामुतमानुषाणाम् तम् ब्राह्मणाः स्वामपाः सौम्यासः प्रोष्ठपदासो अभिरक्षन्ति सर्वे चत्वारयेकमभिकर्म देवाः प्रोष्ठपदासीति यान् वदन्ति ते बुद्धयम् परिषद्यग्स्तवन्तः अहिगुम् रक्षन्ति नमसोपसद्या अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्याम् प्रतिमायाम् उत्तरप्रोष्ठपदा नक्षत्रदेवताम् अहिर्बुद्धयम् ध्यायामि अहिर्बुद्धयम् आवाहयामि पोषारेवत्यन्वेति बन्धाम् पुष्टिपति पशुपावादवस्त्यौ इमानि हव्या प्रेतादुषाणा सुगैर्नोयानैर्पजाता यज्ञम् क्षुत्रान् वृषोण्डक्षुतरेवतीनः गावो नो अश्वागुम् मण्डेतु पूषा अन्नकुम् रक्षन्तो बहुधा विरूपम् वाचकुम् सनुता इदमानाय यज्ञम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्याम् प्रतिमायाम् रेवती नक्षत्रदेवताम् पूषणम् ध्यायामि पूष्णम् आवाहयामि तदश्विनावश्वयुजोपजाताम् शुभङ्गमिष्टौ सुयमेभिरश्वैः स्वन्नक्षत्रकुम् हविषाजन्तौ मद्वासम् प्रक्तौ यजुषा समक्तौ तौ देवानाम् भिरजौ हव्यवाहौ विश्वस्य दोदावमृतस्य गोपौ तौ नक्षत्रम् जुजुषा नोपजाताम् नमोऽश्वभ्याम् कृणमोऽश्वयुग्भ्याम् अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्याम् प्रतिमायाम् अश्विनी नक्षत्रदेवताम् आश्वयुजौ ध्यायामि आश्वयुजौ आवाहयामि अपपाप्मानम् भरणेर्भरन्तो तद्यमो राजा भगवान् विचष्टाम् लोकस्य राजा महतो महान् हि सुगन्नः पंसामभयम् कृणोतु यस्मिन्नक्षत्रे जमयेति राजा यस्मिन्नेनमभ्यषिञ्चन्त देवाः सुदस्य चित्रकम् हविषा इदाम अपपाप्मानम् भरणेर्भरन्तो अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्याम् प्रतिमायाम् अपभरणी नक्षत्रदेवताम् यमधर्मराजम् ध्यायामि यमधर्मराजम् आवाहयामि 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्याम् प्रतिमायाम् अभिजिन्नक्षत्रदेवताम् ब्रह्माणम् ध्यायामि ब्रह्माणम् आवाहयामि कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अपभरण्यन्त 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः आसनार्थम् रत्नसिंहासनम् समर्पयामि पादयोः पाद्यम् समर्पयामि हस्तयोः अर्घ्यम् समर्पयामि आचमनीयम् समर्पयामि 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः शुद्धोदकस्नानम् समर्पयामि स्नानानन्तरम् आचमनीयम् समर्पयामि कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अपभरण्यन्त 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः दिव्यमङ्गलवस्त्रोत्तरीयम् समर्पयामि उपवीताभरणार्थे पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि गन्धकुङ्कुमाक्षतान् समर्पयामि पुष्पमालां समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि। ओं वरुणाय नमः। ओं प्रचेतसे नमः। ओं स्वरूपिणे नमः। ओं अपाम्पतये नमः। ओं मकरवाहनाय नमः। ओं जलाधिपतये नमः। ओं पाशहस्ताय नमः। ओं तीर्थराजाय नमः। ओं श्वेतच्छत्रधराय नमः। ओं अनर्घमणिभूषणाय नमः। ओं यातसाम्पतये नमः। ओं वायुनिरतिमध्यस्थाय नमः। ओं वाल्मीकिदाताय नमः। ओं मुनिपुङ्गवाय नमः। ओं वरुणमूर्तये नमः। ओं कृत्तिका नक्षत्रदेवतायै अग्नये नमः। ओं रोहिणी नक्षत्रदेवतायै प्रजापतये नमः। ओं मृगशिरो नक्षत्रदेवतायै सोमाय नमः। ओं आर्द्रा नक्षत्रदेवतायै श्रीरुद्राय नमः। ओं पुनर्सु नक्षत्रदेवतायै अदित्यै नमः। ओं पुष्य नक्षत्रदेवतायै बृहस्पतये नमः। ओं आश्लेषा नक्षत्रदेवतायै सर्पराजाय नमः। ओं मघा नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यः पितृभ्यो नमः। ओं पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्रदेवतायै अर्यम्णे नमः। ओं उत्तरफल्गुनी नक्षत्रदेवतायै भगाय नमः। ओं हस्तनक्षत्रदेवतायै सवित्रे नमः। ओं चित्रा नक्षत्रदेवतायै त्वष्ट्रे नमः। ओं स्वाती नक्षत्रदेवतायै वाजवे नमः। ओं विशाखा नक्षत्रदेवते इन्द्राग्निभ्यां नमः। ओं अनुराधा नक्षत्रदेवतां मित्रायै नमः। ओं ज्येष्ठा नक्षत्रदेवतायै इन्द्राय नमः। ओं मूल नक्षत्रदेवतायै प्रजापतये नमः। ओं पूर्वाषाढा नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यः अभ्यो नमः। ओं उत्तराषाढा नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यः विश्वेभ्यो देवेभ्यो नमः। ओं श्रवण नक्षत्रदेवतायै श्री महाविष्णवे नमः। ओं श्रविष्ठा नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यः वसुभ्यो नमः। ओं शतभिषङ् नक्षत्रदेवतायै वरुणाय नमः। ओं पूर्वप्रोष्ठपदा नक्षत्रदेवतायै अजयकपादाय नमः। ओं उत्तरप्रोष्ठपदा नक्षत्रदेवतायै अहिर्बुद्ध्यायै नमः। ओं रेवती नक्षत्रदेवतायै पूष्णे नमः। ओं अश्विनी नक्षत्रदेवताभ्याम् आशयुभ्यां नमः। ओं अपभरणी नक्षत्रदेवतायै धर्मराजाय नमः। ओं अभिजिन् नक्षत्रदेवतायै ब्रह्मणे नमः। कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अभवरण्यन्त 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः। नानाविध परिमल पत्र पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि। ओं यत्पुरुषं यदसुः कथिता व्यकल्पयन् मुखं किमस्य कौ बाहु काभूरोपादा उच्येते। 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः। अतिसुगन्धधूपमाघ्रापयामि। ब्राह्मणोऽस्य मुखमासीत् बाहुराजन्यः कृतः ऊरो तदस्य यद्वैश्यः पद्भ्यागं शूद्रो अजायत। कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अपभरञ्जन्त 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः। घृतवत्ति दीपं दर्शयामि। धूपदीपानन्तरम् आचमनीयं समर्पयामि। भूद्भुवस्तु वः चन्द्रमा मनसो जातः चक्षुः सूर्यो जायत मुखादिन्द्रश्चाग्निश्च प्राणाद्वायुरजायत। कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अवभरण्यन्त 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः। नानाविधफलसमूहानि एतत्सर्वं निवेदयामि। आचमनीयं समर्पयामि। पूगीफलसमायुक्तं नागवल्लीजलयुतं कर्पूरचूर्णसंयुक्तं ताम्बूलं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। नाभ्यासीदन्तरिक्षं शीर्ष्णाद्यौ समवर्तत पद्भ्यां भवमर्तिश्रोत्रात् तथा लोकागम् अकल्पयन्। कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अपभरण्यन्त 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः। आसनार्थं रत्नसिंहासनं समर्पयामि। पादयोः पाद्यं समर्पयामि। हस्तयोः अर्घ्यं समर्पयामि। आचमनीयं समर्पयामि। 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः। शुद्धोदकस्नानं समर्पयामि। स्नानानन्तरम् आचमनीयं समर्पयामि। कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अपभरण्यन्त 28 नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः। दिव्यमङ्गलवस्त्रोत्तरीयं समर्पयामि। उपवीताभरणार्थे पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि। गन्धकुङ्कुमाक्षतान् समर्पयामि। पुष्पमालां समर्पयामि। पुष्पैः पूजयामि। ओं वरुणाय नमः। ओं प्रचेतसे नमः। ओं स्वरूपिणे नमः। ओं अपाम्पतये नमः। ओं मकरवाहनाय नमः। ओं जलाधिपतये नमः। ओं पाशहस्ताय नमः। ओं तीर्थराजाय नमः। ओं श्वेतच्छत्रधराय नमः। ओं अनर्घमणिभूषणाय नमः। ओम यातसां पतये नमः ओम वायुनिरृति मध्यस्थाय नमः ओम वाल्मीकि दाताय नमः ओम मुनिपुंगवाय नमः ओम वरुणमूर्तये नमः ओम कृत्तिका नक्षत्र देवतायै अग्नये नमः ओम रोहिणी नक्षत्र देवतायै प्रजापतये नमः ओम मृगशिरो नक्षत्र देवतायै सोमाय नमः ओम आर्द्रा नक्षत्र देवतायै श्रीरुद्राय नमः ओम पुनर्सु नक्षत्र देवतायै आदित्यै नमः ओम पुष्य नक्षत्र देवतायै बृहस्पतये नमः ओम आश्लेषा नक्षत्र देवतायै सर्पराजाय नमः ओम मघा नक्षत्र देवताभ्यः पितृभ्यो नमः ओम पूर्वफल्गुनी नक्षत्र देवतायै अर्यम्णे नमः ओम उत्तर फल्गुनी नक्षत्र देवतायै भगाय नमः ओम हस्त नक्षत्र देवतायै सवित्रे नमः ओम चित्रा नक्षत्र देवतायै त्वष्ट्रे नमः ओम स्वाति नक्षत्र देवतायै वाजवे नमः ओम विशाखा नक्षत्र देवते इंद्राग्निभ्यां नमः ओम अनुराधा नक्षत्र देवतां मित्रायै नमः ओम ज्येष्ठा नक्षत्र देवतायै इंद्राय नमः ओम मूल नक्षत्र देवतायै प्रजापतये नमः ओम पूर्वाषाढ़ा नक्षत्र देवताभ्यः अभ्यो नमः ओम उत्तराषाढ़ा नक्षत्र देवताभ्यः विश्वेभ्यो देवेभ्यो नमः ओम श्रवण नक्षत्र देवतायै श्री महाविष्णवे नमः ओम श्रविष्ठा नक्षत्र देवताभ्यः वसुभ्यो नमः ओम सुदभिषङ् नक्षत्र देवतायै वरुणाय नमः ओम पूर्वप्रोष्ठपदा नक्षत्र देवतायै अजयकपादाय नमः ओम उत्तरप्रोष्ठपदा नक्षत्र देवतायै अहिर्बुद्ध्यायै नमः ओम रेवती नक्षत्र देवतायै पूष्णे नमः ओम अश्विनी नक्षत्र देवताभ्याम् आशयुभ्यां नमः ओम अपभरणी नक्षत्र देवतायै धर्मराजाय नमः ओम अभिजिन् नक्षत्र देवतायै ब्रह्मणे नमः कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अभवरण्यन्त अष्टाविंशति नक्षत्र देवताभ्यो नमः नानाविध परिमल पत्र पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि ओम यत्पुरुषं यदसुः कथिता व्यकल्पयन् मुखञ्चमस्य गौ बाहु कावूरोपादा उच्येते अष्टाविंशति नक्षत्र देवताभ्यो नमः अतिसुगन्धधूपमाघ्रापयामि ब्राह्मणोऽस्य मुखमासीत् बाहुराजन्यः कृतः ऊरो तदस्य यद्वैश्यः पद्भ्यागं शूद्रो अजायत कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अपभरञ्जन्त अष्टाविंशति नक्षत्र देवताभ्यो नमः घृतवत्ति दीपं दर्शयामि धूपदीपानन्तरम् आचमनीयं समर्पयामि भूद्भवस्तुवः चन्द्रमा मनसो जातः चक्षुः सूर्यो जायत मुखादिन्द्रश्चाग्निश्च प्राणाद्वायुरजायत कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अवभरण्यन्त अष्टाविंशति नक्षत्र देवताभ्यो नमः नानाविधफलसमूहानि एतत्सर्वं निवेदयामि आचमनीयं समर्पयामि पूगीफलसमायुक्तं नागवल्लीदलैर्युतं कर्पूरचूर्णसंयुक्तं ताम्बूलं प्रतिगृह्यताम् नाभ्यासीदन्तरिक्षं शीर्ष्णाद्यौ समवर्तत पद्भ्यां भवमर्तिश्रोत्रात् तथा लोकागम् अकल्पयन् अष्टाविंशति नक्षत्र देवताभ्यो नमः कर्पूरताम्बूलं समर्पयामि समस्तोपचारान् समर्पयामि ओम न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं हेमा विद्युतो भान्ति कुतोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अपभरण्यन्त अष्टाविंशति नक्षत्र देवताभ्यो नमः पूर्वाङ्गपूजान्ते कर्पूरनीराजनं दर्शयामि आचमनीयं समर्पयामि दिव्यमङ्गलरक्षान् धारयामि ओम हरा ओम योपां पुष्पं वेद पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति चन्द्रमा वापां पुष्पं पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति कृत्तिका नक्षत्र प्रभृति अपभरण्यन्त अष्टाविंशति नक्षत्र देवताभ्यो नमः प्रार्थनाः वेदोक्त मंत्र पुष्पाञ्जलिं च समर्पयामि समस्तोपचारान् समर्पयामि अनया पूजया आराधिताः सर्वा देवताः प्रीयन्ताम् ओम तत्सत् ओम शुक्लां वरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये ओम ओम भूर्भुवस्वरो ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा श्रीपरमेश्वरप्रीत्यर्थम् अद्य पूर्वोक्त एवं गुण सकल विशेषेण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां वर्तमानायां मंगल भृगुवासर युक्तायां शुक्रग्रह प्रसाद सिद्ध्यर्थं शुक्रग्रह प्रसादेन सर्वेषाम् आसेतु हिमाचल अंतर्वर्तिनां सर्वेषाम् आस्तिकभक्तमहाजनानां सहकुटुम्बानां क्षेमस्थैर्य धैर्य शौर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काममोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं इष्टकाम्यार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं सत्संतान सौभाग्य समृद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरित उपशान्त्यर्थं शुक्रग्रह प्रसाद सिद्ध्यर्थं शुक्रग्रह प्रसादेन सर्वेषां भक्तमहाजनानां सकलविध क्षेमलाभ सिद्धिकर शुक्रग्रह प्रीतिकर शुक्रग्रह प्रसादेन सर्व सौजन्य सौलभ्य सौमुख्य सौश्रिय सौशील्य संतोष सौख्य सुखलाभ सिद्ध्यर्थं शुक्रग्रह प्रसादेन जीवन मार्गे उन्नत स्थान उन्नत कीर्ति उन्नत लाभाभिवृद्ध्यर्थं शुक्रग्रह प्रसाद सिद्ध्यर्थं भृगुवासर समये श्री शुक्रग्रह जपहोम आख्य कर्म करिष्ये शुक्रग्रह जपहोम आख्य कर्म करिष्ये अक्षतान् निरस्य अपवुपस्पृश्य ओम ब्रह्मजज्ञानं प्रथमं पुरस्ताद्विसीमतः सुरुचो वेनावः सबुद्धिजामुपमा अस्य विष्ठा सतश्च योनिमसतश्च विवः नाके सुपर्णमुपयत्पतन्तकं हृदा वेनन्तोऽभ्यचक्षतत्वा हिरण्यपक्षं वरुणस्य दूतं यमस्य योनौ शकुनं भरण्यम् आप्यायस्व समेतुते विश्वतस्वमवृष्णियं भवावाजस्य सङ्गथे यो रुद्रो अग्नव्यो अप्सयवोषधीषयो रुद्रो विश्वाभुवनाभिवेश तस्मै रुद्राय नमो अस्तु इदं विष्णुर्विचक्रमे त्रेधानि दधे पदं समूढमस्य पागुं सुरे इन्द्रं विश्वा अविवृधान् समुद्रव्यजसङ्गिरः रथीतमगुं रथीनां वाजानागुं सत्पतिं पतिं भोर्भवस्वः आपो वा इदगुं सर्वं विश्वाभूतान्यापः प्राणा वा आपः पशव आपोन्नमापो मृतमापः सम्राडापो विराडापस्वराडापश्छन्दागस्यापो ज्योतिगस्यापो यजोगस्यापः सत्यमापः सर्वा देवता आपो भोर्भवस्वराप ॐ अपः प्रणयति श्रद्धा वा आपः श्रद्धामेवारभ्यः प्रणय्य प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति यज्ञो वा आपः यज्ञमेवारभ्यः प्रणय्य प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति वज्रो वा आपः वज्रमेव भ्रातृव्येभ्यः प्रहृत्य प्रणय्य प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति आपो वै रक्षोऽग्निः रक्षसामपहत्यै अपः प्रणयति आपो वै देवानां प्रियन्धाम देवानामेव प्रियन्धाम प्रणय्य प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति आपो वै सर्वा देवताः देवता एवारभ्यः प्रणय्य प्रचरति अपः प्रणयति आपो वै शान्ताः शान्ताभिरेवाशुशगुं शमयति देवो वस्वितोत्पुनातो अच्छिद्रेण पवित्रेण वसोस्तूर्यस्य रश्मिभिः स हि रत्नानि दाशुषे सवाजितविदाभगः तं भागं चित्रमीमहे कूर्चाग्रैराक्षसान् घोरान् सिन्धिकर्मविघातिनः त्वामर्पयामि कुम्भेऽस्मिन् साफल्यं गुरुकर्मणि वृक्षराजसमद्भूता शाखायाः पल्लवत्वचः युष्मान् कुम्भेश्वर्पयामि सर्वदोषापनुत्तजे नारिकेळसमद्भूतत्रिनेत्रहरसंविदा शिखया दुरितं सर्वं पापं पीडां च मेनुदा सर्वे समुद्रा सलिलस्तीर्था जनदाहृदाः आजान्तु देव पूजार्थं दुरितक्षयकारकाः इमं मे वरुणश्रुतिहवमद्या च मृडया वामवस्युराचके तत्त्वायामि ब्रह्मणा वन्दमानस्तदाशास्ते इदमानो हविर्भिः अहेडमानो वरुणेह बोद्धिर्षगं समानाजः प्रमोषीः अस्मिन् कुम्भे सकलतीर्थाधिपतिं श्रीवरुणं ध्यायामि श्रीवरुणम् आवाहयामि वरुणाय नमः वरुणस्य इदमासनं सकलाराधनैस्वर्चितम् ॐ प्रवशुक्राय भानवे भरद्धगं हव्यं मतिञ्चाग्नये सुपूतं यो दैव्यानि मानुषादिनो गश्यन्तर्विश्वानि विद्वनाधिगाति इन्द्राणी मासुनाऋषि सुपत्नी भामश्रवं न ह्यस्यापरञ्चन जरसामरते पतिः इन्द्रं वो विश्वतस्परिहवामहे जनेभ्यः अस्माकमस्तु केवलः अस्मिन् कुम्भे अस्मिन् बिम्बे अस्यां मण्डलायाञ्च शुक्रग्रहं ध्यायामि श्रीशुक्रग्रहम् आवाहयामि शुक्रग्रहाय नमः आसनार्थं रत्नसिंहासनं समर्पयामि वरुणसहितशुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः पादयोः पाद्यं समर्पयामि वरुणसहितशुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः हस्तयोः अर्घ्यं समर्पयामि वरुणसहितशुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः आचमनीयं समर्पयामि वरुणसहितशुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः मधुपर्गं समर्पयामि वरुणसहितशुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः शुद्धोदकस्नानं समर्पयामि स्नानानन्तरम् आचमनीयं समर्पयामि वरुणसहितशुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः दिव्यमङ्गलवस्त्रोत्तरीयं समर्पयामि वरुणसहितशुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः उपवीताभरणार्थे पुष्पाणि समर्पयामि वरुणसहितशुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः गन्धकुङ्कुमाक्षतान् समर्पयामि वरुणसहितशुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः पुष्पमालां समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि ॐ वरुणाय नमः ॐ प्रचेतसे नमः ॐ स्वरूपिणे नमः ॐ अपाम्पतये नमः ॐ मकरवाहनाय नमः ॐ जलाधिपतये नमः ॐ पाशहस्ताय नमः ॐ तीर्थराजाय नमः ॐ श्वेतच्छत्रधराय नमः ॐ अनर्घमणिभूषणाय नमः ॐ वायुनिरतिमध्यस्थाय नमः ॐ वाल्मीकिदाताय नमः ॐ मुनिपुङ्गवाय नमः ॐ वरुणमूर्तये नमः ॐ शुक्रग्रहस्वामिने नमः ॐ शुचये नमः ॐ शुभगुणाय नमः ॐ शुभदाय नमः ॐ शुभलक्षणाय नमः ॐ शोभनाक्षाय नमः ॐ शुभ्ररूपाय नमः ॐ शुद्धस्फटिकभास्वराय नमः ॐ दिनार्हराय नमः ॐ दैत्यगुरवे नमः ॐ देवाभिवन्दिताय नमः ॐ काव्यासक्ताय नमः ॐ कामपालाय नमः ॐ कवये नमः ॐ कल्याणदायकाय नमः ॐ भद्रमूर्तये नमः ॐ भद्रगुणाय नमः ॐ भार्गवाय नमः ॐ भक्तपालनाय नमः ॐ भोगदाय नमः ॐ भुवनाध्यक्षाय नमः ॐ भुक्तिमुक्तिफलप्रदाय नमः ॐ चारुशीलाय नमः ॐ चारुरूपाय नमः ॐ चारुचन्द्रनिभाननाय नमः ॐ निधये नमः ॐ निखिलशास्त्रज्ञाय नमः ॐ नीतिविद्याध्रुवद्याय नमः ॐ सर्वलक्षणसम्पन्नाय नमः ॐ सर्वापद्गुणिवर्जिताय नमः ॐ समानाधिकमनिर्मुक्ताय नमः ॐ सकलागमपारकाय नमः ॐ भृगवे नमः ॐ भोगकराय नमः ॐ भूमिसुरपालनत्पराय नमः ॐ मनस्विने नमः ॐ मानदाय नमः ॐ मान्याय नमः ॐ मायातीताय नमः ॐ महाशयाय नमः ॐ बलिप्रसन्नाय नमः ॐ भयदाय नमः ॐ बलिने नमः ॐ बलपराक्रमाय नमः ॐ भवपाशपरित्यागाय नमः ॐ धनाशनाय नमः ॐ धनाध्यक्षाय नमः ॐ बलिबन्धविमोचनाय नमः ॐ गम्बुग्रीवाय नमः ॐ कलाधराय नमः ॐ कारुण्यरससम्पूर्णाय नमः ॐ कल्याणगुणवर्धनाय नमः ॐ श्वेताम्बराय नमः ॐ श्वेतवपुषे नमः ॐ चतुर्भुजसमन्विताय नमः ॐ अक्षमालाधराय नमः ॐ अचिन्त्याय नमः ॐ अक्षीणगुणभासुराय नमः ॐ नक्षत्रगणसञ्चाराय नमः ॐ नयदाय नमः ॐ नीतिमार्गदाय नमः ॐ वर्षप्रदाय नमः ॐ हृषीकेशाय नमः ॐ क्लेशनाशनाय नमः ॐ